250 The Arab Revolt and Labor Zionism. Published by the PLL in January 1937, which denounced the general strike and the nationalist revolt while praising the Histadrut for its concern for Arab workers. Al-Husseini and a handful of other pro-Zionist Arabs were also extremely useful to Zionism's public relations efforts. They could be defended on to sing the praises of labor Zionism and explain its benefits for the Arabs of Palestine when foreign visitors and delegations passed through. Indeed, they seemed the living embodiment of labor Zionism's practical commitment to Arab-Jewish friendship and worker solidarity, and living proof that Arab nationalist fears of displacement and domination by Jews were unjustified. The claim of al-Husseini and others like him that their pro-Zionist line represented the true sentiments and real interests of the Arab working masses infuriated pro-nationalist Arab trade unionists. They lacked the Histadrut's strong connections with the international trade union movement and with European labor and socialist parties, and they were extremely frustrated by their inability to put their case before world public opinion. When, for example, two members of parliament from the Independent Labour Party visited Palestine in January 1937 on a tour sponsored by the Yitzhaki Abramovich faction of Poelate Zion Smol, with which the ILP had developed close ties, they met exclusively with Jews and with Arabs selected by the Histadrut including al-Husseini, whose performance Alafia deemed very effective. George Mansur, who tried unsuccessfully to keep the AWS operating after Michel Maitri was assassinated by an unknown assailant in December 1936, made repeated requests for a meeting with the ILP leaders but was turned down. 19 Omer Hatzair did not have any loyal Arab cadre available for exhibition to foreign audiences, but it too sought to win support among European leftists for its version of socialist Zionism and its vision of a binational Palestine. 20 This period also witnessed Omer Hatzair's first efforts to conduct propaganda directly targeting Arabs. In honor of May Day 1937, the movement published what seems to have been its first Arabic language pamphlet, entitled The Path of Agreement Between the Jews and the Arabs of Palestine. The pamphlet argued that both Arab and Jewish workers would benefit from solidarity and explicitly differentiated Omer Hatzair from the Zionist majority by advocating the establishment of a binational Arab-Jewish state in Palestine. It also sought to place the Palestine question in a proletarian internationalist framework. The Arab and Jewish workers of Palestine, it declared, could give no greater gift to the workers of the world, to the victims of Hitler and Mussolini, to the workers of Spain fighting for liberty, democracy, and socialism, than fraternal concord and solidarity among themselves. On the other hand, the pamphlet strongly denounced the Arab nationalist leadership while avoiding any explicit discussion of Arab nationalism or Zionism. It also made no explicit mention of the question of Hebrew labor or of Omer Hatzair's differences with Mappé, though in Histadrut forums and in the Hebrew language press the movement rarely refrained from airing those differences. Moreover, despite Omer Hatzair's frequent criticisms of the PLL's inaction and failures, the pamphlet endorsed it as the proper framework for the organization of Arab workers. Jewish PLL officials also contributed to weakening the Arab revolt in Palestine by helping to develop the first links between the Zionist movement and the Druze communities in Palestine and Syria. In 1936, leaders of the largely Druze village of Yusufiya, on Mount Carmel, asked the Haifa Workers' Council for help in getting the British authorities to provide protection against the nationalist guerrillas who were harassing the village because of its refusal to support the revolt. These contacts, which Hushi, Agassi, and Alafia facilitated, eventually led to meetings between leaders of the Yishuv and of the Druze community, including some of the Syrian Druze leaders in exile in Palestine and Transjordan. In October 1937, Abba Hushi and Shmuel Alafia, accompanied by Sheikh Hassan Abu Ruan, a Druze leader from Yusufiya, traveled to Lebanon and then to Jabal al-Duraz on a secret mission for the Jewish Agency. As Agassi put it in a report, their goal was to sign an official agreement between us and the residents of the mountain so that their leaders influence the people of the mountain not to be dragged in by the insiders from Palestine, and so that they will serve as a source of information. In all these areas some extremely beneficial things were accomplished. 21. Some Palestinian Druze were in fact supportive of and active in the anti-Zionist movement, and Zionist leaders hoped that an agreement with Syrian Druze leaders would weaken Palestinian Druze involvement in the revolt. A month later a second mission took place, to Beirut and Damascus. These contacts and secret missions marked the beginning of a de facto alliance between the Yishuv and significant segments of the Druze community in Palestine and beyond, who saw in this alliance a way of providing the Druze with a counterweight to the Muslim-led Arab nationalist movements in Palestine, Lebanon, and Syria. During the 1936-39 revolt, good relations with these Druze enhanced the security of Jewish settle. The Arab Revolt and Labor Zionism /251. Merits and enterprises in the Mount Carmel area, notably Kibbutz Yagur and the Nesher cement factory and quarry, and weakened the nationalist insurrection in the countryside. They also paved the way for the neutral or pro-Zionist stance which most Palestinian Druze took during the Bat-Tles of 1947-49. Like Zaslani's interest in the Kurds of Iraq in 1934, this budding relationship pointed toward what would become a central element in Zionist and then Israeli strategy, the search for non-Arab and non-Sunni Muslim communities within the region who could be brought into an alliance directed against Arab nationalism. 22. THEROYALCOMMISSIONANDLABORINPALESTINE. The hearings held by the Peel Commission allowed both Jewish and Arab Unionists to air their views before a wider public. Labor Zionist leaders who testified insisted on the benefits which Jewish immigration and settlement had brought to the Arabs of Palestine, citing the higher wages which prevailed there by comparison with neighboring countries. A memorandum submitted by the Histadrut insisted that the workers of both communities, the Jews, consciously, and the Arabs, instinctively, realized that there exists a real and organic basis for the establishment of friendly relations between them. The distinction which this passage drew between the Jewish workers' conscious understanding and the Arab workers' instinctive understanding seems to have been a way of explaining why so few Arab workers had openly articulated their recognition of a real and organic basis for friendship with the Jews. Be that as it may, it was, the Histadrut declared, the Jewish workers who had taken the initiative. The Jewish workers considered it their bounden duty to raise the Arab worker from his exploited and degraded position, for which his employers, backed by the government and the clergy, were responsible. They felt themselves ethically bound to assist in the abolition of conditions which led to poverty and oppression wherever they existed in the country, and also they wished to make impossible the existence in Palestine of a large group of workers whose poor conditions of living and of work constituted a permanent danger to their own standing as workers and to their standards of living. Despite its centrality to relations between Arab and Jewish workers, the memorandum never mentioned or even alluded to the issue of Hebrew labor, though it did explicitly defend the policy of excluding Arabs from the Histadrut. It also attacked the leadership of the Arab community in Palestine, which allegedly objected to the very attempt to raise the Stan. 252/The Arab Revolt and Labor Zionism. The Arab Revolt and Labor Zionism /253. Dart of living of the Arab laborer, and also to the possibility of an understanding between Jewish and Arab workers. But the real culprit, the Histadrut implied, was the government of Palestine, which had blocked efforts to achieve Jewish-Arab workers' cooperation. Although this allegation seems to have annoyed Lord Peel, in his testimony Dov Haas, speaking for the Histadrut, defended the claim. Haas rejected any suggestion that Arab and Jewish workers might have conflicting interests. Rather, he stated, there are matters in which we do not think Arabs or the Arab unions would be interested, such as Jewish immigration and settlement as well as Jewish educational and cultural work. Commission members pressed Histadrut leaders for clear and unevasive answers about whether the organization's Hebrew labor policy did not mean the displacement of Arab workers, without much success. 23 By contrast, when George Mansour of the AWS appeared before the Royal Commission in January 1937 to testify about the conditions and grievances of Arab workers in Palestine, he emphasized the issue of Hebrew labor, which he argued had contributed greatly to Arab unemployment. 24 However, Pro-Zionists in Britain refused to take him seriously. When the Peel Commission's report was debated in Parliament in July 1937, one of the Independent Labour Party members who had failed to meet Mansur during his visit in January insisted that Mansur represents nobody but himself. Obviously frustrated by Arab Unionists' lack of success in reaching and influencing British public opinion, Mansur published a booklet in English to give the English reader some idea of why Arab Labour is at one with the rest of the Arab population in its opposition to Zionist immigration, and to call attention to the inadequacy of the Royal Commission's treatment of the relationship of Jewish and Arab labour in Palestine. Though a clearly written and well-argued piece of work, the Arab worker under the Palestine Mandate did not have the impact its author hoped for. The Labour Zionist movement had close ties with the Labour Party and the support of many Labour members of Parliament, while anti-Zionist conservatives were unlikely to have much interest in, or sympathy for, Arab workers or labour unions. To the extent that there was even a battle for left-of-centre but non-communist British public opinion, the Zionists and their sympathisers had the upper hand. The truth of the MATTER, the general strike and the full-scale insurrection into which it developed, made the Zionist movement's lack of an Arabic language propaganda organ more glaring than ever. There had been sporadic efforts to surreptitiously buy influence with some Arab newspapers in Palestine, but neither the Histadrut nor any other Zionist institution had put out a regular Arabic language publication since the demise of Ittihad al-Kumal in 1928. Since 1935, Histadrut leaders had repeatedly declared that there should be no further delay in launching such a publication, but nothing had happened, largely because it took the Histadrut a long time to secure the funding needed to launch the project, from the Jewish agency, wealthy donors abroad, and its own budget. In addition, MAPE's political committee, which made all important decisions affecting the Histadrut before they were discussed and ratified by that organization's own leadership bodies, was uncertain whether there was any suitable candidate to take charge of the enterprise. Many MAPE leaders were dubious about the whole idea. For example, both Moshe Shertok and Burl Katz-Nelson felt that an Arabic newspaper was likely to contribute more to Jewish self-satisfaction than to enhancing Zionism's image among the Arabs. There was also continuing disagreement about the newspaper's content and socio-political orientation. 25 Omer Hatzair leaders kept nagging MAPE about the issue. I do not know why the Histadrut cannot publish an Arabic newspaper, Yaakov Hazen asked at a meeting of the Histadrut Executive Committee in the autumn of 1936. I cannot believe that among the 10,000 members of MAPE there aren't 3 editors for an Arabic newspaper. MAPE's Eliyahu Golem responded by admitting that the party's nominee for editor, Michael Asaf, was incapable of writing an article in Arabic. In fact, he added, there aren't among us even 10 comrades who know Arabic. 26 MAPE's choice of Asaf as editor in fact indicates the low priority the party assigned to this project. Born in the Polish city of Lodz in 1906, Asaf immigrated to Palestine in the early 1920s and quickly won a place in the second tier of the Adat Hayavada leadership. However, he proved uninterested in, or incapable of, building a power base within the party, and by the mid-1920s he had been shunted off into cultural work, ending up as a journalist for the Histadrut's daily newspaper Davar, founded in 1925. Despite his limited knowledge of Arabic, by the early 1930s Asaf had acquired a reputation as MAPE's preeminent expert on Arab affairs. 27 Unable to come up with anyone better, MAPE's leaders appointed Asaf to edit the Histadrut's projected Arabic weekly and assigned Eliyahu Agassi, who knew Arabic well, to work with him. This left the Histadrut's Arab department without a single full-time employee in Tel Aviv, and the 254/The Arab Revolt and Labor Zionism. The Arab Revolt and Labor Zionism /255. Inexperienced Alafia on his own in Haifa, but it finally got things moving on the newspaper. The first issue of Hakikat al-Amr was published in March 1937. Though Hakikat al-Amr was officially designated the organ of the PLL and usually featured a column on labor affairs, its focus was much broader, in keeping with its openly proclaimed goal of combating anti-Zionist propaganda. Hakikat al-Amr carried numerous articles discussing Zionism and trying to show how the Zionist enterprise benefited rather than harmed Palestine's Arabs. The first issue began with an assertion that would be repeated in one form or another almost weekly. Every discerning and unbiased person must acknowledge the Jewish people's dedication to their eternal and sole homeland whose virtues the centuries had extinguished. For the Jews have established great civilizational projects in Palestine which have improved the lot of the country and the situation of all its inhabitants. The Jewish workers' movement organized in the Histadrut, the backbone of the Zionist movement, has been and will always be in the vanguard of those calling and pressing for the development and peace and progress of the country, for the benefit of the Jewish people and for the benefit of the Arabs who dwell in it. That is the truth of the matter. 28. This depiction of Palestine as the land of both the Jewish people and the Arabs who dwell in it did not constitute a break with Labor Zionist discourse as it had been articulated over the previous decade and a half, but only a shift in emphasis. MAPE leaders continued to believe in an eternal and superior Jewish right to Palestine, as evidenced by the contrast this statement implicitly drew between the Jewish people whose eternal and sole homeland Palestine was, and the Arabs who happened to dwell in the country. Zionism's settlement and development activity in Palestine had further strengthened the Jewish claim to the land. This formulation embodied Labor Zionism's conception of the Arabs of Palestine not as a distinct nationality in their own right but rather as members of a larger entity, the Arabs, some of whom happened to dwell in Palestine but who could achieve their national self-fulfillment elsewhere, since that country was destined to be the site of the realization of Jewish sovereignty. 29 During 1936–39, the obvious strength and popularity of the Arab revolt led some MAPE leaders to acknowledge the collapse of the PCP as a unified Arab Jewish party. For a brief period, then, the competition which the PLL had faced on the ground in 1935 was absent. But the PLL's limited resources, and more importantly the upsurge of the revolt in a much more violent and widespread form during 1938, made headway impossible. By the summer of 1938, rebel bands controlled much of the hill country and many towns throughout Palestine. As one British official put it, by September 1938 the situation was such that civil administration and control of the country was, to all practical purposes, non-existent. 39. The British government, preoccupied with the Sudetenland crisis, did not feel it could heavily reinforce its garrison in Palestine as long as a European war threatened. At Nesher, where both Jewish and Arab workers were on short hours and experienced numerous vacations because of the depressed economic situation, the armed groups operating in the vicinity made their presence increasingly felt. One of the members of the PLL's committee at Nesher 1 was kidnapped and held for 2 weeks by guerrillas as a warning to the workers there. The tactic succeeded. The workers begged management to tell Alafia to stop visiting the site. Workers at other sites who were suspected of collaboration with the Histadrut were also harassed and, in a few instances, killed. Among them was the PLL's chief contact in the village of Wadi Kara, who was executed by the guerrillas as a suspected police informant. 40 During 1937 and into 1938 Arab workers would still show up at the PLL club in Haifa in the hope of finding work, but by the fall of 1938 the Histadrut Arab department's organizing work had come to a complete halt, as Agassi put it. In this situation of terrorist political tension, economic decline, and spiritual depression, there is nothing harder than to find some possibility for activity on the part of the PLL. 41. The agreement which the European powers reached at Munich in September 1938 allowed the British government to dispatch large numbers of troops to Palestine to crush the Arab rebellion. Eventually British military forces would outnumber the rebels by a ratio of 10 to 1.42. Massive repression, including collective punishment and aerial and artillery bombardment of insurgent villages, allowed the gradual restoration of British control. Dissension and division within the Palestinian Arab community also weakened the revolt. The rebel bands were rarely able to coordinate their efforts. Most of the nationalist leadership was in prison or in exile after the fall of 1938, and significant segments of the population grew weary of the revolt and alienated from the rebels. Moreover, the Nashashivis and some of their allies came out openly against the revolt and with British support organized armed peace bands which attacked the rebels and the villages which supported them. As the rebels were pushed onto the defensive, internecine killings multiplied as all sides seized the opportunity to settle scores old and new. Among those assassinated was Hassan. The Arab Revolt and Labor Zionism /261. Sidki al-Dajani, a leader of the Nashashivi faction, who was gunned down in Ramallah in October 1938. Fakhri al-Nashashivi, who had founded the AWS in Jerusalem in 1934, would be assassinated in Baghdad in 1941. By the spring of 1939 the revolt was dying out. Having gained the upper hand militarily, the British sponsored yet another round of Arab-Jewish negotiations. When these failed, the British government issued a new statement of policy for Palestine, the White Paper of May 1939. The White Paper met at least partially a number of long-standing Arab demands by providing for the establishment of an independent Palestinian state within 10 years, restrictions on further Jewish land purchases, and a ceiling of 75,000 Jewish immigrants over the following 5 years, after which additional immigration would require Arab consent. With a European war in the offing, British officials hoped that the White Paper would conciliate Arab opinion and secure for Britain the support and allegiance of Arabs in Palestine and neighboring lands. The Zionist movement charged that the White Paper was a repudiation of Britain's commitment, embodied in the Balfour Declaration of 1917 and the Mandate itself, to foster the establishment of a Jewish national home in Palestine. Its promulgation did in fact mark the end of the alliance between Britain and the Zionist movement. That alliance had given the Zionist movement the time, protection, and support it needed to lay the demographic, economic, military, and political foundations of a strong and increasingly self-sufficient Yishuv, despite mounting and often violent resistance by Palestine's Arab majority. As a result, by 1939 the Yishuv was nearly at the point where it could stand on its own even without British support, while the Palestinian Arab nationalist movement had suffered a devastating defeat, leaving the Arab community demoralized, disorganized, and without effective leadership. Outraged Zionist leaders initially called for resistance to, and defiance of, the policies set forth in the White Paper. But a few months after it was issued, war broke out in Europe, and the Yishuv and the Zionist movement put their opposition to the White Paper on hold and allied themselves with Britain in order to fight and defeat Nazi Germany, obviously a much greater enemy of the Jewish people. The confrontation between Zionism and its erstwhile ally and protector, Britain, was thus put off until the end of the war, by which time the Zionist movement and the Yishuv would be in a stronger position not only to frustrate the policies outlined in the White Paper but to launch a successful drive for Jewish statehood in Palestine. 262 The Arab Revolt and Labor Zionism. In the years 1932–35 the Histadrut's project of organizing Arab workers achieved some notable successes. The PLL developed organizational connections with Arab workers in several important workplaces, notably the ports of Haifa and Jaffa, and for the first time recruited significant numbers of unskilled and semi-skilled wage workers, quite different from the skilled crafts workers employed in small workshops with whom the Histadrut had developed ties in the mid-1920s. But the PLL's successes were all short-lived. It proved unable to create stable unions or a cadre of Arab unionists willing to openly identify with the PLL, nor did it ever develop a sizable or stable membership base. As Histadrut officials themselves acknowledged, by 1937 it retained only a few dozen members and sympathizers in and around Haifa and had come to be seen by Arab workers as less a labor organization than an employment agency. Although the Histadrut leadership was always rather ambivalent about this sphere of activity and never devoted great human or material resources to it, it is hard to argue that it justified even the limited investment made in it. But meager resources were not the chief cause of the PLL's failure during the 1930s, though some of its Jewish activists certainly saw it that way. What they were unable to grasp was that the reasons for this effort's failure were largely inherent in the way it was conceived, a conception rooted in labor Zionist discourse about Arabs in general and Arab workers in particular. That discourse presumed, even insisted, that an initiative to organize Arab workers undertaken by the Histadrut, a central institution of the Zionist project in Palestine, could be perceived by Arabs as non-political and unconnected with the larger issue of Zionism and its implications for Palestine's future. As we have seen, there were in fact not a few instances in which Arab workers turned to the PLL and the Histadrut, for a variety of reasons, to get help in workplace struggles, to gain access to health care and loans, to find jobs, because they believed in working-class solidarity, and so forth. But as the Palestinian Arab working class grew in size and social weight, and as a stratum of better educated and more politically sophisticated workers emerged, as Arab trade unionism developed, and as the Arab nationalist movement began to take an interest in labor issues, these kinds of links between Arab workers and the Histadrut came to seem increasingly less innocent, less unproblematic. This was especially true as the extent to which the labor Zionist project of organizing Arab workers was bound up with the campaign to achieve Hebrew labor became not only heavy. The Arab Revolt and Labor Zionism /263. Dent but a public issue, as was certainly the case from 1934 onward, when the Arab Workers' Society in Jaffa placed it at the top of its agenda. This kind of Arab response is not something that Histadrut officials or PLL activists anticipated or found easy to comprehend. Their lack of comprehension stemmed in part from their conception of Arab workers as a largely inert mass, a raw material available for molding by one or another outside force but generally lacking a capacity for independent thought or agency, at least beyond a certain basic level. This is borne out by the striking fact that in the great mass of material generated by the labor Zionist movement's effort to develop some relationship with the Arab working class during the 1930s reports on organizing activities, internal correspondence among Histadrut departments and officials, minutes of debates in party, union, and Histadrut forums, published leaflets, and so on, it is quite rare to hear an Arab voice, especially a rank-and-file voice or one which in some sense says no. Which does not mutely go along but actively challenges the premises of this project. Thus incidents like Zaslani and Agassi's November 1934 confrontation with the Jaffa dock workers, at which the latter pressed the Jewish unionists for clear and unevasive answers about the Histadrut's ulterior motive in helping them organize and its commitment to Hebrew labor at the port of Jaffa, have few if any antecedents in this literature. There must in fact have been many such encounters, but they rarely surface, at least in part because there was little room for them in the conceptual framework of those who drafted the reports, sent the correspondence, and participated in the debates. Zaslani, Agassi, Hushi, and their colleagues found it hard to grasp such responses as manifestations of rational self-interest, since they tended to attribute all expressions of rejection and opposition to the nefarious manipulation of the innocent rank-and-file workers by self-interested outside agitators, in this case Arab unionists imbued with nationalism. This too manifested a perception of Arab workers as passive and largely incapable of self-motivated rational action, who therefore had to be acted upon, whether benignly by Zionists or malevolently by anti-Zionist Arab nationalists with selfish ulterior motives. Though labor Zionism saw itself as a movement which would give the Jewish people its own voice again, allowing them to overcome their powerlessness and take control of their destiny, it found it difficult to envision Arabs, and especially working-class Arabs, as having their own distinct voices, identities, and agency. It is undeniably true that, at least into the 1930s, Jewish unionists in Palestine had much more experience of organizing and maintaining labor organizations than did most Arab workers, and also that the Jews were often steeped in a broad international labor movement culture which might have been useful to Arab workers. However, Jewish unionists grasped that experience and that culture through the filter of the premises and conceptions of labor Zionism. As a consequence, the meaning of the labor organizing which the Histadrut undertook among Arab workers in the 1930s could ultimately not be separated from the larger issue of Zionist aims in Palestine and Zionism's conflict with Palestinian Arab nationalism. The Histadrut's efforts therefore increasingly engendered, and were increasingly frustrated by, opposition and counter-organizing by Arab Unionists who, much like the labor Zionists, saw their national and labor commitments as complementary. As we have seen, through the 1930s the Histadrut's activity in this sphere was sharply criticized by other left Zionist forces, especially Hashomer Hatzair. Yet it is highly unlikely that movement's conceptions of joint organization and Arab-Jewish working-class solidarity would have proven any more successful than MAPE's, for they were rooted in premises which were probably even less realistic. Nor was Hashomer Hatzair really any better than MAPE at translating its rhetoric of Arab-Jewish friendship and solidarity into practice, even in its own kibbutzim. Moshe Shamir, the noted Israeli novelist who began as a partisan of Hashomer Hatzair but after 1967 gravitated toward the right end of the Israeli political spectrum, went to school in the 1930s at Kibbutz Mishmar HaEmek, one of the movement's kibbutzim in the Jezreel Valley. In his book Hayahim Yishmael Shamir addressed this gap between rhetoric and reality. In the dining room the leaders spoke of brotherhood among peoples. None of them knew a word of Arabic, they never spoke as a man speaks with his friends. They had no friends among the villages in the area, they never once paid even a simple visit to their neighbors in the nearby villages. In the excellent modern school for a long time, perhaps the most advanced educational institution in the country, Arabic was not taught. So we just simply lived with our nice theories to one side and the bitter reality to the other, and we saved ourselves any unpleasantness and the burden of thinking simply by never trying to look at the theories and reality side by side, for a first, elementary, basic examination of the extent to which they coincided or differed. We organized ourselves behind the fence, we prepared to defend ourselves, we spoke of brotherhood among peoples, and we never in fact fulfilled a single serious obligation of brotherhood among peoples. 43. This is no doubt a harsh judgment, but it contains a large measure of truth. In fact, one might go even further and suggest that for Hashomer Hatzair, and for labor Zionism in general, achievement of their goals in fact required a substantial gap between ideology and reality, between principled commitments and clear recognition of the implications of one's actions, between subjective intentions and objective consequences. Such J-gaps are probably characteristic of all political and social movements, but in this particular time and place they were perhaps especially wide, and they ultimately frustrated labor Zionism's project of developing relations with Arab workers, at least as that project was conceived and implemented during the 1930s. As I noted in Chapter 4 with reference to the railway workers, the Arabshan, ground transport, the ports, and shipping, to serve both military and civilian needs. The widespread unemployment and underemployment that had afflicted the Arab sector of the Palestinian economy for much of the second half of the 1930s were replaced by labor shortages, despite government efforts to expand and channel the country's labor force and regulations which prohibited workers in essential industries from leaving their jobs. Employment in both Arab and Jewish agriculture declined during the war years as many people sought better paying and less onerous work in industry and services. The extent and speed of war-induced proletarianization within the Arab community was particularly striking. By 1944, Palestine's wage labor force is estimated to have encompassed some 100,000 Arab wage workers employed full-time outside agriculture, approximately a third of the entire Arab male population of working age. 1 More than one-third of these were employed at British Army camps and installations, alongside some 15,000 Jewish workers, while thousands of others were employed by contractors working on military-related projects. The camps thus constituted a new and important social space which came into existence very quickly and in which unprecedentedly large numbers of Arabs and Jews worked side by side, producing new forms and dynamics of interaction. Wartime economic expansion was accompanied by a surge of inflation, after a long period of price stability. By one calculation, the cost of living index rose only from 100 in 1936 to 103 in 1939, but then surged to 153 in 1941 and to 222 in 1942. By 1943 the index had reached 269, rising to 274 the following year, and to 295 in 1945. As a result, real wages declined sharply in the first part of the war. To this both Arab and Jewish workers responded with widespread activism and organization. Many of their struggles were successful, and by war's end real wages in Palestine had risen considerably. This was true not only in industry, construction, and services but also in agriculture. The war brought considerable prosperity to the Arab rural economy as wage rates for agricultural labor rose, the government paid high prices for produce, and rural indebtedness declined somewhat. The war years also witnessed important changes in the political arena, creating space for the emergence of new political forces among both Arabs and Jews. The defeat of the Arab revolt had left the Palestinian Arab nationalist movement much weakened and in disarray. Its top leaders were in exile, as were many key activists who were not dead or in prison. It was clear that the end of the war would bring a renewal of the struggle over Palestine's fate, but in the interim the old guard nationalist politicians still in Palestine were largely quiescent. The weakening of the control which the powerful elite factions had exercised over the Arab community, together with growing social differentiation in urban and rural communities, widespread proletarianization, and the hothouse political climate of the war years made possible the emergence of a new Arab left, embodied in the National Liberation League, which developed out of the disintegration of the Palestine Communist Party in 1943. This organization, which included veteran Arab communists but also members of a new generation of progressive intellectuals and many working-class activists, developed a strong base in the rapidly expanding and unprecedentedly active Arab trade union movement. As we will see, the NLL advocated Arab-Jewish working-class solidarity, for its own sake but also as a way of achieving what it regarded as a democratic solution to the Palestine problem. The war years brought significant shifts in the politics of the Zionist movement and the Yishuv as well. The Zionist movement's struggle against the 1939 White Paper was largely put on hold as the Yishuv Mobi 269 list in support of the Allied war effort, though efforts to get Jewish migrants refugees from persecution, and then from extermination, in Nazi-controlled Europe into Palestine despite British restrictions continued, as did Jewish land acquisition and settlement. The war years witnessed the consolidation of the gains that the Yishuv had made during the 193 OS, when it first approached the demographic weight, military capacity, social development, economic base, and political unity necessary to launch a viable bid for statehood. This emerging reality in Palestine itself, along with growing awareness of the unprecedented persecution to which the Jews of Europe were being subjected, prompted a Zionist conference held in New York City in 1942 to openly declare, for the first time, that Zionism's goal was the establishment of a Jewish commonwealth in all of Palestine. Though the demand for statehood enjoyed majority support within the J-Zionist movement and the Yishuv, it was not unopposed. In 1939 a group of liberal professionals and intellectuals, together with several Poelatzi/Jan Smol leaders, had formed the League for Jewish-Arab Rapprochement I and cooperation to promote mutual understanding and political compromise. In 1942 Hashomer Hatzair formally joined the League, adding the weight of its Hakibutz Ha'artzi Federation and of its urban sister party, the Socialist League. Hashomer Hatzair had developed into an increasingly significant force in the Yishuv. In the elections to the Histadrut's Fifth Congress, held in April 1942, Hashomer Hatzair and the Socialist League together garnered 19% of the vote on a platform advocating worker militancy, nonviolent mass opposition to the 1939 White Paper, and Arab-Jewish compromise. During the war years and until the end of J 1947, Hashomer Hatzair vigorously opposed both the Zionist leadership's demand for Jewish statehood in all of Palestine and any form of partition, one advocating instead the establishment in an undivided Palestine of a binational state in which Arabs and Jews would have political parity regardless of their relative numbers. This was very much a minority position within the Yishuv, but as Joel Bienin has pointed out, binationalism was at the time still within the bounds of legitimate political discourse in the Yishuv. 3 Political change in the Yishuv was facilitated by factional infighting within Mappé, culminating in a bitter split in 1944 and the secession of its left wing, which established itself as a new party under the name of Adat Hayavada. In so doing it claimed the mantle of the old Adat Hayavada, which had been the larger and more explicitly socialist of the two parties that had merged to form MAPE 14 years earlier. Though MAPE remained the single largest party in the Histadrut, the Yeshuv, and the Zionist movement, the split weakened MAPE's hegemonic grip and opened up new political space within which other forces could expand and demand a share in decision-making. The changing wartime political climate benefited even the Jewish communists. The Jewish communist organizations that emerged from the breakup of the Palestine Communist Party in 1943 remained small and weak, but their efforts to seek common ground with Zionism won them greater legitimacy in the Yeshuv, as did the reflected glory of the Soviet Union, which enjoyed great prestige and popularity among Jews in wartime Palestine as the Red Army blocked the Nazi onslaught and then began to destroy the German war machine as it fought its way toward Berlin. It was within this rapidly changing economic, social, and political context that interactions between Arab and Jewish workers unfolded during the war years. The new atmosphere, already palpable from the beginning of 1940, was manifested in the restoration of Arab-Jewish links that had been severed, or at least dormant, during the Arab Revolt. In January 1940, for example, Arab and Jewish citrus grove owners in the Petah Tikva area met to choose a joint delegation to present their demands for relief to the government. Later that year Jewish and Arab building owners, merchants, and other propertied groups also began to work together to further their common economic interests, in a manner that would not have been possibly a year earlier. 4 Not surprisingly, the Arab and Jewish railway workers were also among the first groups to resume contact after the end of the revolt, as the restoration of tranquility and the sharp decline in real wages caused by wartime inflation facilitated the resumption of organizing activities on both sides and renewed interaction between them. The war and immediate post-war years would witness not only an unprecedented degree of cooperation between the Arab and Jewish railway unions but also unprecedented militancy, highlighting trends manifested by other segments of the Arab and Jewish working classes in Palestine as well. In addition to higher wages, the railwaymen wanted an end to the short hours in effect during most of the revolt years as well as implementation of all the promises made by management and the government in 1935 but never fulfilled. By the beginning of 1940, the International Union of Railway, Postal, and Telegraph Workers, now exclusively Jewish in membership, had renewed contacts with some of the veteran leaders of the Arab railwaymen, especially in Haifa. Progress was slow, however, because the Arab Unionists were still reluctant to be publicly associated with Jews. Nonetheless, Arabs and Jews at the Haifa workshops were able to formulate a joint memorandum setting forth their demands. When in March 1940 management rejected these demands, interest in renewed activism and cooperation spread from Haifa to other parts of Palestine. As the Arab Union of Railway Workers, which had virtually ceased to function during the revolt, resumed activity and began recruiting new members, talks involving activists from both unions as well as unaffiliated Arab workers got underway in Haifa, Lydda, and elsewhere. As in previous years, the AURW demanded that any joint delegation to management be constituted not on the basis of parity as the IU insisted but in accord and thousands of Arab peasants acquired their first experience of wage labor as unskilled railway workers. The key issue confronting the railwaymen was now higher wages, since the cost of living allowance granted by the government as a supplement to their basic wage late in 1941 had failed to offset steadily rising prices. The wage gap between the railway workers and private sector workers rose to 50% or more, a differential which was made even more burdensome by the promulgation of military regulations which prohibited railway workers from leaving their poorly paid jobs because they were deemed essential to the war effort and labor was in short supply. Under pressure from the rank and file, AURW leaders finally agreed in January 1942 to make their links with the IU public and official and participate in a joint campaign to win the railway workers' demands. A countrywide petition drive was launched, and early in February 1942 the two unions convened a meeting of representatives of the railway workers at the Paz Union Hall in Haifa. This well-attended and highly spirited event reminded observers of the heyday of solidarity among the railwaymen in 1935.8. Over the months that followed, worker discontent was further exacerbated by shortages of basic commodities. By August 1942 flour was altogether unavailable in some urban areas and bread could be found only with difficulty, and then at such a high price that it accounted for nearly half of a railway worker's wages. In meetings with management and labor department officials, railway workers' representatives demanded that the workers be provided with regular rations of flour, rice, sugar, clarified butter, and other basic commodities, and also that the government establish a consumer cooperative for them to reduce prices. The Palestine Railways, apprehensive about growing unrest and anxious to 273. Prevent a decline in the efficiency of its workforce due to inadequate nutrition, did in fact arrange for the sale of essential foodstuffs to railway personnel at controlled prices. 9 But negotiations over higher wages and the COLA dragged on without result, until workers' frustrations finally erupted in the form of a 3-day strike of all the Haifa workshops workers in December 1942, in defiance of an official prohibition of strikes in essential industries. Palestine Railways management at first refused to respond to the workers' wage demands, insisting that it could not act until a government committee on wages had made its decisions. But a few days later General Manager A.H. Kirby, fearful of further disruptions and more sympathetic to the workers' demands than his predecessors, made a number of important concessions, including the institution of annual wage increases for all workers, a wage scale based on seniority, and the of regular overtime pay. Kirby was himself a veteran railwayman and former union member who had worked his way up through the ranks. The Jews with whom he dealt also regarded him as quite sympathetic to Zionism, unlike many other British officials in Palestine. Kirby was aware of changing official attitudes toward unions and had come to feel that the high-handed and repressive methods which had previously characterized management's dealings with the railway workforce were outdated. He therefore sought to institutionalize management's hitherto rather sporadic and informal contacts with the workers through the establishment of a standing staff committee consisting of representatives of management, labor, and the government's labor department. The establishment of this committee amounted to unofficial recognition of the workers' trade unions, since the general manager agreed to allow the two unions to nominate the workers' representatives to it. 10 Some months passed before the IU and AURW were able to reach agreement over who would represent the railway workers on the committee. Once again, a key sticking point seems to have been the question of parity. The AURW demanded at least a symbolic majority on the joint committee which would choose the workers' representatives on the staff committee. At the same time, the IU leadership seems to have hoped that it could take advantage of the AURW's weakness outside Haifa by organizing Arab railway workers under its own auspices. In Lydda, for example, the IU branch developed ties with a substantial number of Arab workers early in 1943. But lack of organizational resources, especially someone who knew Arabic and could work with this group on an ongoing basis, prevented the IU from consolidating its links with these workers. As 1943 wore on, AURW established an increasingly effective presence outside Haifa, rendering the IU's hopes unrealistic, though a few Arab workers retained ties with the IU even in Haifa. In the end, each union appointed one member to the staff committee, though a proposed joint committee representing all the railway workers never came into being. As we will see later in this chapter, as well as in Chapter 8, the railway workers' discontent and their readiness for action would assume even more dramatic forms in the months and years ahead. 11. During the first year of the war, Histadrut officials gradually became aware that the hostility and tensions unleashed by the revolt had diminished greatly and that new opportunities for developing relations with Arab workers had opened up. In July 1940, for example, Eliyahu Agassi visited the town of Safed, in the Galilee, where a group of some 50 Arab workers had contacted the local workers' council and asked its help in organizing themselves. Agassi was struck by the changed atmosphere. Less than a year after the end of the revolt, though the Arabs of Safed were, he reported, known to be no less fanatical than the residents of Nablus, by reputation one of the most strongly nationalist towns in the country, he found Arabs and Jews again mixing in the streets and cafes. However, it soon became clear to Agassi and his colleagues that in one crucial respect little had changed, as had been the case before and during the revolt. Arab workers approached the Histadrut and took an interest in the PLL largely in the hope of finding jobs. In this instance, Solel Bona, the Histadrut's construction and road building company, had won a tender to build a new police station near Safed, on condition that it employ some Arab workers from the vicinity. This police station was one of many fort-like structures which the government had built to garrison and control the countryside of Palestine during and after the revolt. They were nicknamed Taygarts, after Sir Charles Taygart, one of the government's chief counterinsurgency experts and the man who had recommended their construction. The Arab workers who had approached the Histadrut wanted Solel Bona to hire them in place of the workers already employed through the local Arab subcontractors to whom Solel Bona had given some of the work. Cautious as always, Agassi was hesitant about the PLL taking on the role of a labor contractor for Histadrut enterprises, mainly because organizing these Arab workers might interfere with the employment of as many Jewish workers as possible on the project. Agassi also 275 feared that any Arab union he helped organize might later get out of control and start demanding not only more jobs but also the same wages and hours as the Jewish workers. Nonetheless, he concluded, it was important for political reasons to organize them and place them in jobs with Solel Bona, demonstrating the benefits that good relations with the Jews could yield might shake things up a bit in Safed. 12 However, the Histadrut's Arab department was hardly prepared to take advantage of the new circumstances. Its funds were depleted, the PLL did not exist outside Haifa, and even its branch there was barely functioning. After 3 years of publication, Hakikat Lamr remained a hand-to-mouth operation, kept going by a subsidy from the Jewish Agency and by such meager supplemental funding as Agassi, Michael Asaf, and their colleagues could induce Histadrut officials to allocate. The Histadrut committee charged with overseeing Arab work rarely met and its decisions were never implemented. 13 Perhaps most importantly, despite a sense that new opportunities had arisen, Histadrut officials remained wary. We must do our work with caution, Davhas told his colleagues early in 1940. We must not be swept away by the enthusiasm for linking up with us which the Arabs are displaying in the present conjuncture, because it may cause us and them many disappointments and failures. We must try to form among the Arab workers a stable nucleus which will benefit both them and us. 14. The death of Davhas in an automobile accident a few months later removed from the scene one of the few top-ranking Histadrut leaders who had taken a serious interest in Arab work. As I discussed in chapters 5 and 6, Omer Hatzair had been criticizing the Histadrut's cautious, reluctant, and pessimistic approach toward organizing Arab workers for many years. Yet despite its denunciations of MAPE, numerous internal discussions of the issue, and repeated resolutions on the need for Arab-Jewish working-class solidarity, through the 1930s Omer Hatzair had done very little in this sphere. Move-meant members working in the cities and Moshavot had in certain instances pressed for vigorous support for strikes by Arab co-workers. Among the railway workers Omer Hatzair members and sympathizers strongly advocated cooperation and even unity with the Arab railway workers, and on some Hakibbutz Ha'artzi-affiliated kibbutzim there were individuals or small groups who tried to foster friendly relations with neighboring Arab villages. But Omer Hatzair had been largely preoccupied with immigration, the establishment and consolidation of its kibbutzim, and its crystallization as a unified and stable movement with a coherent and distinctive ideology, and so its ringing resolutions on relations with Palestine's Arab majority remained without practical effect. Once a year, as May Day approached, the secretary of Omer Hatzair's political committee would draw up a leaflet exhorting Arab workers to solidarity with their Jewish comrades, have it translated into Arabic, and send it off to the kibbutzim, which were supposed to distribute it to neighboring Arab villages. Thus for all its criticisms of MAPE's and the PLL's shortcomings and failures, In practice Omer Hatza Ir left concrete organizing work to the Histadrut, which it continued to see as bearing primary responsibility for dealing with Arab affairs. By the end of the 1930s, however, there was growing agreement within the movement about the need to act independently in this arena. The revolt had not only made the depth of Arab opposition to Zionism unmistakably clear but had also raised the specter of partition, to which Omer Hatza Ir was strongly opposed. Yet in order to be able to sell its binationalist alternative to the Jewish labor movement, the Yishuv, and the Zionist movement as a whole, Omer Hatza Ir needed to show that it had actual or potential allies within the Arab community who might be amenable to such a solution. Moreover, the Histadrut's hesitant and small-scale efforts to organize Arab workers seemed unlikely ever to yield significant results, despite the new opportunities which the changed political and economic climate in the country seemed to offer. It therefore seemed increasingly clear that Omer Hatza Ir would have to act on its own. By 1940 this realization had culminated in an explicit decision that Arab activism, as Omer Hatza Ir generally called it, was too important to be left to the Histadrut's lackadaisical Arab department, the inactive PLL, and a Histadrut largely uninterested in the whole enterprise. The leadership of Omer Hatza Ir, by now a well-established, self-confident, and highly disciplined movement, in fact the second strongest force within the labor Zionist movement in Palestine, decided to form a trained cadre of activists drawn from within the movement which would formulate and implement a systematic program of Arab work. Primary responsibility for this initiative was entrusted to Aharon Cohen, who would play a central role in Omer Hatza Ir's efforts in this field through the 1940s. Cohen was born in Bessarabia in 1910, he had come to Palestine in 1929 already a dedicated member of Omer Hatza Ir and joined Kibbutz Sha'ar HaAmakim, not far from Haifa. 4 years after his arrival in Palestine, his movement sent him back to Romania as a youth movement organizer and 276/277 Zionist emissary. After his return in 1936 Cohen rose quickly within the ranks of his movement, he was elected to the executive committee of Kibbutz Ha'artzi the following year and would remain a member of that body until 1954. 1937-3 he coordinated Omer Hatzadr's political work in Haifa, while continuing to undertake missions abroad for his movement and helping organize illegal Jewish immigration into Palestine. A talented and highly efficient organizer, it was said that he kept a record of every work-related conversation he ever had. He was a logical choice. When the movement leadership looked around for an energetic and proven activist who could launch Omer Hatzir's program of Arab activism. 15 with characteristic energy, Cohen laid the foundations of the Omer Hatzir Kibbutz Ha'artzi Arab Department, which he would head for the next decade. While recognizing the growing importance of the urban intelligentsia and working class, Cohen initially proposed a strategic focus on the countryside. This approach was in keeping with both Omer Hatzir's character and self-image as a kibbutz movement and the fact that many of its kibbutzim interacted with neighboring Arab villages and their residents on a daily basis. Such an approach would also clash less directly with the Histadrut, since that organization's Arab department had a predominantly urban focus, except for efforts to develop ties with specific villages for security reasons, as with the Druze in Si Yusufiya on Mount Carmel, or with Wadi Kara and neighboring villages during the revolt. Cohen's conception of how to go about developing relations with Arabs was, at least on paper, much more systematic and proactive than the rather haphazard and reactive style which characterized Mappe's work in this field. Cohen also went well beyond his Mappe counterparts by proposing not only new organizational initiatives but also the production of a new and comprehensive kind of knowledge about the Arabs of Palestine. Cohen insisted that to successfully develop ties with the Arabs, with whom he believed the Jews would one day share an undivided and socialist Palestine as equals, one had first to understand them thoroughly. He therefore envisioned the establishment of a centralized set of files packed with data on Arab villages and the state of the Arab community, to be achieved through systematic information gathering. While Abahashi, Agassi, and their Mappe colleagues had certainly developed a wide network of contacts and informants in Arab towns and villages, the idea of setting up what today we might call a comprehensive database never seems to have occurred to them. The research which Cohen and his HI 278/Shimmer-Hatzaser colleagues carried out during and after the war years, and the relationships they developed, resulted in the publication of some of the most substantial and relatively objective studies on the Arabs of Palestine produced by avowed Zionists up to that time. 16 As Aharon Cohen probably knew, the Haganah's intelligence service was engaged in a database project of its own, looking ahead to future battles. It was systematically gathering and cross-indexing information on every Arab town and village in Palestine. Cohen's conception of the relationship between knowledge about Arabs and Zionism's power relations with them was certainly much more benign than that of the mainstream Zionists, for he saw that knowledge as a way of building bridges of friendship with the Arab community. But of course the knowledge he and his colleagues produced could be, and in the event would be, put to use in ways they might not have intended or approved of. Cohen began by trying to educate his own movement's members about the importance of good relations with Arabs. In numerous lectures to kibbutz members he exhorted them to build bridges with their own Arab neighbors, for example by establishing clinics and sports clubs which would serve nearby villages. He also sought to identify individuals in kibbutzim and in the towns and cities who were interested in this sphere of activity and could form local cells of activists linked into an ever-growing network guided by the movement's Arab department. To build that network, Cohen began publishing an information bulletin which covered the doings of activists in various kibbutzim, publicized the work of the Arab department, and discussed Hashomer Hatza'ir's programs and policies in this arena. He also sought, with some success, to have the movement's various periodicals devote greater attention to Arab affairs, both to raise members' consciousness about the issue and to propagandize the movement's line in the wider Yishuv. At the same time he built up his department by recruiting additional staff members, all of whom learned Arabic thoroughly. 17 Cohen pressed his movement's leadership to have Hashomer Hatza'ir formally join the League for Jewish-Arab Rapprochement and Cooperation, which he saw as the vehicle through which those forces within the Yishuv which opposed Mappe's demand for Jewish statehood could coalesce into an effective counterweight and develop alliances with like-minded elements within the Arab community. When Hashomer Hatza'ir finally did join the League in June 1942, Cohen became its most vigorous and outspoken activist. At the same time, he and his colleagues continued to urge the Histadrut to activate the PLL, and more generally to take 279 advantage of what they saw as the great new opportunities which now existed for furthering Arab-Jewish cooperation. In this respect Cohen was carrying on the long tradition of the left wing of labor Zionism, which had always insisted that Arab-Jewish understanding, and ultimately cooperation and compromise, was essential to the realization of Zionism. 18 Hashomer Hatza'ir's independent initiatives were accompanied by stronger criticism of Mappe's inactivity with regard to organizing Arab workers. However, Mappe leaders, more focused than ever before on the goal of Jewish statehood and skeptical about the possibility of compromise with the Arabs, resisted demands that the Histadrut revive the PLL and take the offensive. In a letter to the League for Jewish-Arab Rapprochement and Cooperation, Moshe Shertok, director of the Jewish Agency's political department, declared, "The most crucial time for Zionism is the period of transition from a Jewish minority to a majority. In this period not the Arabs but the British and the Americans will be the decisive factors. It is not the Arabs who will have the final word, neither in the world nor here. Let us not adopt the view that one has to go to the Arabs and agree with them." 19. Eliyahu Sasson, head of the political department's Arab Bureau, expressed the leadership's attitude clearly in an April 1941 letter to Aharon Cohen, responding sarcastically to a recent article in which Cohen had argued that new opportunities for political compromise had arisen which should not be neglected as they had been in the past. "I would be very grateful if you would be good enough to explain to me, in a personal letter and not in the pages of the newspapers, What are the newly opened possibilities for political negotiations, and who are the certain circles who are ready at this time to discuss a Jewish-Arab political agreement which will permit the realization of ZI*1ism? As in the past, MAPE loyalists blamed the PLL's failures on Arab workers' lack of discipline and their reluctance or inability to organize themselves properly. Point 20 Despite profound disinterest at the top, the handful of Histadrut officials still committed to the project of organizing Arab workers desperately sought some way of reviving the PLL. One option, which had already been considered in years past, was to focus on the PLL's function as a supplier of reliable Arab labor to Jewish contractors. After all, it was not the PLL's trade union activity but its ability to place members in jobs at Jewish enterprises that gave those workers some incentive to remain loyal. Eliyahu Agassi and his colleagues naturally looked to the Histadrut's own contracting company, Solel Bona, as a potential source of jobs for PLL members, especially as that company's contracts with the government and the military generally stipulated that it employ at least some Arab labor. However, Solel Bona was completely uninterested in turning to the PLL for the Arab workers it needed, to the extent that Agassi accused it of deliberately boycotting PLL members. At the same time, the very fact that Solel Bona employed Arab workers at construction projects and elsewhere, in apparent violation of the principle of Hebrew labor, was a source of distress to the Histadrut leadership and the subject of repeated discussions. Point 21 At the end of 1941, after many months of drift, Abba Hushi, the powerful secretary of the Haifa Workers' Council, intervened to get the Histadrut's program of Arab work back on track and moving forward. In 1932, when the Histadrut's effort to organize Arab workers had foundered, it was Hushi who had breathed new life into the Arab department and launched the PLL, with the help of Agassi and a handful of others. Now, a decade later, after having devoted only sporadic attention to the question, during the intervening years, Hushi stepped in once again and, with the blessing of the Histadrut's top leadership, took charge. As the Jewish labor boss of Haifa, Hushi was well positioned to see what was going on, a rapid expansion of the Arab working class in and around Haifa as elsewhere, and especially the burgeoning of British military bases and facilities in which unprecedented numbers of Jews and Arabs were employed side by side. Hushi was anxious to take advantage of the new situation by launching a renewed effort to organize Arab workers into the PLL through workplace-oriented trade union activism, and he asked the Histadrut for an increased budget and the appointment of additional personnel. 22 Some Histadrut executive committee members were dubious. One of them told Hushi that in the past the question was not about an unwillingness to give money, it was the recognition that was a one waste. For me the essence of the PLL was first of all something for tourists. Hushi nonetheless went ahead and prepared a plan of action which provided for the hiring of several new organizers and staff members, to be funded jointly by the Histadrut and the Jewish Agency. Much of 1942 went by, however, before Hushi obtained the commitment of resources he wanted. In the interim the PLL signed up Arab workers at several army bases but then failed to follow up because the Histadrut still refused to commit to any serious initiative. 23. 280/281. Two factors finally induced the Histadrut leadership to address seriously the question of organizing Arab workers at the end of 1942 and to launch a major new initiative during 1943. On the one hand, after many months of prodding by Abba Hushi and others, MAPE officials became seriously concerned that Hashomer Hatzair, now their party's major ideological and political rival within the labor Zionist movement in Palestine, had initiated its own organizing effort in this politically and economically sensitive sphere. 24 But of even greater concern to the Histadrut leadership, and much more important in stimulating it to take action, was the reemergence and rapid expansion, after years of dormancy, of the Arab trade union movement in Palestine, along with the fact that much of that movement was now led by leftists. As I discussed in Chapter 6, after an upsurge in 1934-36 the Arab trade union movement became all but paralyzed during the revolt years. Widespread unemployment undermined organization, energies were diverted to the struggle against British rule and Zionism, and massive repression, including the detention of many Unionists, made overt activity all but impossible. During the first year of the war, high unemployment and the after-effects of the revolt's defeat hindered the resumption of trade union activity. But as we have seen, the AURW had gradually resumed activity during 1940 and 1941, and by the end of 1941 the PAS with which it was affiliated was also beginning to expand its membership base and influence. The PAS Corps still consisted largely of Arab railway workers in Haifa, and several of the railway workers who had founded it in 1925 still played key leadership roles, among them Cabd al-Hamid Hamer, his brother Td Salim Hamer, and Syed Kawaz. However, these veterans, men of working class origin who had little formal education, preferred to remain in the background. As a result, from this time onward the organization's best-known public figure was Sami Taha. Born in 1915 in the village of Si Araba, Taha had begun his career in labor in the early 1930s as a young clerk at the PAS headquarters. As I noted in Chapter 6, he was detained without trial for 6 months during the revolt. Though still only in his late 20s, Sami Taha now came to see himself as Palestine's preeminent spokesman for Arab labor and worked to enhance the PAS size and stature. 25 Although Sami Taha and the veteran leaders backing him exercised considerable influence in Haifa itself, the PAS was a rather loose-knit organization and the authority of its national leadership was limited out. 282/Side Haifa. As a result, it was possible for leftists to assume the leadership of many of the rapidly growing new PAS branches which sprang up in 1942. Thus, although, for example, the vigorous new labor organization in Jaffa was formally a branch of the PAS, it was in fact headed by Khalil Shanir, a longtime PCP leader. These leftists regarded Sami Taha and the old guard in Haifa as conservative, cautious, and ineffective, but they preferred to remain within the PAS, Palestine's oldest and most established labor organization, in the hope of transforming it, first in the branches they controlled and then at the national level as well, and eventually taking it over. A leaflet issued during this period by the Jaffa branch sheds some light on the attitude of PAS activists there, and especially the leftists among them. The leaflet appeals to Arab workers to unite in defense of their common economic interests, outlines the purposes of the PAS, and explains the benefits organization could yield for those who join. The leaflet is devoid of any specific political, much less explicitly nationalist, content. The Jews do receive mention, however, they are not castigated as an alien element scheming to seize Palestine or deprive Arab workers of their jobs, themes popular up to 1936. Rather, the Jewish workers are upheld as a model worthy of emulation. Here are the Jewish workers before you, the leaflet declared. You can see that every one of them works no more than 8 hours a day, earns a high wage, more than the Arab worker gets, and receives free medical treatment for themselves and their families. What is it that has brought them to this situation? Do you think that the Jewish employer is more beneficent than the Arab employer? No, my brothers. The Jewish gathered. Pharaoh made it clear that he had little respect for Musa and considered himself more capable of leading the party. But Bulas Pharaoh's conflict with the party leadership did not mainly concern personalities, there were important political differences as well. Pharaoh was more inclined toward Arab nationalism than some of his comrades and played a key role in the struggle which the party's largely Arab leadership waged to restore control over the autonomous Jewish section established during the revolt. While some of the Jewish section's former leaders and members ultimately submitted to the authority of the Central Committee, others broke away from the PCP in 1940 and formed a separate, exclusively Jewish communist group under the name Emet. But Pharaoh was himself expelled from the PCP Central Committee that same year, after the leadership claimed he had informed on the party while briefly in police custody. Pharaoh insisted that his enemies within the party had not only turned him in but also besmirched his good name. 30 Pharaoh was now on the fringes of the party and openly contemptuous of its leadership, which he argued was not only ineffectual but also infected with Zionist deviationism. Among other things, he was outraged that the PCP leadership had readmitted the dissident Emmet group in 1942. Fares struck out on his own and during 1941–42 built up a strong following in Haifa. The group he led included both PCP members and a growing circle of left-leaning educated young men, mainly secondary school graduates now employed in white-collar 285 jobs. Farah and his colleagues also developed close ties with members of an emerging stratum of militant working-class unionists who were frustrated by the PA's failure to respond aggressively to the new circumstances and opportunities created by the war, and receptive to Farah's emphasis on trade union organization and worker militancy. In 1942 Farah's group established a club in Haifa under the name Rays of Hope to serve as a center for its activities, which initially had a democratic and anti-fascist focus. The PCP leadership responded by setting up its own rival People's Club, but it failed to significantly undermine the appeal and influence of Farah's dissident group. That these organizations, in which known communists played key roles, could function more or less openly without fear of the kind of police repression with which every manifestation of communist activity had been met in the 1920s and 1930s was largely due to the fact that since the German invasion of the Soviet Union in June 1941, the Communists and their allies were among the strongest and most vocal supporters of the Allied war effort within the Palestinian Arab community. The British authorities knew full well that, at least until the tide of war began to turn in the Allies' favor, many Palestinian Arabs were at best ambivalent about the Allied cause and at worst hopeful of an Axis victory, which would mean the end of British rule and the Zionist project. Some of the leaders of the nationalist movement, including its preeminent leader Amin al-Husseini, had gone so far as to openly embrace the Axis cause from exile. The British were therefore ready to tolerate, and even encourage, the Arab communists' activities, because a key component of communist propaganda and organizing work in Palestine was building Arab support for the anti-fascist cause and the Allied war effort, which the communists saw as a contribution to the defense of the Soviet Union. In November 1942 the coalition of young radical intellectuals and working-class activists organized around the Rays of Hope Club took the leap into labor organizing by establishing the Federation of Arab Trade Unions and Labor Societies. This new organization quickly won the allegiance of unionists at several large Haifa area workplaces long neglected by the conservative and unenergetic PAs, including the Iraq Petroleum Company, the just completed Consolidated Refineries, and the Shell Oil Company's installation, and it later organized port and camp workers as well. At the end of 1942 the Labor Department estimated that the Fatals had some 1,000 to 1,500 members, compared with the PA's countrywide membership of about 5,000 and a dues-paying PLL membership generously estimated at 500.31. The rivalry between the PA's and 286 the Fatals, and later between both of them and the PLL, stimulated all of them to escalate their efforts to organize unorganized workers and win the allegiance of those in unions. It should be kept in mind, however, that a significant portion of the PA's membership belonged to branches under the leadership of communists and their allies, so that from 1943 onward a sizable segment of the organized Arab working class in Palestine was effectively communist-led. Relations between the PA's Haifa-based conservative leadership, headed by Sami Taha, and its left wing were characterized by sporadic conflicts and jockeying for power within the organization, so that the Arab labor scene was complicated by internal tensions as well as inter-organizational rivalries. Aharon Cohen and his comrades in Hashomer Hatzair were quick to grasp the significance of these developments. We are witnessing important developments among the Arabs which open new horizons and encourage intensification of our activity, wrote Eliezer Bauer in July 1942. A workers' movement is awakening, trade unions are emerging, groups of socialist intellectuals are taking shape, and the socialist intellectuals and the workers' movement are growing closer together. 32. Not surprisingly, their frustration over what they regarded as the Histadrut's abject failure to rise to the occasion and take the initiative grew more intense, and they vented their feelings in their movement's press and at Histadrut meetings. 33 But these developments also prompted Cohen and his colleagues to rethink and then reorient their strategy, by shifting their focus away from the countryside and toward what they saw as progressive Arab forces in the cities, especially socialist and left-leaning workers and intellectuals. They hoped that by developing close ties with these forces, Omer Hatzair could counteract the influence of both bourgeois Arab nationalism and anti-Zionist communism while fostering the emergence of an Arab left which would be Omer Hatzair's partner in fighting for a binational and socialist Palestine. 34 This reorientation prompted Cohen and other members of the Omer Hatzair Arab department staff to devote considerable time and effort to cultivating relations with left-wing Arab circles. During 1942 they made contact with the group around the PCP's People's Club in Haifa, and especially with Abd Allah al-Bandak. It was no secret to Cohen that al-Bandak, who came from a prominent Bethlehem Christian family, 287, was a leftist with close and long-standing connections with the PCP, and he also knew full well that al-Bandak was widely believed to be a member of the still illegal party's top leadership. Yet Cohen not only accepted al-Bandak's assurances that he was not currently a party member but vigorously promoted him to his colleagues in Omer Hatzair, the League for Jewish Arab Rapprochement and Cooperation, and the Histadrut's Arab Department as the prototype of a new breed of leftist but non-communist Arab activist with whom left-wing Zionism could find common ground. In fact, because Cohen saw al-Bandak and his circle as the key to establishing a long-term relationship with the emerging vanguard of the Palestinian Arab radical intelligentsia and workers' movement, he went even further. He discussed with al-Bandak the idea of using funds provided by Omer Hatzair to launch a new newspaper which would conduct anti-fascist propaganda in the Arab community and promote Arab-Jewish cooperation on the basis of political equality. He also convinced his movement's leaders to agree to help al-Bandak establish an Arab Socialist Party which would promote Arab-Jewish cooperation. By February 1944 Cohen and al-Bandak had together formulated a draft program for the new party which, among other things, seemed to recognize Jewish rights and interests in Palestine. 35 In retrospect, the relationship between Cohen and al-Bandak seems quite bizarre, because despite al-Bandak's denials he was not only a member of the PCP but had been a leading member of the party's Central Committee since 1936. In 1944 he would surface as a member of the Central Committee of the newly formed National Liberation League, a quasi-communist and unequivocally anti-Zionist organization. Al-Bandak's motives in pretending to Cohen and other Jewish contacts that he was not a communist, and thus not fundamentally hostile to Zionism, even in Omer Hatzair's socialist and binationalist version, are perhaps comprehensible. He seems to have hoped that this kind of Stalinist double-dealing would enable him to extract from his Jewish interlocutors material resources which his party could put to good use. What is less easily understandable is how Cohen could not have known that al-Bandak and his associates were committed communists and as such unlikely to be suitable partners for Omer Hatzair, or if he did know, why he concealed that fact and tried so hard to sell al-Bandak to his own movement and to the Histadrut as a potential ally. An Israeli historian of the communist movement in Palestine has recently depicted Cohen as a deceiver who simply lied about al-Bandak, even to his own comrades. 36 Yet one might more reasonably suggest that Co. 288 Hen's friendship with al-Bandak, his passionate commitment to the cause of Arab-Jewish cooperation and compromise, and his conviction that there existed authentic Arab socialists ready to ally themselves with socialist Zionists impelled him not only to convince himself of al-Bandak's veracity but to try to convince others. This would then be an instance not so much of deliberate prevarication for political ends as of unconscious self-delusion, of an inability to see certain things or to admit them to oneself, even long after the relevant political conjuncture had passed. Indeed, Cohen seems to have gone to his grave unable to fully acknowledge that in the 1940s there were no significant left-wing forces within the Arab community ready to compromise with Zionism, of whatever variant. To fully acknowledge this truth would have been to admit the futility, or at least the failure, of his vision of Palestine's future and his life's work. 37 I confronted toward the end of 1942 by the rapid expansion of a reinvigorated Arab labor movement with a strong communist-led component and by Omer Hatzair's overtures toward the new Arab left, the Histadrut leadership finally began to devote greater attention and funds to its Arab department and to the PLL. A number of high-ranking MAPE leaders were appointed to guide the work of the Histadrut's Arab department, along with Aharon Cohen representing Omer Hatzair and Moshe Aram representing Poelet Zion Smol, and the department's budget was greatly increased. This made it possible, for the first time in years, to hire additional Arab and Jewish organizers, revive dormant PLL branches, and establish new ones. At long last, the Histadrut seemed to be sending a clear signal that it was launching a serious effort to organize Arab workers. 38 The Histadrut's conception of what it was undertaking and why was set forth in a pamphlet on the PLL which it published in April 1943, under the signature of Abba Hushi. 39 The pamphlet opened with an epigraph, attributed to an old Arab worker, which very nicely captures the way that labor Zionists wanted to believe they and their enterprise were seen by Arab workers. Just as the sun, unbidden, spreads light and warmth, so the Histadrut has spread light and warmth to the Arab workers by the very fact of its existence. Hushi's pamphlet reviewed the history of the Histadrut's efforts to organize Arab workers and the work of the PLL up to the present time, paying special tribute to the contribution which the PLL's activities in Haifa had made to preventing Arab terrorists from 289. Closing the port there during the revolt. Like other MAPE loyalists, Hushi attributed the PLL's failure over the previous decade to the difficulties inherent in organizing Arab workers, who belonged to a poor, largely undernourished, semi-feudal people, living in a part of the world where fatalistic resignation is consciously inculcated, a subject people so as to facilitate realization of the labor Zionist project. An English-language version of the pamphlet, obviously targeting audiences in Europe and the United States, also rebuked the government of Palestine for allegedly hindering efforts to develop closer relations between Arab and Jewish workers, veiled reference to the Labor Department's encouragement of Arab unions and its disinterest in the PLL. 40 It was clear to the Histadrut leadership that reviving the PLL and aggressively seeking to recruit Arab workers meant destroying any basis for cooperation with the PAS and the Fadls, which would regard these steps as provocative and threatening. But as Abba Hushi put it at a meeting of the Histadrut's Arab Affairs Department, reiterating MAPE's long-standing position, the Histadrut must act on behalf of the Arab workers as if the Arab unions did not exist. We want the Arab worker to be organized by us alone. Others associated with the Arab Department, especially Aharon Cohen and Moshe Aram, were doubtful about this strategy, partly because they understood why Arab workers were attracted to the Arab unions rather than to the PLL. Aram quoted an Arab he knew in Haifa who had told him that he was going to join the Fadls because there the Arabs themselves run everything, it is a lively, bustling club and not just an employment agency like the PLL. But as usual, MAPE's domination of the Histadrut ensured that the course of action it preferred would prevail. 41 The strategy advocated by Hushi and endorsed by the Histadrut was soon put into effect in Jerusalem and then Jaffa, sabotaging initially promising efforts at cooperation between the Histadrut and Arab unions. At the beginning of 1943, the Jerusalem branch of the PAS and the Histadrut's Jerusalem Workers' Council were negotiating jointly with city officials on 290/WO workers during the second WORLDWAR. Behalf of some 340 employees of the Jerusalem municipality, including sanitation workers, road crews, and drivers, of whom 250 were Arabs and 90 were Jews. Like almost all workers in Palestine, the Jerusalem municipal employees had suffered a sharp decline in their real wages because of inflation. They also lacked many basic benefits, including paid sick days or vacations and compensation for work injuries. These negotiations failed to yield results, and in February 1943 the Histadrut and the PAS together led a 6-day strike which compelled the municipality and British officials to grant the workers a cost of living allowance and some of their other demands. the basis seemed to have been laid for fruitful cooperation along the lines which the PAS had long advocated and which the Histadrut seemed to have tacitly accepted. The PAS would represent the Arab workers and the Histadrut would represent the Jewish workers. A Histadrut official involved in the February 1943 strike summed up the spirit of a joint meeting by expressing the hope that this is the beginning of joint action and that we will continue to work together to improve the working conditions of the laborer in this country, Jew and Arab. 42. Within a few weeks, however, it had become evident that the Histadrut had instead decided to exploit the prestige which the municipal workers' victory had given it by establishing a PLL branch in Jerusalem which would directly recruit Arab workers, a policy which Hushai's soon-to-be-published pamphlet would set forth explicitly. This shift outraged the Arab Unionists, who insisted that Arab workers should belong exclusively to Arab unions rather than to a subsidiary of the Jewish Histadrut and who could not regard the launching of a PLL branch in Jerusalem as anything but a hostile act intended to undermine and perhaps destroy the PAS in that city. Their anger was certainly magnified by the fact that the nucleus of the new PLL branch included some PAS members, one of them a former branch secretary who as recently as January 1943 had been a delegate to the PAS National Congress. Histadrut officials in Jerusalem had secretly been cultivating ties with anti-communists struggling for control of the PAS in Jerusalem as far back as September 1942, and when the PLL branch was established the following spring some of them were induced to defect from the PAS and join the PLL. However, the Histadrut's control of the new PLL branch in Jerusalem was not absolute. Branch members blocked the Histadrut's attempt to impose the most prominent PAS defector as branch leader, leaving Histadrut officials without a well-known local figure around whom to build the organization. 43 The same confrontational strategy was soon thereafter implemented in Jaffa, where the Histadrut also sought to establish a PLL branch. In this city the PAS had a solid base and was headed by a veteran communist, Khalil Shanir. In Jaffa as elsewhere, PAS leaders expressed willingness to cooperate with the Histadrut as representative of the Jewish workers but vehemently rejected the Histadrut's right to organize Arab workers through its subsidiary the PLL. The PAS particularly resented PLL efforts to win over its current, former, or potential members. Aware of the difficulties of securing a foothold in Jaffa, the Histadrut secretly hired Adib al-Disakai, who had been a member of the defunct Arab Workers' Society and was now involved in Jaffa area sports activities, as its local organizer. Al-Disakai began by opening a sports club which he used as a means of making contacts with local workers. Eliyahu Agassi helped out by exploiting the contacts he had made in his many years as the PLL's moving spirit. By the summer of 1943 Al-Disakai and Agassi had signed up over 100 Arab sanitation workers, some of them former PAS members, who had been aroused by the victory of their counterparts in Jerusalem but were disappointed by the PAS failure to act vigorously on their behalf. Now the PLL, with the backing of the powerful and prestigious Histadrut, offered to fight for them if they joined the PLL, and many of them responded positively despite harassment from the PAS. By July Agassi and Al-Disakai were openly negotiating with the Jaffa municipality on behalf of both the Arab and Jewish sanitation workers, and by August 1 they felt strong enough to call the sanitation workers out on strike for 4 days. Despite threats by management and PAS efforts to convince them to leave the PLL, the strikers remained steadfast and won higher wages. This victory allowed the PLL to consolidate a branch in Jaffa which by September 1943 claimed some 200 members, most of them municipal employees. By that time the PLL had also expanded its presence in Haifa, where it claimed 1,200 members, and had established new branches in Acre, Tiberias, and the village of Kalunya, near Jerusalem. 44 1943 thus witnessed the re-entry of the Histadrut onto the Arab labor scene as a well-financed and determined contender for the support of Arab workers. This led to conflict with the Arab unions while further complicating struggles within the expanding Arab trade union / 291 movement and affecting political struggles within the Arab community. The Histadrut's efforts in Jerusalem and Jaffa signaled a new aggressiveness and yielded significant short-term successes, but it was the 50,000 Arab and Jewish workers employed at British and Allied military bases and installations throughout Palestine who would constitute the most important battleground in this struggle for power. The British military bases and installations that sprang up across the landscape of Palestine during the first years of the war created a new social space in which unprecedentedly large numbers of Arab and Jewish wage workers interacted. By 1943 about 35,000 Arabs and 15,000 Jews were employed directly by the British military authorities in well over 100 installations large and small. Thousands more were employed by Arab and Jewish contractors, including the Histadrut's own Solel Bona, to build bases, take guard police forts, roads, railways, and other projects. In everyday and even official usage, Jews in Palestine generally referred to these bases as hakampim, the camps, a Hebraicization of the English word for camp. In Arabic they were referred to as al-mu'askarat, the military camps. Many of the Arab camp workers were peasants, often from villages located near the camp in which they worked, drawn into wage labor for the first time or now dependent on non-agricultural income as never before. Others came from the ranks of the pre-war urban unemployed. Many of their Jewish co-workers were recent immigrants, young people, Jews of Middle Eastern origin, individuals who for a variety of reasons had not found better and more secure jobs in other sectors, and even some people seeking to evade the mobilization for the war effort decreed by the Yishuv leadership. Wages and working conditions in the camps were generally poor. Though Jewish workers were better paid than Arab workers, camp pay scales in general were well below those which Jewish industrial workers enjoyed, and the British authorities refused to grant camp workers the cost of living allowance which the Histadrut had won for industrial workers. While some of the larger camps were located on the outskirts of cities and towns, many of the smaller ones were situated in remote areas where living conditions were often substandard, health and recreational facilities were meager, and workers were under the control of British Army officers whose management style was often highly authoritarian and who treated 293 their workers as if they were soldiers. Camp workers enjoyed little protection against exploitation, arbitrary dismissal, or military-style discipline. They were exempted from legislation providing compensation for work-related injuries, and their hours of work tended to exceed norms in other sectors. As early as 1940, Histadrut leaders had appealed to the Trades Union Congress in Britain for help in improving the low wages paid to camp workers. The following year Hakikat al-Amr reported that Arab and Jewish camp workers had asked the Histadrut for help in winning higher wages, and after lengthy negotiations with the British authorities the Histadrut did in fact secure a wage increase for all camp workers, which was however soon eroded by inflation. 45 But the Histadrut made relatively little effort to establish a strong organizational presence in the camps during the first 2.5 years of the war, so that at the end of 1942, only about 1/4 of the Jewish camp workers were dues-paying Histadrut members, a proportion far below that which prevailed in most other sectors in which Jewish workers were employed. Several factors seem to have contributed to this neglect. For one, the camp workers' dispersion in numerous sites throughout the country, some of them in remote and largely uninhabited areas, made organization difficult. Moreover, it was obvious that these were temporary workplaces. As soon as the war was over most of the camps would be dismantled and those employed in them would lose their jobs. The Histadrut leadership also seems to have been reluctant to confront the British military authorities over the camp workers' situation as long as Egypt and Palestine seemed imminently threatened with invasion by Axis forces. Neglect of the camp workers was in this sense a manifestation of the Yishuv's strong commitment to the Allied war effort. However, Histadrut documents from this period suggest that other factors were also involved. Labor officials tended to perceive the camp workers as a rootless, volatile, and motley group, as human material of rather poor quality who were largely beyond the influence of labor Zionism's economic, social, cultural, and political institutions and who were not really doing their part to realize the Zionist project. They were seen as not measuring up to the widespread labor Zionist image of the authentic Jewish proletarian in Palestine, the experienced, ascetic, and self-disciplined industrial or construction worker or kibbutz member who was also an obedient member of the Histadrut and, by extension, a Mappé loyalist. This image had a distinct ethnic component, since a significant proportion of the Jewish camp workers were of Mizrahi rather than Ashkenazi origin, which cannot have enhanced their status in the eyes of the almost exclusively Ashkenazi Histadrut leadership. One report from 1942 sneered that the Jewish camp workers were gathered from among the peddlers of Shuk HaKarmel in Tel Aviv. Itinerant Jew repairers from the streets of Tel Aviv have elevated themselves to the rank of expert builders. Reports that some Jewish camp workers were stealing and selling government property also imparted to this workforce a whiff of criminality, or at least of immorality and lack of Zionist and proletarian discipline, though it should be noted that the Haganah also exploited the camps as a source of weapons and other useful materials. The Histadrut leadership regarded this relatively unorganized, undisciplined, and transient workforce as especially vulnerable to penetration and influence by its political enemies, including the Communists and Hashomer Hatzair on the left and the Revisionists on the right. 46 The Histadrut did seek to maintain contact with Jewish workers at remote sites by sending emissaries on sporadic visits, but this was hardly sufficient to integrate them firmly into the embrace of the labor Zionist movement. As a result, the Histadrut had little effective presence in many of the camps in the early war years, and many Jewish camp workers displayed little interest in or enthusiasm for the Histadrut. Some members even refused to pay Histadrut dues, prompting official concerns about lost revenue. Many Jewish camp workers expressed bitterness toward the Histadrut for what they perceived as its failure to defend their interests. The Histadrut's organizational weakness in many camps made it possible for activists from parties to the left of Mappé Hashomer Hatzair and the PCP- to win support among Jewish camp workers, whose low wages, oppressive working conditions, and isolation from the Yishuv mainstream tended to make them receptive to an oppositional perspective. Both Communist and Hashomer Hatzair activists in the camps also made strenuous efforts to establish friendly relations with Arab co-workers and lay the basis for cooperation. 47 Even though Jewish and Arab camp workers were brought together by common concerns, mainly a sharp decline in real wages through 1940 and 1941, cooperation was often impeded by a legacy of mistrust. One incident from the summer of 1941 may serve to illustrate both the potential for militancy and the complexities of relations among the Arab and Jewish camp workers in the first years of the war. Some 150 Arabs and 100 Jews were employed at a site known as Wadi Sarah, for daily wages of 295, 12 and 20 piastres respectively, a not untypical wage differential, related only in part to differing skill levels. Unrest erupted when the commandant announced that the workday would be increased from 9 to 12 hours. At least some of the Arab and Jewish workers agreed to protest this decree by showing up for work an hour later than usual. However, the protest failed, in part because the Arab workers believed that they were being manipulated by their Jewish co-workers, who they thought were out to get their jobs. In the end, some 40 Jewish workers involved in the protest movement were fired, and Histadrut efforts to get them reinstated were unavailing. 48 In the long run, the camp workers were too large and potentially important a group for either the Histadrut or the resurgent Arab labor movement to ignore. Histadrut officials worried that unless camp workers' wages could be improved, primarily by compelling the British to extend the COLA to cover workers in this sector, Jews would be forced out of camp jobs, which would then be taken by Arabs who were more willing to accept the substandard wages offered by the military. The low wages and poor working conditions in the camps were also a drag on Jewish wages elsewhere in the Palestinian economy. As a result, in the camps as on the railways, the Histadrut's desire to secure high wages and jobs for Jewish workers eventually compelled it to pay attention to the plight of Arab workers as well, for here too Jews formed a minority of the labor force. In addition, Histadrut officials had become concerned that if they did not seek to organize and improve conditions for the Jewish camp workers, forces hostile to Mappé might seize the initiative and gain a solid base in this sector. There was also growing awareness that both the PAS and the Fatals were making efforts to contact and organize Arab camp workers. 49 In the summer of 1942, the Histadrut launched a more serious effort to establish committees to represent the Jewish workers in camps where these did not already exist, and to link these committees into an effective network under the control of a new Histadrut department coordinated by Burl Repeter. Some of the local urban workers' councils also established new departments for workers in nearby camps. Given that the Histadrut was dominated by Mapai, this also meant an effort to ensure that Mapai loyalists, and not Hashomer Hatzair members or communists, controlled both the newly established and the existing committees, even if undemocratic means were necessary to ensure the desired outcome. The Histadrut's campaign to organize the camps also had a security dimension. In that, Histadrut officials helped the Haganah set up channels through which Jewish camp workers could smuggle out stolen weapons. 50 At the same time, the PAS and the Fatals were intensifying their efforts to organize Arab camp workers in various parts of the country. Both the Arab and Jewish labor movements were in part responding to grassroots demands by camp workers for support and assistance, as well as to independent local efforts to organize. Neither the Arab unions nor the Histadrut achieved total success. While the PAS did sign up new members in various camps, the great majority of the Arab workers remained unorganized. Similarly, as late as March 1943, only about 8,000 of the 15,000 Jewish camp workers were Histadrut members, while an additional 1,200 belonged to other Jewish labor organizations, probably those affiliated with the right-wing revisionist and religious Zionist PARTIs. A small number of Arab camp workers were recruited into the PLL, but in general the Histadrut remained quite reluctant to organize Arab camp workers directly, for fear of having to find employment for them when the camps were dismantled at the war's end. Instead, the Histadrut sought to build strong local Jewish workers' committees through which it could exercise influence over Arab workers too, though at some sites it had to contend with existing joint Arab-Jewish committees. 51 By the beginning of 1943 there were already signs of growing unrest among the camp workers, including a flurry of brief protests, strikes and other actions. 52 Though the daily wage for unskilled camp labor had risen to about 21 piastres for Arabs and 28 piastres for Jews, prices had increased much more rapidly. Discontent was also fueled by the military authorities' increasing reluctance to recognize or negotiate with local committees, or even with the Histadrut, as well as what seems to have been an attempt to strengthen management's control over the camp workforce. This harder line may have had something to do with a more abundant labor supply. The British military no longer needed the cooperation of the Histadrut to channel workers into the camps and military industry, and it was also increasingly anxious to keep labor costs down. At the end of March 1943, a government committee on wages approved a substantial cost of living allowance for industrial and service workers, but despite numerous appeals from delegations of Arab and Jewish camp workers, the military authorities refused to extend it to the camp workers. Those workers now displayed a new readiness to organize and fight, with which both the PAS and the Histadrut had to reckon. It was clear that the time for action had come, requiring both organizations to decide what means of 296/297 struggle were appropriate, and how to relate to one another in an effort to improve the lot of this mixed Arab-Jewish workforce. The PAS responded to the upsurge of unrest in the camps by convening a meeting of some 100 branch leaders and delegates in Jaffa early in April 1943. The camp workers' situation was the main issue discussed at the conference, which approved resolutions calling on the government to grant the camp workers large wage increases, along with the COLA, overtime pay, and pay for religious holidays, to soften the harsh discipline imposed in the camps, and to negotiate with the Arab workers' representatives. A number of the delegates also denounced what they saw as official discrimination in favor of Jewish camp workers, manifested mainly in higher wages for Jews, and the meeting demanded the equalization of Arab and non-Arab wages in the camps. But those speakers criticized the Histadrut's attempts to organize Arab camp workers, accused it of trying to take jobs away from Arabs, and insisted that only Arab unions could speak for Arab workers, the PAS remained willing to cooperate with the Histadrut in negotiations with the British authorities, on condition that the Jewish organization desist from recruiting Arabs and restrict itself to representing the Jewish camp workers alone. PAS leaders made no mention of strike action, aware of their limited resources and somewhat fearful of directly confronting the British authorities. They seem to have hoped that their demands could be achieved through negotiations, provided that a common front could be formed with the Histadrut. It is likely too that in Palestine as elsewhere, the communists who controlled the Fatahs and played a major role within the PAS opposed any work stoppage as detrimental to the war effort, or more precisely to the defense of the Soviet Union, a duty to which all other considerations were to be subordinated. 53 The Histadrut was now faced with a decision over whether to cooperate with the PAS, which had a substantial base among the Arab camp workers, or to go it alone by claiming the right to represent both Jewish and Arab camp workers. During the first 2 years of the war, the Histadrut had in effect been negotiating with the British authorities on behalf of all the camp workers. The PAS had lacked the capacity to bargain with the British civil and military authorities on a national scale, nor did it have anything approaching the Histadrut's close and long-standing connections with government officials in Jerusalem or with Colonial Office, Labour Party, and Trades Union Congress officials in London. By the spring of 1943 the Histadrut had revived the PLL and committed itself to an aggressive effort to recruit Arab workers in Jaffa, Jerusalem, and other towns, in direct confrontation with the Arab unions. Yet the camp workers constituted something of a special case. Insistence on the Histadrut's right to organize and speak for at least some of the Arab camp workers would inevitably provoke a very open and public clash with the PAS and might sabotage efforts to mount an effective campaign on behalf of the camp workers. When the Histadrut Secretariat met on April 13, 1943 to discuss the situation, there was general agreement that if the army did not agree within 10 days to extend the COLA to the camp workers, the Histadrut would follow the PAS example and convene its own national conference of camp workers, and also stage a one-day protest strike. The question of how the Histadrut should relate to the PAS, whether meetings in the camps, and the projected National Delegate Conference, should be sponsored by the Histadrut alone, or jointly with the PAS, was delegated to the organization's newly established Merkaz Hakavada, responsible for the Jewish camp workers, and to its Arab department. At a joint meeting 2 days later the decision was taken: the Histadrut would not cooperate with the PAS in the struggle to win the COLA. A national conference of camp workers was scheduled for May 2 in Tel Aviv, to be followed by a one-day strike. 54 The PAS responded angrily to this unilateral initiative and to the Histadrut's efforts in the weeks that followed to organize mass meetings in the camps in order to mobilize the workers and choose both Jewish and one Arab delegates to the May 2 conference. A PAS leaflet dated April 26 denounced the Histadrut's attempts to recruit Arabs to attend that meeting and warned Arab workers against participating in what it described as an effort to destroy what the PAS' own April 4 conference had sought to build. 55 The Histadrut nonetheless went ahead with its conference, which was attended by some 147 delegates from 90 work sites throughout Palestine. The official report on the meeting does not specify exactly how many Arab delegates attended, but, apparently in order to convey a sense that the meeting brought Arabs and Jews together on an equal footing, claimed that equal numbers of Arabs and Jews had spoken during the discussion. After concluding remarks by Berl Repeter and Golda Meirson, then head of the Jewish Agency's political department and a top Histadrut leader, the delegates, claiming to speak for all 50,000 camp workers, called for a one-day strike if the COLA was 299 not granted, with the exact date to be set by the Histadrut leadership. A telegram sent by the PAS declaring that the conference represented only the Jewish camp workers, that any Arabs attending represented only themselves, and that the Arab workers recognized only the decisions of its own April 4 conference in Jaffa, was apparently not read to the delegates. A few days later the Histadrut announced that the strike would take place on May 10. 56 The PAS promptly responded with a leaflet which admitted that few well-intentioned Arab workers had attended the Tel Aviv meeting, but one reiterated that the Histadrut represented only the Jewish workers. The Carrot leaflet went on to denounce as politically motivated the Histadrut des Zion to organize a strike without consulting the authentic representative of the Arab camp workers. When the Histadrut officially announced a strike for May 10, the PAS launched an intensive effort in the camps to convince Arab workers not to strike. It also issued a leaflet in Hebrew appealing to the Jewish camp workers not to join a separatist strike but instead to cooperate with the Arab camp workers committees and the IPAS in order to achieve victory for all camp workers. At the same time, however, the Arab Union sent the Histadrut a letter offering to discuss one cooperation between the two organizations. 57 As Histadrut leaders began to realize that many of the Arab camp workers might heed the PAS/appeal and refuse to join the strike, which as a result might end in failure, doubts began to surface about the wisdom of the decision to exclude the JPAS. Some members of the Histadrut Executive Committee asked why no effort had been made to secure agreement with the PAS and wondered if there was still time to approach that organization. Those who wanted to stay the course continued to disparage the authenticity and representativeness of the PAS while pointing out that cooperation with the Arab Union was tantamount to recognizing it as the sole representative of the Arab camp workers, and by extension all Arab workers. This meant in effect giving up on the PLL as the instrument through which the Histadrut could directly recruit Arabs. In the end, the Histadrut Executive Committee decided to proceed with the strike. Yet doubts persisted, and on May 8 Histadrut Secretary David Remey contacted a PAS leader to see if something could be worked out. The unnamed leader held firm and insisted that there could be no cooperation as long as the Histadrut persisted in trying to organize Arab workers. Worried Histadrut officials considered postponing the strike for a week, using a recent Allied victory in Tunisia as a pretext, for fear that if the strike failed the Histadrut's prestige and bargaining position would 300/suffer. The strike's victory will lead to defeat, Yosef Sprintsak predicted. We will gain no benefit from it. The Histadrut will not gain control of the Arab and Jewish workers by this means. It is now irresponsible to proceed with the strike. Nonetheless, despite considerable hesitation and trepidation, the Histadrut stayed its course. 58 As the strike date approached, the PAS stepped up its campaign to thwart Arab participation. A leaflet distributed to the camp workers denounced what it described as Histadrut propaganda to the effect that the PAS had been consulted about, and had consented to, the strike. The truth is that the Histadrut has not recognized and does not recognize the Arab workers' unions. The PAS in Jaffa has decided that the date set for the strike is untimely for the Arabs, and it sees the workers' interest as lying in awaiting the final results of the negotiations soon to follow. The strike is the workers' only weapon, but this weapon must be used at a time when it will lead naturally to achieving our demands. 59. The Histadrut's daily newspaper Davar would later claim that Histadrut offers to cooperate in good faith with the PAS had been spurned and that the PAS had opposed the strike on purely political grounds, attacking it in leaflets as a Zionist conspiracy. But examination of leaflets issued by the PAS in these weeks and records of the deliberations of the Histadrut leadership bear out neither of these allegations. 60 Moreover, the PAS appeals to Arab workers seem to have hit home, especially in the larger camps situated near major towns. A Jewish visitor to Sarafand, one of the largest British military bases in the Middle East, located a few miles northwest of Ramla, reported that Arab workers there had asked him, "How can you ask us for cooperation, when you didn't consult with us but informed us that there will be a strike tomorrow and you want us to join it?" 61. On the appointed day nearly all the Jewish camp workers joined the strike. The extent of Arab participation is less clear. The Arab press insists that the Histadrut's attempt to bring the Arab workers out on strike had been a complete failure, and a British Foreign Office dispatch similarly asserted that the Arab workers had not joined in. A PAS leaflet depicted the Arab workers' 100% rejection of the strike as decisive proof that the Histadrut has been taught a lesson, that it should refrain from claiming to represent the Arab workers because they have their own independent organization in the PAS. By contrast, the Histadrut's organ Davar claimed that the great majority of Arab workers had taken part. The Palestine Post, which expressed the views of the Yeshuv's official 301 leadership, asserted that solidarity between Arab and Jewish workers was complete in most camps, though some Arab workers remained at their jobs in two urban centers in compliance with the appeal of the Arab labor societies in Palestine. Some Histadrut officials estimated Arab participation at 17,000 to 20,000, about 50 to 60% of the Arab workforce, but a Histadrut leaflet issued a few days after the strike spoke more vaguely and modestly of thousands of Arab strikers. 62 It does seem that some thousands of Arab workers joined the strike, especially those employed at sites at which the Histadrut was the only organized force and which were relatively remote from the three cities in which the PAS exercised the most influence. But despite the Histadrut leadership's public claim that the strike had been a great success, it was understood in private to have been a failure. By far the greater part of the Arab majority of the camp labor force had refused to follow the Histadrut's lead, demonstrating that the campaign to exclude and undermine the PAS was unviable. Since the British authorities showed no sign of granting the COLA to camp workers, the Histadrut leadership faced continuing pressure from below as both Jewish and Arab workers held protest meetings and joined brief local strikes to demand the COLA and urge their leaders to work together. 63 In the weeks after the strike, the Histadrut finally responded to outstanding invitations from PAS leaders to begin talks. This did not, however, reflect any substantive change in the Histadrut's position. Though the strike's failure and pressure from below now compelled it to deal with the PAS, it continued to insist that the Arab Union publicly recognize the PLL and kept trying to mobilize and organize the camp workers on its own. As this was guaranteed to render cooperation with the PAS impossible, it is not surprising that the talks did not go very well. 64 In meetings with Jaffa PAS leaders, for example, Histadrut officials took a hard line, criticizing the PAS for opposing the strike and lecturing its leaders about their organization's numerous errors and shortcomings. Neither Khalil Shanir, leader of the PAS in Jaffa and a veteran communist, nor any of his colleagues much appreciated this attitude, and they responded angrily. But what most effectively sabotaged the talks was the Histadrut's insistence on including PLL members, notably Adib al-Disakai, its organizer in Jaffa. Given that al-Disakai was just then engaged in raiding the PAS membership, that very few Arab camp workers actually belonged to the PLL, and that the conflict over the camp workers' strike had turned on the Histadrut's insistence on recruiting and representing Arab workers, the PAS leaders could only see al-302/Disakai's inclusion as a deliberate provocation, if not an insult, and as proof of the Histadrut's bad faith. Shanir and his colleagues expressed willingness to cooperate with the Histadrut, but only if the PLL was excluded. One meeting broke up in an uproar after al-Disakai spoke up to criticize the PAS. Shanir exploded in anger, "Get out of here, you're a Zionist, a pariah, you've sold yourself to the Jews, you've rented yourself out for £8 a month." A reference to al-Disakai's salary as PLL organizer in Jaffa. 65 Talks were also held in Haifa in early June, at the initiative of local Arab camp workers affiliated with the PAS. Here two Histadrut representatives brought local PLL members along to the meeting and accused the PAS of knifing us in the back by opposing the strike. Unlike their more militant counterparts in Jaffa, the Arab Unionists in Haifa were willing to sit down with PLL members. But although these talks were less vituperative in tone, little progress was made. Nonetheless, PAS and Histadrut representatives continued sporadic negotiations through mid-June, because unrest among the rank-and-file camp workers compelled both sides to look as if they were genuinely seeking cooperation. 66 Soon thereafter, however, the main impetus for cooperation faded away. Early in June 1943, the government announced that government employees would be granted the COLA. Some weeks passed before it became clear that this would apply to camp workers as well, and it was not immediately certain if the COLA would be calculated in a way that came close to meeting the workers' demands. During that interval, PAS and Histadrut leaders discussed joint action, including strikes, but by late June many of the camp workers' outstanding grievances had been addressed, although the poorest paid segment of the camp workforce had gained the least. Though neither side now saw much point in continuing negotiations, both felt obliged to defend their own commitment to solidarity and blame the other side for the breakdown of the talks. The Histadrut claimed that the PAS had never really been interested in unity, while the PAS issued a long leaflet putting forth its version of relations with the Histadrut and blaming it for sabotaging efforts at cooperation. After the talks broke down, the PAS also began to demand more forcefully than before that more Arabs be hired as foremen and clerks in the camps, jobs which were disproportionately held by Jews. 67 Both the Histadrut and the PAS remained active among the camp workers, but as the wave of worker militancy subsided, so did the intensity of the conflict between them. At the end of June 1943, the Histadrut convened another meeting of camp work ERS delegates in Tel Aviv, but although some Arab delegates participated. 303. The PAS does not seem to have responded very vigorously. In that same period, Agassi, sometimes accompanied by an Arab PLL member, visited various camps and addressed meetings of Arab workers about the PLL. At some of these meetings, workers asked Agassi why he was not accompanied by someone from the PAS and how negotiations between the Histadrut and the PAS were coming along. At other camps he was not challenged in this way. But although Agassi, as optimistic as ever, reported to his colleagues that many Arab camp workers were ready and willing to join the PLL, the Histadrut was largely uninterested in signing them up and forming new PLL branches. 68 As earlier, the overriding consideration seems to have been the fear that recruiting Arab camp workers into the PLL would saddle the Histadrut with an obligation to provide them with jobs when their wartime employment inevitably came to an end. So even as the Histadrut continued to insist on its right to organize and represent Arab workers in general and the camp workers in particular, a stance which sabotaged cooperation with Arab labor organizations, it was not in fact very interested in actually recruiting camp workers into the PLL. In September 1943, H.E. Chudley of the Labor Department summed up the state of relations between the Arab and Jewish labor movements in Palestine. The situation as between the Arab and Jewish trade unions has, if any one thing, hardened in recent months. Common economic interests are overridden by political considerations which dominate all discussions. Pig-headed would not be too strong a term to apply to the leadership on both sides. Struggle for power is a further complicating factor. Possibilities of cooperation in the army camps and workshops, the Jaffa municipality and elsewhere have been allowed to pass. Only in the case of the Jerusalem municipal dispute has any degree of working together been achieved. As we saw, cooperation in Jerusalem had in fact also been short-lived. 69. The conflict between the PAS and the Histadrut over the camp workers' one strike of May 1943 had an impact in another sphere as well. It helped precipitate the crisis which led to the disintegration of the Palestine Communist Party as an Arab-Jewish organization. Tensions within the party had been building toward crisis for some time. Many of the party's Jewish members and leaders had come to believe that it should moderate its UNRWA. 304/ Lentaying hostility toward Zionism and take advantage of widespread sympathy for the Soviet Union in the Yishuv in order to rebuild its base among Jews. In theoretical terms, these Jewish communists argued that the party should recognize that the Yishuv had grown significantly and undergone important social changes in recent years. The Jewish community in Palestine, they argued, had to be analyzed not as an undifferentiated and uniformly reactionary bloc, an alien colonial enclave, a Jewish Ulster implanted in Palestine by British imperialism, but as an increasingly distinct and complex society with significant and deepening roots in the country that had acquired many of the characteristics of a nation. Some went so far as to question the PCP's opposition to Jewish immigration. Many of the Jewish communists also advocated re-entry into the Histadrut, based on a distinction between that organization's Zionist leadership and the Jewish working class itself, which the communists believed could be weaned away from Zionism through a struggle carried out within the Histadrut's institutions and affiliated unions. In many arenas, these Jewish communists also argued, there was room for cooperation with progressive Zionists. 70 Most of the PCP's Arab members, and especially those who belonged to the younger generation of Arab intellectuals and labor activists now coming to the fore, were moving in a very different direction. they believed that the party should give priority to overcoming its weakness among Palestine's Arab majority and transforming itself into a significant political force. As they saw it, Palestine was an Arab land and its Communist Party should therefore orient itself first and foremost toward the indigenous Arab majority and its national movement. Rejecting any accommodation with Zionism, the party should appeal to broad sections of the Arab community on a program that combined Palestinian Arab nationalism with a commitment to progressive social reform and democracy. Among Arab communists prominent within this tendency were Boulos Farah, who had built up his own following in Haifa and had long been convinced that the party leadership had already succumbed to Zionist deviationism, and Cabd Allah al-Bandak, a veteran party leader who was, it will be remembered, Aharon Cohen's candidate to lead a non-communist and pro-Zionist Arab left. The tensions within the party came to a head at the beginning of May 1943 when the Central Committee dissolved dissident Jewish branches and expelled several Jewish members for defying the leadership by participating in May Day celebrations organized by the Histadrut. The internal J crisis this touched off was further exacerbated when it became clear that 305 Arab and Jewish party members were supporting different sides in the struggle between the PAS and the Histadrut which preceded the May 10 camp workers' strike which the latter had called. Arab communists active in the PAS naturally worked hard to convince Arab workers not to join the strike, a position endorsed by the Central Committee. However, though many Jewish communists agreed that the Histadrut deserved blame for trying to exclude the PAS by calling the strike unilaterally, they very much wanted to rejoin the Histadrut fold and could not bring themselves to call on Jewish workers to break the strike. 71 Despite efforts by some Arab and Jewish communists to hold the party together, the following months witnessed the disintegration of the PCP amidst barrages of mutual recriminations and expulsions. Stalin's dissolution of the Comintern in May 1943 as a gesture of goodwill toward his British and American allies helped deepen divisions within the party. Although the communists in Palestine had few if any direct links with Moscow, the elimination of this nominally internationalist framework strengthened those forces within the PCP which argued that it was essential to strike deeper roots by adapting to local conditions and adopting a more nationalist stance. This is the course that some of the Arab militants seemed to be following when, at the end of May, they issued a statement in the name of the Central Committee declaring that the PCP had finally purged itself of those Jewish members who had succumbed to Zionist deviationism. The statement went on to define the PCP as an Arab national party which includes in its ranks Jews who accept its national program. This constituted a decisive break with the party's historic self-definition as an Arab Jewish and internationalist formation, though some of its proponents probably saw it as a response to their former Jewish comrades' apparent embrace of Zionism. Not all Arab communists immediately subscribed to this position. Some, like Khalil Shanir, still hoped for a time that it would be possible to preserve an Arab-Jewish party. But efforts to find common ground failed, and the more nationalist orientation long advocated by dissident communists like Boulos Farah, whose following in Haifa now constituted the single most cohesive Arab communist group, ultimately prevailed. Out of the wreckage of the PCP, three distinct organizations would eventually emerge, two entirely Jewish and one entirely Arab in membership. One group of Jewish communists continued to move away from the IPCP's traditional line and toward the Yishuv mainstream by embracing positions which the party had for many years denounced as Zionist. This /I 1 J 1 group organized itself as the Communist Educational Association in Eretz Yisrael, following the example of communists in the United States under the leadership of Earl Browder, and later renamed itself the Hebrew Communist Party. A second and larger group of Jewish communists insisted that it was the organizational and ideological continuation of the old PCP and continued to call itself the Palestine Communist Party, but it was in fact a very different party, in terms of both its exclusively Jewish membership and its ideology, which substantially abandoned many traditional communist positions in order to gain greater acceptance in the Yishuv. However, much more important than either of these two small and weak Jewish parties was the new Arab political formation that emerged out of the wreckage of the unified PCP. In the fall of 1943 some of the leading Arab communists began holding meetings to discuss the establishment of a new, exclusively Arab organization. By the beginning of 1944 they had emerged publicly at the head of the new Usbat al-Tahrir al-Watani, which had as its organ al-Ittihad, originally established by the Fadls in Haifa and later the newspaper of the new Labour Federation controlled by the NLL. Though almost all its top leaders had been PCP members, the NLL defined itself not as a communist party but as a progressive nationalist organization open to any Palestinian Arab who accepted its program, which called for the independence of Palestine as an Arab state with a democratic government as well as fundamental social transformation. The NLL sought to propagate a version of Palestinian Arab nationalism imbued with a progressive social content. It called for social reforms to benefit the Arab workers and peasants and argued that only a mass-based and democratized nationalist movement could successfully challenge British colonial rule and Zionism. The NLL leadership believed that the wartime quiescence of the traditional Palestinian Arab leadership, which had never displayed much interest in social issues and many of whose members were in exile, had created an unprecedented opportunity for the NLL to mobilize the radicalized intelligentsia and the growing working class and establish itself as a vigorous and independent left wing within the Palestinian national movement. From its inception, the NLL enjoyed a strong base within the labor movement, since it included the leaders of both the left wing within the PAS and of the Haifa-based Fadls. It also enjoyed the support of many educated young Arabs organized in the League of Arab Intellectuals. The NLL hoped it could build on this base and ultimately capture the leadership of the national movement by combining a strong commitment 306/ to nationalism with a commitment to social reform and mass mobilization, much as communists were then doing in China, Vietnam, Yugoslavia, and elsewhere. Like the official leadership of the national movement, the NLL opposed Zionism, Jewish immigration, and Jewish statehood, and it insisted that could and should be won over by being brought to see that their true interests lay in solidarity and unity with the Arab masses. This implied that all the Jews then in Palestine would become equal citizens, and perhaps even have the status of a distinct national cultural minority, within the future independent Arab Palestine. More practically, it meant that unionists in those segments of the Arab labor movement under NLL leadership tended to be open to cooperation with Jewish workers and unions, and even the Histadrut, as long as the latter did not seek to organize, recruit, or speak for Arab workers. With the left gaining strength within the Arab workers' movement and with that movement experiencing both rapid expansion and internal conflicts during 1944–46, there was once again considerable room for both conflict and cooperation between Arab and Jewish unionists. THEPLL, CONFUSION, DRIFT, ANDDEFEAT. In October 1943, Histadrut officials calculated that over the course of the year some £P00 had been allocated for the organization of Arab work ERS, an unprecedentedly large sum. For 1944 the Arab department was seeking a budget of £200,000, over and above the cost of publishing Hakikat al-Amr. This sharply increased level of funding had made possible the expansion of the Arab department's staff in Tel Aviv, but it does not seem to have greatly enhanced the PLL's base among Arab workers. On paper, the PLL's Haifa 1 branch remained its strongest, claiming some 400 to 500 dues-paying members. But the organization's membership in Haifa consisted almost entirely of individuals employed at a wide variety of small workplaces in 1. 307. 308/ and near the city. The PLL had not succeeded in establishing an effective or coherent presence at any of the city's major workplaces or in forming even nuclei of trade unions. One Histadrut Arab department official likened the PLL branch in Haifa to a sponge, absorbing and emitting members in accordance with the employment situation. The people being absorbed and emitted see the branch only as an employment office for times of need, and since dues are low it is more worthwhile than paying fees to the private Arab labor brokers operating in the market. Many of the PLL branch's core members in Haifa were employed, directly or indirectly, by the Histadrut or other Jewish enterprises. 72 In Jaffa, the situation seemed at first glance somewhat better. The PLL branch there retained the base of support it had won among employees of the municipality earlier in 1943 and, as we will see, before the end of that year it developed what seemed a very promising connection with skilled workers at one of the city's major industrial sites, the Wagner Metal Working Factory, with more than 160 workers, almost all of them Arabs. The branch in Acre also seemed to be flourishing at the end of 1943, but this was largely because its Arab secretary, operating without direct day-to-day supervision by any of the Jews who ran the PLL, was signing up members by promising that the Histadrut would make sure they had jobs. When Histadrut officials discovered what he was up to, he was fired and replaced by a Jew. The Acre branch subsequently disintegrated as Arab workers found their hopes of employment disappointed. 73 The Jerusalem branch had never really got off the ground. It comprised a small number of municipal employees and several dozen Arabs from the outlying village of Kalunya who worked at the Jewish-owned Steinberg tile factory nearby. Arab department officials were increasingly defensive about the fact that the PLL remained a Jewish-run organization, without even a provisional leadership body composed of Arab members. But they themselves had a rather low opinion of the Arabs they had elevated to local leadership positions, declaring that when there is no Jewish worker in a branch, the Arab worker is not worth much and that most if not all are greedy, requiring close supervision by Jews, especially when it came to branch funds. 74 Uncertain about how to proceed and ANXES for guidance, members of the Histadrut Arab department staff met with MAPE's secretariat in November 1943 to discuss the future course of the Histadrut's Arab work. Present were several of the top leaders of MAPE, the Histadrut, and the Yishuv, most of whom would later become high officials of the State of Israel, including 3 future prime ministers, a future president and at least 2 future ministers. 75 The ensuing discussion effectively illustrates the extent to which MAPE's leaders had relegated the PLL, and the question of relations with the Arab working class, to marginal status in their vision of Palestine's future. The discussion was opened by Shmuel Solomon, the senior member of the Arab department staff, whom a visiting English trade unionist would aptly characterize as such a nice man, a German Jew who has studied Talmudic, classical and Islamic scholarship. But can you imagine Lasky doing a year in a Catholic university in Ireland and then organizing the peasants of Silway in 76? Solomon expressed optimism about the PLL's prospects but acknowledged that Arab workers clearly regarded the Histadrut and the PLL first and foremost as sources of employment, a perception which would likely create problems after the war, when PLL members currently employed in military bases would again seek jobs in Jewish-owned enterprises and farms. All our explanations that they are not Histadrut members, that there is a difference here, are of as much use as the blowing jay of a chauffeur. Solomon also admitted that signs of discontent had already surfaced among Arab workers over the fact that the PLL was entirely controlled by the Jewish officials of the Histadrut's Arab department, and he noted instances in which Arab workers had told him that they wanted to pay the same dues as Histadrut members and receive equal benefits in return. MAPE leaders failed to give Solomon and his colleagues the support and guidance they sought. Eliyahu Sasson expressed skepticism about organizing Arab workers. Criticizing Solomon for both underestimating the one strength of the Arab unions and overestimating the PLL's prospects for growth, he argued for a PLL of no more than 1,000 to 1,500 loyal members, just large enough to hinder the Arab labor unions and to be useful in the event of another crisis like the 1936-39 revolt. Ben-Gurion reiterated his opposition to organizing Arab workers employed by Jews but argued that Arabs employed in the government, international, and Arab sectors should be organized. However, he wanted emphasis to be placed not so much on organization as on providing social services to Arab workers, and he also raised the idea of creating a small pro-Zionist Arab party which might prove useful in the political struggles that clearly lay ahead. On the whole, while giving the Arab department staff a pat on the 309 back for its efforts, the MAPE secretariat left it to continue doing what it had been doing, despite the fact that it had little to show for the energy and money invested over the previous year. It would seem that with a few exceptions MAPE's leaders had lost what little interest they had once had in organizing Arab workers. Having come to the conclusion that this enterprise would play little if any role in determining Palestine's fate after the war, they regarded it as little more than a sideshow. But the Jewish staff of the Arab department had not yet given up. In the first half of 1944 they tried to breathe some life into the PLL and raise the morale of its tiny cadre of active Arab members by imparting to it some semblance of autonomous organizational life. Among other things, they launched an internal bulletin in Arabic and convened, at Histadrut headquarters in Tel Aviv, the first meeting ever held of active Arab members of PLL branches. But none of this could alter the fact that the PLL was created and run by Jews, nor could PLL officials ever find a way to overcome the obstacles they faced as they tried to organize Arab workers. For example, Arab department officials hoped to alter the PLL's reputation as an employment agency by recruiting Arabs who already held jobs. But they quickly discovered that the Jewish foremen at the military bases where many Arab workers were employed, as well as the Jewish officials of Sol el-Bona which held contracts for numerous military and public works projects, were still at best indifferent, and at worst openly hostile, to efforts to recruit their Arab employees into the PLL. Further complicating matters was the fact that Arab workers generally saw no difference between Sol el-Bona on the one hand and the Histadrut and the PLL on the other, though many believed that Sol el-Bona treated Arabs worse than did most private contractors. None of this suggested that the PLL had much prospect of ever establishing a secure and substantial base in the Arab working class. 77 The PLL's meager prospects for making permanent inroads into the Arab working class, even in a major urban center, would soon be conclusively demonstrated by the outcome of a struggle in which the organization was involved in Jaffa, at the Wagner metalworking factory, in the first months of 1944. Originally established and managed by German businessmen, when the war began the British authorities seized the enterprise as enemy property, interned its owners as enemy aliens, and closed it down. It was reopened in 1941 under the management of an Arab entrepreneur, Stilo Cawood. Cawood's harsh attitude toward his 160 or so workers, nearly all of them Arabs, and especially his refusal to pay them the full cost of living allowance decreed by the government, led a group 310/311 of Wagner workers to contact the local PLL branch for assistance. Despite harassment from their employer and opposition from the PAS, which was very anxious to prevent the PLL from gaining a foothold in this large and prominent workplace, a large majority of Wagner workers eventually signed up with the PLL, thus fulfilling the Histadrut's precondition for providing assistance. Arab department officials felt they had achieved a major breakthrough, since the Wagner workers were not unskilled migrants from the countryside but skilled urban wage workers, just the kind of authentic proletarians they had long dreamed of organizing into a stable union. Cawood eventually expressed willingness to satisfy the workers' demands but adamantly refused to recognize or negotiate with the PLL. The dispute was ultimately submitted for arbitration to the Labor Department, whose officials insisted that the PAS must also be included as a party to the discussions. Although British arbitrators eventually granted many of the workers' demands, they refused to endorse the PLL's claim to represent these Arab workers. R.M. Graves, the director of the Labor Department, told Arab Department staff members that we want the organization of the Arab workers, but not by means of the Histadrut's method. The government favored independent Arab trade unions, not organizations run by an alien leadership. We know that the Histadrut can bring to this work knowledgeable and experienced people, but in the end this would be an alien leadership. H.E. Chudley added that we are interested in and support organizations of Arab workers led by themselves. Moreover, we are interested in unifying the organizations in order to create a united Arab workers movement. The PLL creates divisions, it divides rather than unites. 78. The PLL's base at Wagner disintegrated during the course of 1944. Wagner's management fired a number of workers identified with the PLL and harassed others, while the PAS launched an effort to drive the PLL out, aided by denunciations in the Arab press of Wagner workers who had joined the PLL as lackeys of the Zionists. The PLL was unable to protect its supporters at the factory, and by the fall of 1944 the last of its members there had severed all public connection with it. What had seemed a year earlier like a very promising beginning, a potential breakthrough to establishing a solid base in the Arab working class of Jaffa, had failed completely. 79 During the same period, pressure from the PAS also drove the municipal workers whom the PLL had first organized to quit, and deterred other Jaffa workers from joining. That pressure, and the PAS struggle for the Wagner workers, were components of a more or less concerted and ultimately quite effective counter-offensive which the PAS launched against the PLL in the spring of 1944. The high point of that campaign came when PAS members packed the meeting organized by the PLL to celebrate both May Day 1944 and the opening of its club in the Al-Manshiyah neighborhood of Jaffa. By shouting, clapping hands, and asking incessant questions of the Histadrut officials on the podium, the PAS members succeeded in breaking up the meeting and, more importantly, in intimidating PLL members and potential recruits, who thereafter virtually ceased to visit the club and distanced themselves from the PLL. Security concerns soon compelled the PLL to move its club from Al-Manshiyah to a nearby Jewish neighborhood within Tel Aviv, and by the end of 1944 the PLL hardly existed in Jaffa. 80 We get some idea of the sentiments of the Arab workers who ruined the PLL's 1944 May Day celebration from a leaflet entitled "From Arab Workers to the Jewish Workers," signed by 5 Arab workers against whom the Histadrut had brought charges of disturbing the peace in connection with its abortive meeting. What is most striking about the leaflet is that it is in Hebrew, demonstrating a concern to expose Jewish workers to a version of what happened on the evening of April 30, 1944 that differed from the version propagated by the Histadrut. The leaflet rejected the Histadrut's allegations that those who had disrupted its meeting were agents of the police or of Stilo Wood, manager of the Wagner factory, with whom the PLL was then engaged in a bitter struggle. The signatories insisted they were rank-and-file workers who wanted to know why the Histadrut comes to them on holidays with parties and choirs, and the rest of the year with pickets. They wanted to know why they were driven from their jobs and their bread stolen from them. Brother workers, imagine to yourselves what you would say if this happened to you, if they expelled you from your job only because you were Jewish, if you saw your families hungry and your children crying for bread. Imagine to yourselves what you would say if these same people who yesterday expelled you from your job came to you today talking about May Day, even while declaring that tomorrow too they will put you out of work, if they can manage it. Right now, in these very days, the Histadrut has organized pickets at the factory in Rishon LeZion to drive the 4 Arab workers employed there from their jobs. The leaflet went on to cite a recent article by Abba Hushi in which the Histadrut boss in Haifa had talked of stepping up the conquest of labor. 312/ At the railroads, oil installations, and port there as a way of alleviating Jewish unemployment. 81 It is not clear why the Histadrut chose to bring charges against these 5 Arab workers in particular, though one may speculate that they were known and identifiable as local PAS activists. It is however interesting to note that although the leaflet strongly attacked the Histadrut leadership both for pursuing Hebrew labor and demanding Jewish statehood in all of Palestine, it never condemned Zionism per se and stressed Arab-Jewish working-class solidarity. This may have been merely a tactical maneuver on the part of local NLL activists, but it may also have reflected an interest among leftist Arab trade unionists in seeking the support of Jewish workers on moral grounds as well as in terms of common economic interest. A Jewish witness to the Jaffa incident noted that the disruptors were quite polite toward the Jews present. Their anger was directed toward the Arab PLL members, whom they regarded as traitors and abused verbally. 82 For these Arab leftists, the Jewish working class could still be envisioned as a potential ally, as long as it gave up its vision of Jewish sovereignty, its exclusionary practices, and its claim to represent and speak for Arab workers. The PLL's fortunes in Jerusalem paralleled its fortunes in Jaffa. After some initial successes it underwent a sharp decline from which it would never really recover. Early in 1944 the PLL succeeded in recruiting more than 100 Palestinian Arab, Egyptian, and Sudanese workers employed at the prestigious King David Hotel, and after Labor Department mediation these workers eventually secured a decent contract. However, the PLL's success prompted the PAS to launch a campaign to induce the Arab workers at the hotel and elsewhere to sever their connection with the Histadrut. As in Jaffa, the Jerusalem PAS branch disrupted the PLL's 1944 May Day celebration, while its leaflets denounced the hirelings of Zionism and attacked the Histadrut for having induced the recent annual conference of the British Labour Party to adopt a resolution supporting Jewish statehood in Palestine and the transfer of Palestine's Arab population to neighbouring Arab lands. The Arab press joined in with articles denouncing the PLL and demanding that the Arab hotel workers fulfill their obligations to the nation. The PLL managed to retain the loyalty of most of its members at the King David. 313. 314/W workers during the second WORLDWAR Hotel. But in July 1946 the hotel was closed down after a bomb planted by the right-wing Zionist military organization Irgun destroyed an entire wing, killing almost 100 people, among them Arab and Jewish civilians. Thanks to the contract which the PLL had negotiated, the hotel employees at least received some compensation when their jobs disappeared. 83 Another struggle involving hotel workers in Jerusalem during this PE riot more dramatically underscored the PLL's very limited prospects for establishing a cohesive and stable base among Arab workers. In September 1944 several dozen Arab men and women employed at the American Coleone Hotel approached the PLL for help. Originally founded in the late 19th century by an American Christian sect whose members came to settle in the Holy Land, the American colony's guests now included high government officials and distinguished foreign visitors. Its management had acquired a well-deserved reputation for treating its Arab employees, many of whom came from nearby villages, very poorly. When in October management fired several employees identified as troublemakers, the workers went on strike, whereupon they were summarily expelled from their lodgings at the colony. The conflict quickly took on political dimensions, perhaps inevitably so given the PA's frustration at its failure to block the PLL at the King David Hotel and the rising tensions among Arabs and Jews in Palestine as the Zionist movement stepped up its drive for increased Jewish immigration and the Arab nationalist movement began to revive. The PAS and the Arab press denounced the strike as a Zionist plot and made strenuous efforts to get the workers to abandon it. When those efforts failed, the PAS went so far as to provide the colony with replacements for the striking PLL members. Histadrut efforts to secure Labor Department intervention were unsuccessful, dooming the strike to failure. The Histadrut found alternative employment for some of the American colony's workers, while OTHIERS returned to their jobs on management's terms. 84 As with the strike at Wagner in Jaffa, the defeat of the American COLONI strike in Jerusalem marked the virtual end of the local PLL branches, efforts to organize Arab workers employed by non-Jews. In the years that followed the PLL in Jerusalem led a successful strike by Arab villagers from Colonia employed at the Steinberg tile factory and represented Arab workers employed at Jewish bakeries, but these were small-scale and rather marginal efforts. The PLL's contacts with other groups of Arab 315 workers who approached it for assistance in this period failed to develop into anything concrete. In private, Arab department officials admitted that the disruption of their 1944 May Day celebrations in Jaffa and Jerusalem had left the PLL virtually paralyzed. Though they understood that these incidents were part of a campaign by the left wing of the Arab labor movement to discredit and isolate the PLL, they were unable to respond effectively. The PLL's defeats at Wagner and the American colony confirmed that it had little prospect of overcoming its weakness and marginality, which were in striking contrast to the rapid growth which the vigorous Arab workers' movement was experiencing in this period. 85. Both the Arab and Jewish working classes in Palestine manifested conceived Arable dynamism and militancy in the final 2 years of the war. The wage increases which substantial numbers of workers had won during 1943 did not offset rapidly rising prices for very long, ensuring that unrest would continue. This was manifested most dramatically at the Haifa railway workshops, where discontent again reached the boiling point early in 1944. A government decision to reduce the COLA produced widespread resentment, which for the Jewish workers was only made worse by the Histadrut's apparent acquiescence in the decision. Spurred on by rank-and-file demands for action, the Haifa branch committee of the IU, composed of 2 MAPE members, 2 members of Hashomer Hatzair, and 1 person identified with the now entirely Jewish Palestine Communist Party, which had the support of some 30 Jewish workshop workers, approached the AURW leadership to discuss joint action. Perhaps because of the tense relations between the PAS and the Histadrut, the Arab Unionists were ambivalent about cooperation, at least until an accidental spark touched off an unanticipated explosion. On Wednesday, February 2, 1944, an Arab worker at the workshops was seriously injured in an industrial accident. Because there was no PHYCCN stationed at the workshops and the ambulance was under repair, a physician had to be fetched from the nearby Vulcan rubber factory, owned by the Histadrut. When he arrived, he was unable to suture the worker's head wound because the necessary supplies were not available. The injured man was eventually transported to a hospital, but the workers were outraged by management's failure to make adequate provision for emergency medical care. Ephraim Krisher of Hashomer Hatzair and the SE 316/9 MAPE leader in the workshops immediately called for a demonstration, and within a quarter of an hour all 1,400 workers, some 200 of them Jews, had downed tools and gathered outside the main offices. They were soon joined by another 170 men in the locomotive running sheds nearby. A strike committee of 3 Arabs and 2 Jews was chosen, which presented management with a list of long-standing demands, including preservation of the COLA, an increase in the base wage, compensation for workplace accidents, the extension of retirement benefits to all workers, and the permanent stationing of a physician at the workshops. General Manager Kirby refused to negotiate until after the workers had returned to their jobs. At the end of the day the workers went home, but they returned en masse the next day and refused to leave the workshops until their demands were met. The workers' spirits were extremely high and Jewish-Arab solidarity was very much in evidence. The workers spent the night in the workshops compound, talking and singing around campfires. When the PAS sent in food, the Arab workers shared it with their Jewish comrades, and when the Haifa Workers' Council belatedly sent in supplies, the Jewish workers also shared them. The food from the Jewish side arrived only after a long delay because the Histadrut leadership in Haifa, and especially Abba Hushi, were strongly opposed to the strike and wanted it ended as quickly as possible. As a rule, Hushi resented, and sought to stifle, any workers' initiative from below in what he regarded as his city. More importantly, together with IU National Secretary Yehezkel Abramov and the Histadrut leadership in Tel Aviv, Hushi feared that the strike would strengthen the AURW and the PAS. As Abramov saw it, the Arab railwaymen would learn to organize and use the strike weapon effectively, and if another revolt broke out one day they would probably join in, unlike 1936. Abramov did his best to end the strike. In this task he was aided by Sami Taha, the secretary of the PAS, who as head of the more conservative wing of the Palestinian Arab trade union movement was not interested in a long, militant and politically risky strike at a government enterprise in wartime. Under heavy pressure, the Jewish union leaders in Haifa caved in and agreed to call for an end to the strike, even though Kirby had conceded virtually nothing. The Arab unionists were more resolute, but faced with management's intransigence and pressure from Sami Taha they too eventually gave in. It took considerable effort to weaken the workers' determination to go on. At several mass meetings the rank and file expressed their readiness to hold out indefinitely. But eventually the leadership succeeded, and on Friday night, after 3 days on strike and 2 days of occupying the workshops, the workers left and went home. The next morning they reported for work as usual, having won only a minor concession over the retirement fund and a promise that the Labor Department would examine their grievances. 86 Despite their failure to win anything substantial, the Haifa workshop workers emerged from the strike with a stronger sense of their own power and of the value of Arab-Jewish unity. This did not deter the IU leadership from looking for ways to undermine the AURW and organize Arab work ERS on its own. 87 But the AURW's growing strength and effectiveness frustrated its hopes, as did continued rank-and-file discontent manifested in a number of brief strikes during 1945. In March, for example, the Haifa workshops were shut down for an hour and a half by a protest strike which forced management to disperse wages earlier than usual, because of the upcoming Muslim and Jewish holidays. The following month some 150 Arab and Jewish postal workers in the Jaffa-Tel Aviv region, now acquiring a reputation for militancy, went on strike briefly. During the summer of 1945 the postal workers organized a national conference and elected an executive committee consisting of 3 Arabs and 3 Jews. These developments were viewed with some ambivalence by both the Histadrut and the PAS. But the left wing of the Palestinian Arab labor movement, led by the quasi-communist National Liberation League, WEL co-med the NLL's newspaper Al-Ittihad proclaimed that the cooperation between the Arab and Jewish telegraph and postal workers is clear, proof of the possibility of joint action in every workplace, provided the one workers steered clear of interference by both Zionism and Arab reaction. 88 As we will see in Chapter 8, in the final 3 years of British rule in Palestine the railway and postal workers would play a leading role in mobilizing other Arab and Jewish workers across communal boundaries, in defense of their common economic interests. The rank-and-file militancy which characterized groups like the Railway J and postal workers gave impetus to efforts by Arab leftists to assume the leadership of the organized Arab working class. The breakup of the PALS one-time Communist Party in the middle of 1943 and the emergence early in 1944 of the NLL opened the way for a realignment of forces within the Arab labor movement in Palestine. It now became possible to envision the creation of a new NLL-led labor federation which would encompass both the Haifa-based Fatals and the PAS branches in Jaffa, Jerusalem, and elsewhere which were under communist leadership. At the same time, tensions between the communists operating within the PAS and the organization's Haifa-based central leadership had been 317. 318/ growing. The leftists increasingly resented both Sami Taha's authoritarianism and his conservatism. One British trade unionist who visited Palestine in the middle of 1945 described Taha's leadership style in these terms. The PAS was founded in 1925 and have done quite a considerable amount of genuine trade union work. It has certainly managed to survive some most difficult political years and keep the flag flying. But its secretary, one Sami Taha, a snake of the first water, ran the show in a most dictatorial fashion, e.g. the organization is on a territorial rather than a trade basis, each branch elects an executive committee, each EC sends a representative to a Supreme Workers' Council in Haifa, but the Executive Committee of the whole society is another name for the Executive Committee of the Haifa branch and this had not been elected for 10 years. No democracy, comrade. This observer noted, however, that though Sami may be rather arat, I do not believe he is wholly a rat. 89 In the summer of 1944, the Nazareth branch of the PAS, led by the communist Fuad Nasser, seceded from the organization and with the Fatals formed a Supreme Arab Workers' Council, which, however, existed only on paper. But the majority of the communists within the PAS, still anxious to preserve labor unity and hopeful that they could eventually gain control of the organization, declined to follow Nazareth's example. So although by the end of 1944 leftists led several of the most important urban branches in the PAS, Sami Taha was able to retain control of the nominally united organization through his domination of the Haifa branch and of most of the branches in the smaller towns and large villages. But the leftists' determination to remain within the PAS was increasingly eroded by Sami Taha's refusal to share power and his high-handed leadership. They were particularly angered when Taha succeeded in having his longtime associate Hannah Asfer, the Haifa lawyer and PAS counsel, designated as the organization's official delegate to the International Trade Union Conference scheduled to convene in London in February 1945 in order to lay the foundations of a new, unified post-war world trade union movement. Bulas Farah, preeminent leader of the Fadls in Haifa, who along with his fellow NLL members regarded Asfer as a reactionary and a bourgeois, was able to attend only as an observer, the same lowly status accorded George Nasser as representative of the PLL.90. The choice of a conservative non-worker like Asfer, together with the fact that the London Conference had adopted a rather pro-Zionist resolution on Palestine, gave considerable ammunition to the left wing of the PAS in its campaign against Sami Taha and his allies. It certainly strengthened the leftists' resolve that the Palestinian Arab delegates to the upcoming Congress at which the World Federation of Trade Unions was to be formally established, scheduled to convene in Paris at the end of August 1945, should be chosen democratically and should actually be workers. In the 1920s and 1930s, the kind of high-handed leadership style which Sami Taha displayed and the imposition from above of a notable like Hannah Asfer as representative of the workers had been common features of the Arab labor movement. Such practices had made it easier for the Histadrut to depict Arab unionists and unions as mere tools of scheming and self-interested nationalist effendis. By the mid-I-94 however, such things were no longer acceptable to many rank-and-file Arab workers and to trade union activists, especially those influenced by the left. Those who led the NLL were certainly Stalinists in terms of ideology and organizational style, but in the concrete circumstances in which they operated they constituted the more democratic, militant, and worker-oriented camp within the Palestinian Arab labor movement, in increasingly sharp contrast to the conservative, notable linked, and authoritarian old guard which ran the PAS in Haifa. It was the struggle over the composition of the Palestinian Arab delegation to the Paris WFTU Congress which precipitated the final split between left and right in the PAS. After an August 1945 meeting in Nablus at which Sami Taha and Hannah Asfer had themselves designated the PAS delegates to Paris, the Jaffa, Jerusalem, and Gaza branches, along with 8 others, mainly in southern and central Palestine, seceded and formed the Arab Workers' Congress, into which the Fadl soon merged itself. This new trade union federation, aligned with the NLL, chose Bulas Farah and Mukhlis al-Kamra as its delegates to Paris. There they succeeded in blocking the adoption of another pro-Zionist resolution and helped secure the election of Mustafa al-Karis, a Lebanese communist, as Middle East representative on the executive of the newly created WFTU, defeating the candidacy of a Histadrut official. Sami Taha and Hannah Asfer enjoyed only observer status at the Paris Congress. 91 The struggles and realignments within the Arab labor movement had echoes even within the PLL, where the pro-Zionist resolution on Palestine adopted at the February 1945 London Conference aroused discontent among the few Arab activists the organization possessed. Toward the end, 319 of the war, some of those activists, constantly accused by Arab trade unionists of being Zionist agents, mere window dressing for an entirely Jewish-run organization, had begun to demand a greater role in the running of the PLL. A committee of branch representatives was eventually formed, but it never amounted to much and effective control remained firmly in the hands of the Jewish branch secretaries and the Arab department's entirely Jewish staff. That staff had always insisted that the PLL was an apolitical organization concerned only with enhancing its members' economic, social, and cultural well-being. Resolutely ignoring the fact that the PLL was a project of, and entirely controlled by, the Zionist Histadrut, they contrasted the purported disinterestedness of the PLL's mission with what they denigrated as the explicitly political stance of the Arab labor organizations. At the same time, MAPE loyalists consistently rejected demands by partisans of Poalat Zion Smol and Hashomer Hatzatir that the PLL adopt a more explicitly political stance, whether the former's now rather shop-worn orthodox Borakhoffism or the latter's distinct blend of socialism and Zionism. These debates involved only Jews, however, Rarely had Arabs within the PLL challenged their Jewish leaders, and then generally only over the immediate question of Hebrew labor rather than the broader issue of the Zionist vision of a Jewish state in some or all of Palestine. In the increasingly tense and politicized atmosphere that prevailed in Palestine by 1945, however, such docility and deference were no longer viable. The PLL's handful of Arab activists was now more than ever on the defensive, under unrelenting pressure from Arab unionists in the PAS and the Fatahs who rarely missed an opportunity to denounce them as lackeys of the Zionists. Arabs openly identified with the PLL were no longer willing or able to remain silent when a representative of their supposedly apolitical organization took a pro-Zionist stance in a public forum. So it was that in September 1945 Muhammad al-Halabi, the Arab secretary of the PLL branch in Haifa, and 3 of his colleagues wrote a letter to the chief secretary of the government of Palestine, with copies to various international trade union organizations, dissociating themselves from the pro-Zionist stance which George Nasser had adopted in the name of the PLL at the International Trade Union Conference in London the previous February. Probably moved to action by discussion of the Paris WFTU Congress in Al-Ittihad, which devoted considerable attention to the debate over a resolution on Palestine, they said that they had read in the newspapers that the Histadrut delegate in London had called for a Jewish state in Palestine, with the endorsement of the PLL, that is, George Nasser. Cleverly using their Jewish leaders' insistence on the apolitical character of the PLL against them and asserting the organization's autonomy from the Histadrut, they declared that as a matter of fact the Palestine Labor League do not agree that Palestine should become a Jewish national home, and they work on the basis of raising the labor standard and not on the basis of exploiting their name by others from a political point of view. They went on to protest on the trick done by the Arab labor section in the Histadrut to send the above mentioned in the name of the Palestine Labor League and called on the government to prevent them from traveling to Paris. 92 The letter seems to have cost Muhammad al-Halabi his job as secretary of the PLL's Haifa branch. He was dismissed shortly thereafter, accused by the Arab Department of financial irregularities, although that charge may have been raised to deflect political embarrassment over his firing. By November al-Halabi had publicly proclaimed his allegiance to the PAS. His protest and dismissal signaled the growing unviability of the kind of relationship between the Histadrut and the PLL that had prevailed since the latter's creation in the early 1930s. Times had changed, and the political naivete which had allowed at least some Palestinian Arabs to take at face value the Histadrut's efforts to reach out to Arab workers was becoming increasingly rare. The anonymous Arab teacher who wrote to Hakikat al-Amr around this time to say that he read the newspaper regularly and enjoyed its style is another case in point. His letter went on to say that he had recently visited a kibbutz, where a conversation he had had with some Jewish children had left him with the impression that they believed that in the end the Arabs would be expelled from Palestine to make room for Jews. 93 By the last year of the war it was clear that the decisive struggle over Palestine's fate was fast approaching, and the always shaky ground on which the Histadrut's Arab department had sought to build was quickly disappearing. In the post-war period it would disappear altogether, though as the next chapter will explore this actually enhanced rather than diminutive the possibility of cooperation between Arab and Jewish workers at least until the political crisis engulfing Palestine deepened to the point where cooperation of any kind became all but impossible. 8. Labor activism and politics, 1945 to 1948. The political, economic, and social changes which the war years had brought to Palestine set the stage for a renewal of the Zionist-Palestinian confrontation. The annihilation of most of Europe's Jews strengthened the resolve of the Zionist movement, backed by the great majority of the Yishuv, not only to force the British to open Palestine to Jewish immigration but also to seek Jewish statehood by any means necessary. Even before the war in Europe ended, Zionist opposition to British policy had begun to take stronger and sometimes even violent forms, eventually developing into an insurgency which the British proved unable to suppress. The Zionist campaign helped stimulate the revival of the Arab nationalist movement. Though that movement, and the Arab community in which it was rooted, had not fully recovered from the defeat of the 1936-39 revolt, They were more determined than ever not merely to stop Jewish immigration and block the Zionist project but also to achieve Palestine's independence as an undivided Arab state. It was therefore clear that once the war in Europe was over, the final and decisive phase of the long struggle for Palestine would commence. Curiously, in one of the many ironies with which the modern history of Palestine is replete, the same years that witnessed rising tensions between Arabs and Jews in Palestine, tensions which would culminate in bloody civil and then interstate war, the creation of the State of Israel, and the transformation of half of Palestine's Arab population into refugees, also witnessed an unprecedented level of joint struggle among Arab and Jewish workers in pursuit of common economic goals, along with strenuous efforts by various Arab and Jewish political forces to seek a peaceful resolution of the deepening political crisis. In retrospect, it seems highly unlikely that events could have taken a 322, 323 different course. But for Arabs and Jews in the Palestine of those years, there could be no way of knowing precisely what the future would bring, and not a few individuals and groups sought to actively shape that future by participating in the political and socio-economic struggles of the day. Unlike the official leadership of the Arab nationalist movement in Palestine, which was still dominated by Amin al-Husseini, his relatives, and his allies, and which often failed to distinguish between Zionism and the Yishuv, if not all Jews in general, the National Liberation League and its new Labor Front, the Arab Workers' Congress, continued to insist on preserving the Communists' long-standing ideological distinction between Zionism and the Jewish masses in Palestine. A January 1945 article published in Al-Ittihad declared that the representatives of Palestine's Arab workers at the International Trade Union Conference soon to convene in London had to make clear to world public opinion that we distinguish between the Zionist movement as an exploitative movement and the Jews, and the Jewish workers specifically, as a minority. In calling for an independent national regime, the Arab workers seek to liberate the broad masses of the people, Arab and Jewish, from the noose of exploitation and Zionism, and they declare that an independent national regime will ensure all just national rights to the Jews and the other minorities settled in Palestine. By adopting what it termed a racist stance and failing to make clear the Palestinian Arab national movement's essentially liberatory and democratic goals and character, another article in Al-Ittihad charged, the reactionaries who had led that movement in the past had made it easier for the Zionist movement to maintain its control over the Jewish masses in Palestine, by frightening them with the specter of Arab rule and Arab violence. 1 Though there were disagreements within the NLL/AK leadership over this question and some of the organization's statements struck a more Arab nationalist tone, they generally insisted not only that the Jewish masses could be won away from their allegiance to Zionism provided the Arab national movement adopted a clear democratic and anti-racist stance and offered the Jews a secure place in the future independent Arab Palestine, but also that Arab-Jewish cooperation was key to achieving the independence of an undivided Palestine. The Arab left's insistence on both the possibility and the necessity of Arab-Jewish solidarity and cooperation, especially among workers, and its criticism of the strategic and tactical errors of the Arab nationalist leadership and its unrepresentative and undemocratic character, made it the target of attack by conservative Arab nationalists. In November 1945, the League of Arab States oversaw the reconstitution of the Arab Higher Committee, originally created in response to the outbreak of the Arab Revolt in 1936 but defunct since the revolt's defeat. Early in 1946, Jamal al-Husseini returned from exile to assume its leadership, though its precedency was left vacant for his cousin, the exiled Amin al-Husseini. Determined to reassert the AHC's hegemony within the Arab community, Jamal al-Husseini publicly denounced the AK for allegedly seeking unity with Ben-Gurion and the Jews. In his reply, NLL/AK leader Fuad Nasser rejected al-Husseini's criticisms as misinformed and defended his movement's program. Reiterating the NLL's belief that it was possible to win the Jewish masses in Palestine away from Zionism, Nasser insisted that this struggle must be an essential component of the Arab national movement's overall strategy. 2 The NLL's insistence on distinguishing between Zionism and the Yishuv was of little or no interest to the vast majority of Jews in Palestine, very few of whom would have been willing to live under any form of Arab majority rule, whatever rights they might have been promised, as an officially recognized minority. Though many, perhaps most, of the Jews in Palestine had come there not so much because of Zionist conviction as because of their need to escape discrimination or persecution in their countries of origin, what they increasingly wanted, and what the Zionist movement had by 1945 launched an all-out struggle to achieve, was unrestricted Jewish immigration and a fully sovereign Jewish state in as much of Palestine as possible. There were, however, significant forces in the Yishuv which until late in 1947 still rejected the official one Zionist demand for Jewish statehood in part or all of Palestine and instead proposed the establishment in an undivided Palestine of a binational state in which Arabs and Jews would have political parity regardless of their numbers. At the same time, Omer Hatzair insisted that Jewish immigration must be unrestricted, or at least not so restricted as to prevent the eventual attainment of a Jewish majority. But the tide of events, and 324/Labor Activism and Politics 325 of Jewish sentiment in Palestine and elsewhere, was running against them and would render the binationalist position increasingly irrelevant. Moreover, even those forces in the Yishuv most critical of the Zionist movement's increasingly single-minded drive for statehood rejected the NLL's vision of an independent Arab Palestine in which Jews would be at best an officially recognized national minority. Yet the NLL/AK leadership's ideological commitment to Arab-Jewish coexistence, and especially worker solidarity, did contribute to better relations between Arab and Jewish labor organizations in Palestine. An August 1945 article in the English-language edition of Al-Ittihad, published in an effort to influence public opinion within and outside Palestine, hailed the Jewish workers, who showed willingness to coordinate their activities with organized Arab labor in spite of the taboo being observed by Histadrut _____. The conditions have always existed for such cooperation and their success now depends on the policy of the Histadrut, who have always wanted to promote cooperation only insofar as it furthered the political chauvinist policy of Zionism. With Al, the future is in the hands of the workers themselves, who will consciously strive to build their cooperation in a manner which would bring democracy, freedom, and peace to Palestine. 4. Though less consistently, and on pragmatic rather than ideological grounds, the PAS, which not only survived the secession of its left-led branches but experienced significant growth in the period that followed, would also cooperate with the Histadrut in certain arenas, as long as the latter did not claim to represent Arab workers and treated the PAS as an equal. Given Arab interest in cooperation, a shift in the Histadrut stance was necessary to open the way to a more fruitful relationship between the Arab and Jewish labor movements. The virtually total paralysis into which the PLL had fallen by 1945 had conclusively demonstrated the futility of the Histadrut's efforts to undermine the Arab unions by organizing Arab workers under its own auspices. This led the Histadrut leadership, if grudgingly and with some lapses, to abandon that project and recognize that if it wished to protect or improve the lot of Jews employed in mixed workplaces, there was no alternative to cooperation with the Arab unions. Abba Hushi seems to have been among the prime movers behind the Histadrut's new orientation. For many months he had kept his distance from the Histadrut's Arab department, whose staff he held in low regard, but as the war ended he resumed an active role in setting the Histadrut's policy in this arena. As the organization's top official in Palestine's main industrial center, Hushi was often more in touch with realities on the ground than were many of his colleagues at Histadrut headquarters in Tel Aviv. He seems to have recognized the need to seek better relations with the Arab labor movement, even if that required effectively abandoning the PLL. In August 1945 Hushi sent an unprecedentedly polite, even comradely, letter to Sami Taha proposing cooperation in the post-war era then dawning. Taha replied that while he supported Arab-Jewish workers' cooperation in principle, the Jewish labor movement's allegiance to Zionism, manifested above all in its persistent campaign for Hebrew labor, made joint work impossible at present. 5 Given his situation at that time, with his leadership under severe challenge and his organization undergoing a bitter split, Taha was apparently reluctant to assume a more compromising stance. Sami Taha's willingness to cooperate openly with the Histadrut was probably also inhibited by the new links he was developing with the leadership of the Palestinian nationalist movement. When Jamal al-Husseini reorganized the AHC in April 1946, he appointed Sami Taha a member. Within a few months another reshuffling terminated Taha's AHC membership, but he retained close ties to the Husseini-dominated nationalist leadership through the first half of 1947. In that period he served on an AHC subcommittee charged with drafting a constitution and an election law for the future independent Arab Palestine, and he was also appointed to the AHC delegation at the abortive negotiations on Palestine held in London in 1947.6. The roles which the PAS leader was called upon to assume in the nationalist leadership did not involve any real decision-making power, but they did have symbolic value. They signaled heightened public awareness of the growing social weight and potential political significance of the organized Arab working class in Palestine, as well as the leadership's desire to bring this social force more effectively and directly under its control. Moreover, by enhancing Taha's stature, the Arab Higher Committee sought to weaken and isolate the AK and the NLL, whose criticisms of the nationalist leadership's conservatism, authoritarianism, and ineffectuality were as little appreciated as their advocacy of democracy, social reform, and solidarity between Arab and Jewish workers. Taha's association with the leadership bolstered his claim to be Palestine's preeminent Arab labor leader, helping him and the PAS recover from the traumatic schism of the left-led branches and the formation of the AK. These circumstances, and the deepening political crisis that began to engulf Palestine during 1946, would render cooperation between the 326/Labor Activism and Politics 327 PAS and the Histadrut more difficult. Nonetheless, the PAS, and the new AK as well, would frequently demonstrate a willingness to cooperate with the Histadrut, though the interactions among the three organizations were never entirely free of conflict and suspicion. In this period, three sectors of prime economic and political importance constituted the main arenas of interaction between Arab and Jewish workers: the petroleum sector, including the pipeline installations and refinery in Haifa, but also facilities operated by transnational oil companies elsewhere in Palestine; government service, both white-collar and blue-collar, and including the railway workers, and the British military bases. As I discussed in Chapter 5, a pipeline bringing crude petroleum from the oilfields of northern Iraq through British-controlled Transjordan to the port of Haifa had been completed in 1934. Soon thereafter, British government officials and oil company executives began discussing the construction of a refinery at Haifa, which would allow processed Iraqi crude to be used to refuel British warships in the eastern Mediterranean and enhance the position of British oil companies in the world market. Construction of the Haifa refinery, which was owned and operated by Consolidated Refiner IES, Limited, a subsidiary of what was then known as the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company and later became British Petroleum, began late in 1938, at a site about 7 kilometers north of the center of Haifa, on the Haifa-Acre Highway, not far from the railway workshops. Production of refined petroleum products began in 1940, though it was another year before the refinery reached its planned capacity of 2 million tons. By 1944 the refinery's capacity had been expanded to handle some 4 million tons of crude petroleum a year. By the middle of 1943 the Haifa refinery employed about 1,000 workers, making it one of Haifa's largest workplaces. The PAS had a strong base among the Arab refinery workers, though its rival the communist-led Fatahs also had substantial support there. Only about 30 of the Arab refinery workers belonged to the PLL. Though Jews made up only about 1/3 of the refinery workforce, they held a much higher proportion of the skilled and clerical jobs, but only half of the Jewish refinery workers were Histadrut members, a rather low rate by the standards of the Jewish labor movement in Palestine. Like the 328/Labor Activism and Politics workforce at the British military bases, the refinery workers included many new recruits to industrial wage labor. The refinery, and the petroleum sector more broadly, was one of the most capital-intensive sectors of the Palestinian economy, and its workers among the most classically proletarian. As time passed, the refinery workers and others employed by the transnational petroleum companies, especially the Arabs among them, acquired a reputation for militancy and for resistance to control by management as well as by labor leaders who failed to respect their autonomy and meet their needs. In keeping with the Histadrut's general policy in 1942-43, the Haifa Workers' Council initially sought to convince CRL management to recognize it as the exclusive representative of all the refinery workers, Jewish and Arab. When that bid failed, the Histadrut was compelled to enter talks with the PAS and the Fatals about the establishment of a joint committee representing all the refinery workers. Those talks foundered over the question of representation, with the Histadrut demanding Jewish-Arab parity and the Arab unions insisting that the committee's membership reflect the ethnic composition of the refinery workforce. More than ever before, this issue had come to be seen as essentially political, because the Arab unions believed that acceptance of Arab-Jewish parity implied tacit recognition of the Zionist claim to equal Jewish rights in Palestine. In the spring of 1943, the Histadrut on its own formally declared a labor dispute at the refinery, in the hope of winning improvements in the wages and working conditions of its members there, and especially of securing for them a cost of living allowance to offset skyrocketing inflation. With Labor Department mediation, the Histadrut won extension of the COLA to cover the refinery workers as well as recognition as representative of the Jewish workers, though various other issues were left unresolved pending direct negotiations between the Histadrut and company management. 7 Continued inflation as well as the looming threat of layoffs as the war came to an end eventually created a basis for Arab-Jewish cooperation at the Haifa refinery. During the fall of 1945, the PAS and the Histadrut negotiated jointly with CRL management and won many of the demands put forward by the refinery workers, who now numbered 1,800 and whose position was strengthened by their unprecedented unity. 8 Neither the refinery workers nor those employed by the various transnational oil companies operating in Palestine, most prominent among them the Iraq Petroleum Company, Sakani Vacuum, and Shell, joined the general strike launched by government employees. In April 1946, I discuss the reasons. 329. For this later in this chapter. Nonetheless, the Arab and Jewish oil workers were strongly affected by the militancy and steadfastness of the government employees, as were workers throughout Palestine, and soon after the general strike rank and file pressure compelled the leaders of the unions to which many of the oil workers belonged to become much more aggressive in seeking immediate satisfaction of the demands for higher wages and improved working conditions which they had been advancing in fruitless negotiations for some months. However, the oil workers' newfound militancy was not accompanied by the kind of cooperation that had characterized relations between the PAS and the Histadrut at the Haifa refinery the previous fall. Indeed, an atmosphere of outright hostility now prevailed between the two organizations. The Histadrut was increasingly mindful of the economic and political importance of the transnational oil companies and wanted to strengthen its influence over their workforce by bolstering Jewish employment, but also, it seemed, by once again trying to represent Arab workers. This aroused Sami Taha's suspicions and resentment, especially since he had recently come under fire from the Arab nationalist leadership and press for having cooperated with the Histadrut in the government workers' general strike. It was a politically sensitive moment as well. The Arab nationalist and Zionist movements as well as the British government were awaiting the report of the Anglo-American Committee of Inquiry, which had been established in response to Zionist demands that Palestine be opened up to Jewish immigrants, especially survivors of the Holocaust still living in displaced persons camps in Europe. As a result, the PAS refused to join a countrywide strike of Sakani Vacuum employees which was launched jointly by the Histadrut and the OK in late April 1946. The Histadrut's Clerical Workers Union had organized many of the Jewish employees at Sakani Vacuum and the other oil companies, and also had close ties with some of the Arab clerical and other workers in this sector. Sami Taha claimed that the Histadrut had called the strike unilaterally at a time when he was still conducting negotiations with management. The Histadrut in turn denounced the PAS as an agent of the oil companies and tried, in de facto alliance with the OK, to shut the PAS out of contract negotiations. Most of Sakhani Vacuum's Arab workers seem to have supported the strike, except in Haifa, where the PAS was strongest and succeeded in persuading many workers to stay at their jobs. The strike lasted 12 days and resulted in some gains for the workers. The Histadrut and the OK sought to keep the PAS from being a party to the new contract, but company management invited the PAS to sign it as well, which made it possible for Sami Taha to claim that it had been the negotiations he had conducted, rather than the strike, which had yielded results. It was nonetheless clear that Sami Taha had suffered a humiliating defeat, and this left a legacy of bitterness which would for a time poison relations between the PAS and the Histadrut in the sector. 9 In the aftermath of the April 1946 wave of worker militancy and the deterioration of its relations with the PAS, the Histadrut once again considered trying to bypass the Arab unions and establish direct links with Arab workers, especially clerical employees in what it called the international sector. It was the Histadrut's links with Arab white-collar workers at Sakhani Vacuum which had made possible an effective strike at that firm in the face of the PAS opposition. The Haifa Workers' Council and those Histadrut officials most involved with the affairs of workers in the state and transnational sectors urged the organization to step up its efforts in this arena, perhaps by fostering joint Arab-Jewish workers' committees through which the Histadrut could exert its influence at specific worksites. But the Histadrut was not in a position to implement this strategy effectively when worker unrest again flared up in Haifa's petroleum sector early in 1947. At first the locus of action was the refinery, which employed about 1,800 people, almost 80% of them Arabs, though here too Jews held a disproportionate share of the clerical jobs. As with the Sakhani Vacuum strike the previous spring, and as with several smaller conflicts involving oil workers, the CRL workers' struggle with management was complicated by struggles between the PAS and the OK and between the PAS and the Histadrut. Despite growing rank-and-file discontent over low wages and other issues, and close cooperation between the Arab and Jewish workers at the refinery and their committees, neither the PAS nor the Histadrut were anxious to organize and lead a strike. But CRL workers who belonged to the OK or were under its influence pressed for action, with the support of the Jewish Workers' Committee dominated by Hashomer Hatzatir activists, and in mid-January 1947 a spontaneous strike erupted which quickly expanded to encompass hundreds of the company's workers. The PAS sought to bring the strike to an end as quickly as possible, in part because it was committed to an earlier agreement with management and in part because it feared that the strike might provide the Histadrut and the OK with an opening to enhance their influence at CRL. It succeeded in getting the workers back to work. 330/Labor Activism and Politics. 331. After a few days, but only at the cost of angering and alienating many CRL union activists. They demonstrated their unhappiness with the PAS leadership in various ways, among them a decision to convene several meetings of the Arab Refinery Workers' Committee not at the PAS headquarters but rather at the local Hashomer Hatzair branch, an indication of the good relations then prevailing between Arab and Jewish worker activists at this workplace. Left-wing Arab unionists were particularly angry about what they regarded as Sami Taha's sabotage of the strike. Al-Ittihad sarcastically denounced the honorable unionists of the PAS who, compelled by their desire to save their Arab worker brothers from the clutches of the Zionist Histadrut and its many machinations and by seeing a Histadrut representative try to intervene in the strike and lead it, as the Histadrut always seeks to do, thought that the only way to frustrate the Histadrut's schemes and isolate it from the masses of workers was by demanding that the workers return to work, on the pretext that the strike had been foisted upon them by the Histadrut and its officials. A few months later the committee representing the Arab CRL workers publicly denounced the PAS for the high-handedness of its leaders, one of whom had told the CRL workers that he, and not the workers themselves, knew what was best for them and that they should accept his decisions without question. The committee also criticized the PAS for its undemocratic character, its compromises with CRL management, its sabotage of efforts to unite the petroleum workers, and its unsavory tactics. 10 The pause also came under fire when in early March 1947 discontent among the Iraq Petroleum Company's workers erupted into strike action. The company employed some 2,500 people, with Arabs making up 98% of its manual workers and 84% of its office workers. The OC was the dominant force among the IPC workers and had been able to resist an attempt by the PAS to raid its membership and set up its own union of IPC workers. A strike of some 1,600 IPC workers began on March 6, mainly over wages, lasted until March 19 and resulted in a new agreement between IPC and its workers, who gained some but by no means all of their demands. The strikers received moral support from Arab workers across Palestine, but the OC accused Sami Taha of trying to bring the strike to a quick end, which indeed seems to have been the case. Taha's role in the IPC strike was apparently the last straw for the Arab refinery workers. At the end of April 1947 the CRL union formally severed its connections with the PAS, accusing Sami Taha of having tried to sabotage the IPC strike and of serving the interests of the oil companies rather than of those companies' workers. 11 There were also a number of other, less dramatic and sustained upsurges of worker activism in this sector in the post-war period. These involved Arab workers almost exclusively, since with the partial exception of the Haifa refinery, which employed a substantial number of Jewish skilled and clerical workers, the petroleum sector workforce was overwhelmingly Arab and the Histadrut's efforts to enhance its influence were largely unsuccessful. Histadrut officials in Haifa complained to headquarters in Tel Aviv about Jewish weakness in this economically and politically important sector, and in the government sector as well, and demanded more funds with which to subsidize Jewish workers' wages as well as stepped-up pressure on corporate and government officials to get more Jews hired. Abba Hashi told the Histadrut executive that it had to place on its agenda the conquest of labor in the cities. We can over the coming years get 5,000 workers hired. Workers are needed in the posts, railroads, telegraph. Today it is Arabs who are hired for these jobs and it is this which will determine the fate of Haifa. 12. But Hashi was wrong. It would in fact be the superiority of Jewish military forces that determined Haifa's fate in the spring of 1948, culminating in the flight of the great majority of its Arab inhabitants. By that time, as we will see, the Haifa refinery had achieved notoriety as the scene of the single bloodiest incident of the first month of the Arab-Jewish fighting, which erupted immediately after the United Nations General Assembly voted to recommend that Palestine be partitioned. The largest and most dramatic episode of joint action between Arab and Jewish workers in the history of Palestine took place in April 1946. Postal, telephone, and telegraph workers were responsible for touching off what became an unprecedentedly broad strike of white and blue-collar government employees. Postal Department officials had long rejected or ignored the postal workers' demands, leading Sami Taha of the PAS and Yehezkel Abramov, Secretary of the International Union of Railway, Postal, and Telegraph Workers, to plan a limited strike of mainly Jewish postal and telephone workers in Tel Aviv, scheduled to begin on April 9, 1946. Abramov had insisted that the strike be delayed until after the departure from Palestine of the Anglo-American Committee of Inquiry, for fear that it might get out of hand or that Arab nationalist activists might transform 332/Labor Activism and Politics 333 it into a protest against the committee. In this sector Arab and Jewish unionists had many years of experience in working together, and relations were generally friendly. There is even some evidence of male bonding among them. 4 decades later Abramov would still remember fondly how he and his Arab colleagues would repair to the Tel Aviv beachfront after negotiating sessions and watch the Jewish women bathers. 13 On the appointed day the workers, including 30 or 40 Arabs employed at the Tel Aviv post office, went on strike. Their militancy proved infectious and by the following day all the postal workers in Palestine had stopped work. In the negotiations that ensued postal officials quickly made far-reaching concessions, and the Histadrut recommended that the workers accept the offer and end the strike. As on similar occasions, the Histadrut feared that the strike might undermine the Zionist campaign then underway to force the British government to open Palestine to Jewish immigration. However, the rank-and-file postal workers, who had lost all faith in official promises, were in no mood to compromise and voted overwhelmingly to reject management's offer and continue their strike. Their militancy spread quickly. On April 14 the Arab and Jewish railway workers, members of both the IU and the AURW, also went on strike, paralyzing the country's railway system. There had never before been a general strike of Palestine's railway and postal workers, but what made this episode even more extraordinary was the fact that the middle and lower-level white-collar government employees also joined the strike. As I noted in Chapter 7, in May 1943 depression over sharply dropping real wages had pushed the normally docile Arab and Jewish civil servants to the extreme measure of staging a sit-in strike. Though that action eventually won them a cost of living allowance, persistent inflation and poor working conditions ensured that unrest would continue. In the spring of 1945 the association organized several short country-wide protest strikes. These enjoyed Histadrut support, though the Histadrut had also worked behind the scenes to ensure that these protests by civil servants, most of whom were Arabs, would not be linked in the public's mind with the protest strikes which the Palestinian Arab nationalist movement organized at the same time in solidarity with the struggle for independence in Syria and Lebanon. 14 The clerks' grievances were not redressed, however, and when the postal and railway workers stopped work en masse in April 1946 they too were caught up in the countrywide wave of labor militancy and joined in, as did Public Works Department and port workers. 334/Labor Activism and Politics. By April 15, 1946, less than a week after the Tel Aviv postal workers had stopped work, some 23,000 employees of the government of Palestine were on strike. For a time it seemed that the tens of thousands of workers employed at British military bases, along with the petroleum workers in and near Haifa, might also join the strike. Arab and Jewish communists certainly hoped this would happen. An April 18 leaflet issued jointly by the NLL and the Palestine Communist Party called on the refinery, military base, and municipal workers to join the general strike, while castigating the imperialist government of Palestine for allocating more than 1/5 of its annual budget to the police and prisons but only 8% to health, education, and social welfare combined. 15 However, both the Histadrut and the PAS had reason to oppose expansion of the strike by keeping the refinery and base workers at their jobs. In private, Histadrut officials expressed concern that the oil workers would be unable to stay out on strike for an extended period, weakening the government employees' ability to wage a successful long-term struggle. They were also fearful that a strike in the petroleum sector would quickly paralyze much of Palestine's economy, disrupting motor transport and the provision of food to urban areas and interfering with the Yishuv's struggle to compel the British to permit more Jewish immigration. The Histadrut's behind-the-scenes role in keeping the oil workers at their jobs did not prevent Abba Hushi from insisting to his colleagues that it was really Sami Taha who had kept them from joining the general strike. Hushi claimed that when the government employees' strike began, Taha had received a telephone call from Arab League headquarters in Cairo telling him not to go too far in cooperating with the Jews, whereupon he tried to dampen the Arab workers' militancy and prevent the petroleum workers from joining the strike. Hushi was never renowned for his truthfulness, even to his own comrades, but it is certainly possible that Sami Taha also used his influence to keep the strike from expanding. As I noted when discussing the petroleum workers, this was a politically sensitive moment and Taha was trying to avoid overt cooperation with the Histadrut. 16 Though neither the refinery nor the camp workers joined the strike, it effectively paralyzed the mandatory administration and compelled the government to grant its employees many of their demands, including increases in basic wages and the COLA and improvements in the pension system. By the end of April all the strikers had returned to their jobs. Leftist forces in both the Arab and Jewish communities hailed the April general strike as a victory for Arab and Jewish workers and as incontro. 335. Veritable evidence of what working-class solidarity could achieve. Warning against defeatist and reactionary elements. Arab and Jewish, the NLL and PCP declared the strike a blow against the divide and rule policy of imperialism, a slap in the face of those who hold chauvinist ideologies and propagate national division. Mishmar, the organ of Hashomer Hatzair, also acclaimed the strike and argued that it demonstrated the possibility and efficacy of Arab-Jewish cooperation. The Histadrut Davar, faithful exponent of the Mappé line, blew hot and cold, reflecting the labor Zionist leadership's ambivalence. The more conservative newspapers were less than thrilled. Philaston criticized the pause for colluding in what it regarded as a politically motivated movement that was inspired and orchestrated by the Zionists and largely served their interests. The right-wing Hebrew daily Ma'ariv initially welcomed the strike but later denounced it as detrimental to the Zionist cause. 17 Whatever various forces in the Yishuv and the Arab community made of the strike, it proved to be an isolated incident. Although there was continuing unrest among certain categories of government workers during the months that followed, there were no further dramatic upsurges, and the focus of labor activism shifted elsewhere. The hope for Arab-Jewish cooperation which the general strike had seemed to evoke soon dissipated as Palestine sank deeper into political crisis in the year that followed. The British military bases, which had emerged during the war as an important site of interaction between Arab and Jewish workers, retained their significance even after the war's end. Many Arab and Jewish camp workers, and the labor organizations which sought to represent them, continued to feel that they had common interests because they faced common problems. These included the rigid work discipline which British officers sought to impose on their civilian employees, poor working conditions and lack of benefits, but perhaps most importantly the downward pressure on their real wages both absolutely but also relative to the wages of workers employed in private industry and construction and in other sectors of the country's economy created by persistent inflation and the British military's desire to keep labor costs down. Increasingly, however, the camp workers also perceived a threat to their very jobs. As Allied and Soviet forces gained the upper hand in North Africa and Europe and the Axis threat to the Middle East and the 33-6 labor activism and politics. Eastern Mediterranean receded, the British military's needs for civilian labor in Palestine naturally diminished. In October 1943 the War Department employed some 50,000 civilians in Palestine, but by the beginning of 1944 the number had dropped to about 47,500 and by March 1944 to under 44,000. The end of the war in Europe brought much more widespread layoffs. During the first 10 months of 1945 almost 20,000 camp workers lost their jobs. The wave of layoffs then subsided, and over the following half-year the redeployment to Palestine of British forces stationed in Syria, the expansion of existing military facilities, and the launching of new projects resulted in the hiring of a substantial number of additional workers. In April 1946 a Histadrut official estimated that the British armed forces employed about 22,000 Arabs and 8,000 to 9,000 Jews in Palestine, though the actual number may well have been somewhat higher. Despite the respite, it was clear that over the longer term the number of camp workers would shrink drastically. 18 The plight of the camp workers received increasing attention from both Arab and Jewish labor leaders from 1945 onward. Al-Ittihad argued that the workers of Palestine had contributed to the Allied war effort and now deserved prompt and effective government measures to offset unemployment and boost wages. 19 The Histadrut leadership was similarly concerned about both unemployment and low wages. As always, however, it was also concerned about the potential impact of low wages on Jewish employment in the military sector. Officials expressed alarm that unless Camp *1 workers' wages could be increased, Jews would leave for better-paying jobs elsewhere. But since Jews constituted only a small minority of the military's civilian workforce, joint action with the Arab majority was essential. The bitter experience of the 1943 camp workers' strike had demonstrated that the Histadrut could not hope to organize significant numbers of Arab workers under its own auspices, contributing to a growing recognition that in this sector as elsewhere it would have to cooperate with the Arab unions. As in the petroleum sector, the left wing of the Arab labor movement, now organized in the New Arab Workers' Congress, was generally more amenable to working with the Histadrut than the PAS, which was more closely linked to the Arab nationalist leadership and reluctant to be seen as overly interested in cooperation with Jews. One of the first workplaces at which this new spirit of cooperation manifested itself was the British military workshops established on what had been the grounds of the Levant Fair, on the outskirts of Tel Aviv. In September 1945 the AK and the Histadrut jointly planned and led a 7-day strike of some 1,300 workers there to demand official recognition. 337. Of their committee, payment of the COLA, rescission of a rule fining workers a full day's pay plus another day's COLA for each day of work they missed, and the reinstatement of several workers unjustly dismissed. The Arab and Jewish workers set up joint pickets at the gates of the fairgrounds and organized a joint march through the streets of Tel Aviv, chanting such slogans as, "Long live unity between Arab and Jewish workers, the Arab and Jewish workers are brothers," and "Long live the Histadrut and the Arab Workers' Society." The Hebrew-language daily Ha*Eretz reported that masses of people crowded both sides of the streets to watch this extraordinary sight of Jewish and Arab workers marching through the heart of Tel Aviv. Only some of the strikers' demands were met. Among other things, the British military authorities agreed to recognize the workers' committees and to provide a week's advance notice of layoffs. 20 The success of this strike led the Histadrut to more explicitly endorse cooperation with the Arab labor movement. Rank-and-file pressure, coupled with fear of being outflanked from the left, also contributed to this shift in policy. Both communist and Hashomer Hatzair cadres were seeking to win support among the camp workers by criticizing the Histadrut for its inaction and advocating greater militancy and closer cooperation with Arab workers. 21 Several factors rendered cooperation difficult, however. One was the division of the Arab labor movement into two competing and often hostile camps, each of which had a base among the camp workers. Having established a degree of mutual trust the previous autumn, the AK and the Histadrut found it relatively easy during the spring of 1946 to agree on a common set of demands and plan a joint campaign of struggle which might ultimately lead to a general strike of Arab and Jewish camp workers. The AK's largely communist leadership had no ideological qualms about cooperating with avowedly Zionist workers and unions, as long as the latter refrained from seeking to recruit Arabs and as long as that cooperation was restricted to the class struggle. By contrast, just as in the petroleum sector during this same period, the PAS leadership was reluctant on nationalist grounds to be perceived as cooperating with the Histadrut. This presented a major problem, as Arab and Jewish unionists well understood. Without the participation of the 8,000 Arab camp workers who supported Sami Taha's organization, it would be very difficult, if not impossible, to wage a successful struggle on behalf of the camp workers. 22 Another complicating issue was discontent among Arab workers over the higher wages which Jewish co-workers often received for the same jobs, as well as the disproportionate number of Jews who held better paid and easier supervisory, skilled, and clerical jobs at British installations. Sami Taha had raised this issue in a telegram to the authorities in 1944, and Al-Ittihad took it up early in 1946, reporting that Arab workers at the Beit Nabila base near Lydda were demanding not only higher wages but also wage equality with their Jewish co-workers and the hiring of more Arab foremen, since the Jewish foremen were perceived as giving preference to Jews in hiring and treatment. Arab protests there culminated in clashes and even casualties. According to the AK's organ, the Arab workers wanted more Arab foremen not because they hate the Jewish foremen at the camp but because carry out Zionist plans with complete obedience. As the saying goes, we don't fight the wolf because of his color or shape but because he eats our ewes. In the spring of 1947 some 1,500 Arab workers employed at military bases in the Haifa area participated in a one-hour protest strike organized by the PAS to demand that their Jewish foremen be replaced by Arabs. 23 Nonetheless, although wage discrimination and a desire for a larger share of the better jobs continued to be of concern to Arab workers and unionists, they were generally willing to subordinate those issues to the broader struggle to improve the camp workers' wages and working conditions and protect their jobs. By the early months of 1947 the Histadrut was discussing cooperation with both the PAS and the OC, though the poor relations between the two rival Arab organizations sometimes required Histadrut officials to act as mediators. Agreement was soon reached on a set of demands which included an increase in the base wage, a bonus for wartime service, severance pay, improvements in sick pay, vacations, and work regulations, and official recognition of the workers' committees and unions. When in May 1947 the British authorities began a new round of layoffs without prior warning, the Arab Unionists pushed for a one-day protest strike of all camp workers, to which the Histadrut agreed. 24 The strike, which took place on May 20, 1947, encompassed some 40,000 workers and passed without incident. Its success was in sharp contrast to the debilitating failure of the May 1943 strike, which the Histadrut had called on its own and in which most of the Arab workers had refused to participate. The PAS wanted to build on this success with further action in the form of an extended strike, but Histadrut officials were opposed, because they feared that such a strike might serve the Arab nationalist cause by touching off violent disturbances just when the United Nations Special Commission on Palestine was due to arrive to pursue its inquiry into the country's problems and future status. As the spring of 1947 turned into summer and talks between British officials and the camp workers' representatives failed to make much head, released its recommendations for resolving the Palestine problem. UNSCOP had been established by the General Assembly the previous May, after an exhausted Britain, unable to suppress Jewish insurgency in Palestine, induce Arabs and Jews to reach agreement on the country's future, or impose a solution of its own, had turned the Palestine problem over to the United Nations. UNSCOP had visited Palestine in the summer of 1947, and after a painstaking inquiry and lengthy discussions among its members it issued a majority report which recommended that Palestine be partitioned into independent Arab and Jewish states, with Jerusalem to be placed under international control. According to this plan, the Jewish state would encompass some 55% of Palestine's territory, though Jews constituted less than one-third of the country's population at the time. The Zionist leadership welcomed the prospect of an independent Jewish state which the majority report offered, though it hoped for more territory. The Palestinian Arab nationalist movement, as well as the Arab states, vehemently rejected the recommendation as a violation of the right of the country's indigenous Arab majority to national self-determination in an undivided Palestine. On the morrow of the report's publication, an intense diplomatic struggle began over whether the General Assembly would endorse UNSCOP's recommendations by the required two-thirds majority. In Palestine itself, with partition now a very real and imminent possibility and the country's fate hanging in the balance, the climate of Arab-Jewish relations changed abruptly. There was a hardening of political lines between and within the Arab and Jewish communities which very quickly rendered impossible the kind of cooperation among Arab and Jewish workers and labor organizations which had manifested itself so prominently during the previous 2 years. As a result, the momentum which the PAS, the OC, and the Histadrut had built up through the camp workers' struggles they had jointly led dissipated very quickly. The much more tense and crisis-ridden atmosphere that now prevailed also contributed to the virtual paralysis of the Arab labor movement. It was the PAS which experienced the sharpest reversal in its fortunes, for in mid-September 1947 it suffered a devastating blow from which it never really recovered. As I mentioned earlier, Histadrut officials had long been convinced that the PAS General Secretary, Sami Taha, was a completely obedient agent of Amin al-Husseini, Mufti of Jerusalem and President of the AHC, whom 340/Labor Activism and Politics 34I Zionists regarded as their most implacable Arab foe. In reality, tensions had been growing during 1947 between the PAS leader and the Husseini loyalists who dominated the Arab Higher Committee. The Mufti and his J allies seemed to have been increasingly angered by what they saw as Sami Taha's refusal to obey the AHC's orders, as well as by his growing inclination to chart an independent course in the political arena. Taha's purported deviations included the PAS' alleged refusal in November 1946 to endorse the AHC's call for a day-long protest strike on the anniversary of the Balfour Declaration, The PA's adoption that same year of a vague socialism as its guiding principle, a step which had to do with both its growing political ambitions and its rivalry with the communist-led Taha's talk of creating an independent Arab Labour Party, his denunciations of partisan and factional politics, and his pronouncements on political matters, which though often vague or naive were taken as criticisms of the Husseinist domination of the nationalist movement. Perhaps most damning were allegations that Taha was in favor of seeking some modus rivals, particularly Musa al-Alome, who in the late summer of 1947 was regarded by the Husseini camp as the leader of those forces within the Palestinian Arab community most amenable to some compromise with Zionism. 26 The rift between Sami Taha and the AHC emerged into public view at the end of August 1947, when the PA's leader became the target of a barrage of defamatory attacks in newspapers identified with the Husseini camp, especially Al-Wada. Taha and his organization were denounced for being insufficiently anti-Zionist and anti-British, and for failing to conform to the official nationalist line. Rumors were also spread that Taha was a paid agent of the Zionists. Among other things, Al-Wada cited a resolution adopted at the PA's National Congress, held in Haifa in late August, which declared that Arab Jews are our fellow citizens and brought ERS in nationality. The PA's responded by issuing a series of leaflets refuting the charges against it. The last of these, dated September 9, 1947, pointed out that the Arab Higher Committee had itself recently declared that the Jews who had lived in the country before the British conquest and their descendants were welcome to remain as full citizens of the future independent Arab Palestine. Taha's efforts to defend himself and the organization he led were unavailing. On September 12, 1947, he was assassinated outside his home in J Haifa. His murderer was never apprehended, but it was generally believed that Sami Taha was killed on orders of Amin al-Husseini, as part of a campaign by the Mufti's camp to settle accounts, intimidate potential opponents, and tighten its grip on the Arab community as the final phase of the struggle for Palestine approached. It was thus probably no coincidence that Sami Taha came under public attack very soon after UNSCOP recommended that Palestine be partitioned, a recommendation whose implementation the AHC vowed to fight with all the means at its disposal. 27 In the wake of Sami Taha's murder, the PA's leaders publicly pledged their loyalty to the AHC. In private they assured their Histadrut counterparts that cooperation would continue, and the PA's, and Histadrut officials responsible for camp workers' affairs soon resumed their contacts. But they were unable to follow up on the gains they had made in late summer, and as the British moved toward the complete evacuation of their military forces and installations in Palestine, the camp workers' ranks were further decimated by new waves of layoffs, though some compensation was apparently paid to dismissed workers. The PA's never really had the opportunity to recover from the murder of its secretary and best-known public figure. In the fall and winter of 1947 and the early months of 1948, with its bases of support among camp and government workers shrinking, its organizing activity declined and then virtually ceased, and it gradually fell into a state of paralysis. Early in April 1948 the Histadrut's Eliyahu Agassi met in Haifa with Sassid Kawaz and Hussein Nasir, veteran PA's leaders. The feisty Kawaz berated Agassi for what he saw as Hakikat al-Amr's negative portrayals of Arabs and the Arab labor movement and its lack of balance. Why does it only expose the problems with the Mufti's policies? Are there no problems with Ben-Gurion's policies? Kawaz asked. By that time the PA's was barely functioning, and it seems likely that most of its historic leadership, corps cadre, and rank-and-file base was dispersed a few weeks later, in late April 1948, when Haifa's Arab neighborhood surrendered to Jewish military forces and the great majority of their inhabitants fled the city. 28 The OC did not fare much better in the fall of 1947 and the winter of 1947-48. It held an apparently successful National Congress in September 1947 and seemed poised to engage in a new round of vigorous activity and expansion. But in the weeks that followed, labor activism became increasingly difficult as public attention focused on the question of Palestine's fate, and both Arabs and Jews closed ranks and girded themselves for the struggle ahead. a struggle in which all sides were ready to resort to violent means. At the same time the AK and the NLL, under whose guidance it operated, were thrown into disarray, their political 342/Labor activism and politics. 343. Bearings lost, by a dramatic shift in the Soviet Union's stance on the Palestine question. Though not formally a communist party, the NLL had become increasingly open about identifying itself with the international communist movement, most notably by participating in the Conference of Communist Parties in the British Empire, held in London in February-March 1947. Its position on the Palestine question had been identical to that long advocated by the international communist movement and by the Soviet Union. However, to the surprise and dismay of the NLL, and of Arab communists elsewhere in the Middle East, the Soviet government began moving away from its traditional position on Palestine and Zionism in the spring of 1947 and abandoned it altogether that fall, in the midst of the struggle over whether the UN General Assembly would endorse partition. In May 1947, in an address to the General Assembly on the Palestine question, Soviet Representative Andrei Gromyko signaled quite clearly that his government was reconsidering its long-standing and vehement opposition to the idea of partition and Jewish statehood in Palestine. Expressing sympathy for the suffering of the Jewish people during the war and voicing understanding for the Jews' special interest in, and attachment to, Palestine, Gromyko implicitly recognized the existence of two national communities in Palestine and reluctantly concluded that if Arabs and Jews could not find a way to coexist peacefully in the framework of a single state, partition might be the only fair and viable solution. NLL leaders did their best to avoid coming to terms with the implications of Gromyko's speech, but they could not ignore the explicit decision of the Soviet Union, in October 1947, to endorse UNSCOP's recommendation that Palestine be partitioned into independent Arab and Jewish states. The result was a split in the NLL leadership, which included many veteran communists who had loyally followed Moscow's line for many years. Some NLL leaders embraced the new Soviet line, accepted partition, and would later denounce the Arab states' military intervention to prevent the establishment of a Jewish state. Others rejected the new line and would seek to participate in the struggle against the establishment of a Jewish state. As a result of the split, the suppression of the organization's newspaper Al-Ittihad by the British authorities in February 1948, and then the uprooting and displacement of much of Palestine's Arab population in the months that followed, the NLL and the AK fell into disarray. In the spring of 1948, AK activists helped organize local self-defense units in Jaffa and Gaza to protect poor urban neighborhoods, but these were swept away in the chaos that was engulfing Arab Palestine. With their leaders and activists dispersed and much of their mass base transformed into refugees, the NLL and the AK largely ceased to function, at least as coherent national organizations. The new Arab left, which had emerged in Palestine during the war and which had contributed so much to the development of the Arab trade union movement, was thus swamped by the rising tide of intercommunal tension, the very tension it had hoped to moderate and overcome through Arab-Jewish working-class solidarity. THEPLL, PARALYSISANDPATHOS. In none of the three main arenas of Arab-Jewish worker interaction during 1946–47, which I have discussed in detail in this chapter, did the PLL play any role whatsoever. In fact, by the spring of 1946, internal Histadrut discussions were already taking it for granted that the PLL was no longer a particularly useful or valuable instrument. The new reality was not lost on Arab department officials. At one meeting, Shimtel Solomon complained bitterly that the Histadrut had kept the PLL out of the strikes in the government, petroleum, and military base sectors during April and May 1946. The PLL today is just a phrase, Solomon admitted. Neither the Arabs nor the Histadrut want it. The Histadrut leadership had in fact explicitly prohibited the PLL from trying to organize Arab camp workers, and the Histadrut's trade union department, which handled labor affairs, had more or less excluded PLL representatives even from negotiations at workplaces where the PLL had some members, because it knew that if the PLL was included, neither the PAS nor the AK would participate. Arab department officials could not hide their feelings of betrayal and disappointment, but the decision to more or less write off the PLL, or perhaps more accurately to let it languish, had been made at the top, dictated by the exigencies of the post-war era. Department officials now sought to preserve what they could of the project to which they had devoted so much energy, largely by trying to find jobs for loyal PLL members, even at the expense of displacing other Arab workers. Many of its branches melted away as members stopped attending meetings and paying dues. By May 1947, Arab department officials were reduced to threatening the members of what had once seemed a flourishing PLL branch in Colonia that the Histadrut would no longer represent them unless they paid their dues, and though the branch in Acre no longer had many members, it was decided to keep it going, in hope of better times to come. It was a sign of the times that George Nasser, who under the tutelage of Moshe Aram of Poelet Zion Smol had thoroughly assimilated that party's socialist Zionist ideology and for many years had proudly served as the most prominent and publicly presentable Arab associated with the Histadrut, was now no longer able to live safely in Jaffa. As tensions rose in Palestine during 1947, Nasser's open identification with the Histadrut and Zionism raised concerns for his personal safety and that of his family and compelled him to ask for the Histadrut's help in finding a place to live in Tel Aviv. 29 However, though the PLL was quite moribund as a labor organization, it still had its uses for propaganda purposes. The memorandum which the Histadrut submitted to the United Nations Special Commission on Palestine in the summer of 1947 included a section touting the PLL as the key vehicle of cooperation between Arab and Jewish workers and blaming the reactionary political leadership of the Arab community for preventing a rising Arab proletariat finding its natural ally in the Histadrut. Arab department officials understood the useful role which those few Palestinian Arabs sympathetic to Zionism could play in the battle for world public opinion then underway. Referring to upcoming conferences of scouts in France, of youth in Prague, and of athletes in Warsaw, they noted that it is desirable that friendly Arab delegations should appear at these conferences together with the Jewish delegations. The PLL can put together such delegations from among its members 30. The continued existence of the PLL also allowed the Histadrut to claim that it represented Arab workers and was entitled to speak for them within the international labor movement. In June 1947, the Histadrut sent George Nasser to Prague as the PLL's representative at a meeting of the WFTU General Council, accompanied by Eliyahu Agassi. Arab department officials thought it would be useful if another Arab delegate could also be sent, preferably a Muslim, so as to give the delegation a more representative appearance. 31 Though they still went through the motions, however, the Jewish officials who ran the Arab department and the PLL seemed to have understood that the game was up. They knew very well that in Palestine itself the PLL was discredited among Arab workers, except for those few who had secured employment through it, and that even their loyalty to the organization was extremely shallow. They also knew that leaders of the international trade union movement were becoming increasingly familiar with, and respectful of, authentic Palestinian Arab labor leaders, men like Bulis Farhi who not only came from the working class but had also acquired years of experience in the communist and trade union movements. The days when the Histadrut had any chance of selling the PLL as the authentic representative of the Arab workers had passed forever. The work of these Jewish officials, at least of those who sincerely believed in what they were doing, had always involved a strong dose of self-delusion, of an ability not to see what was going on around them, or more accurately to see and interpret events only through the filters imposed by the ideology they professed. Now, however, as the understanding sank in that the Histadrut's project of organizing Arab workers under its auspices had finally reached a dead end, that self-delusion was increasingly supplemented by pathos. Shn Antel Solomon, who had led the Arab department for several years, was already sounding a note of resignation, and perhaps of self-pity, in the autumn of 1945. "We cannot be happy about what we achieved," he told his colleagues. "But we did a lot, we did our duty, without negligence. We regard the results not with pride, since there have been many failures, but not with pessimism, taking into consideration the circumstances. We sowed seeds which will still bear fruit, we hope, in our own day. 32. The tone of pathos is even more evident in a letter which Eliyahu Agassi wrote to the WFTU's General Secretary on the eve of the June 1947 meeting of that organization's General Council. In the letter, Agassi complained about the harassment to which PLL members were being subjected by both the PAS and the AK. Agassi displayed no self-consciousness whatsoever about the fact that it was he, a Jew, who was writing this letter on behalf of a purportedly Arab organization, an organization which the Histadrut was still portraying as the sole authentic voice of the Arab working class. Yet that fact, a manifestation of the PLL's inability to develop any Arab cadre or leadership, or to transcend its origins as an instrument CRE-aided, funded, and entirely controlled by the Histadrut, surely constituted a rather glaring admission of failure in and of itself. Just as peculiar was Agassi's insistence that now, at long last, the Arab workers were finally coming to understand that the leaders of the unions have misled them by warning them of imaginary disasters which are liable to strike them if they cooperate with their Jewish fellow workers. This assertion was of course a distortion of a much more complex historical record, but it is also a sad commentary on the capacity for self-delusion of a decent and intelligent man like Agassi, who certainly believed in what he was doing, had selflessly dedicated many years of his life to organizing Arab workers, and had not a few Arab friends. 33. 347. By March 1948, what was left of the Histadrut's Arab department in Tel Aviv was devoting itself to propaganda and information gathering, while the PLL was little more than a labor contracting agency through which some 100 Arab workers in Haifa secured employment with Jewish companies at the port, especially Solel Bona. These PLL members, whose wages were higher than those of other port workers, were now under increasing pressure from the nationalist camp, which regard them as Zionist collaborators. In an ironic twist on the Hebrew labor issue, these workers defended themselves by arguing that if they stopped working for Jewish employers, their jobs might be taken over by Jews, or by Arab contractors using even more exploited Arab workers. But their situation took a turn for the worse when in March 1948 they became entangled in a conflict with their foreman, who was pocketing part of their wages. Some of them brought the foreman up on charges before the local national committee. As the area in which the British still exercised control shrank, this committee had increasingly assumed responsibility for law and order among the Arab residents of Haifa. The foreman responded by charging that his accusers were helping the Haganah, which was at that moment engaged with Arab militias in a struggle for control of the city. The committee's judges exonerated the workers, but in the days that followed, the situation of the handful of Arabs still publicly associated with the PLL had become so perilous that consideration was given to having them go underground. They themselves rejected this option, since they could not afford to give up their jobs. As the battle for control of Haifa intensified in April 1948, contact between Arab and Jewish neighborhoods became increasingly difficult. In the second half of April, after several weeks of fighting and intensive shelling of Arab neighborhoods by Jewish military forces, Arab resistance was broken. Arab Haifa surrendered on April 22, and in the days that followed, the great majority of the city's remaining Arab population, panicked by the fighting and fearful of their fate under Jewish rule, was evacuated under British protection northward to Acre or Lebanon. Most would eventually end up in refugee camps in Lebanon. On a visit to Haifa's Arab neighborhoods at the end of April, Eliyahu Agassi found that the formerly teeming and noisy streets had overnight become as silent as a cemetery. But he managed to locate a few PLL members still living in their homes, arranged to get them some food, and tried to reassure them about the rights which Arab workers would enjoy in the Jewish state, whose formal establishment was now just a few weeks away. 34. Omer Hatzair activists involved with Arab affairs had come to the conclusion that the PLL was not just useless but a serious obstacle to developing good relations with the Arab labor movement as early as 1945. One Omer Hatzair activist in the Jewish Railway Workers Union in Haifa would later go so far as to declare that in that city, the PLL's historic base, it was regarded by the Arabs as a quisling organization to which no self-respecting Arab would belong. 35 However, For all its criticisms of the PLL, the Histadrut leadership and MAPE, and its sincere efforts to develop friendly relations with Arab Unionists and leftists, Omer Hatzair shared some of Labor Zionism's key premises. Regarding Palestine's indigenous population, it too believed in the self-evidently progressive, emancipatory, and beneficial character of the Zionist enterprise's impact on Palestine's Arab majority, and even some of Cohen's co-workers in the Kibbutz Ha'artzi Arab department could sometimes express skepticism about the strength and authenticity of a distinct Palestinian Arab national identity. 36 Moreover, Omer Hatzair's political need to reconcile its faith in Zionism with its recognition of Arab national rights in Palestine sometimes led even those activists most passionately and sincerely concerned about Arab-Jewish relations into self-delusion. We have already seen one instance of the self-delusion which Omer Hatzair's ideological stance facilitated in Aharon Cohen's lengthy courtship of Cabd Allah al-Bandak, the veteran communist whom Cohen Kibbutz Ha'artzi's leading expert on Arab affairs and a man of no small political sophistication cast in 1942-43 as the potential leader of a pro-Zionist Palestinian Arab left. In its political struggles within the Yishuv and the World Zionist movement in 1945-47, Omer Hatzair's advocacy of a binational state as an alternative to partition required it to find elements in the Arab community willing to take a similar stance. Though the movement and the League for Jewish-Arab Rapprochement and Cooperation in which it played a leading role devoted considerable time and energy to this search, it proved futile, such elements hardly existed, and those few Palestinian Arabs ready to break with their community's consensus in this way were quickly marginalized, if not liquidated. 37 Nonetheless, until the fall of 1947, Omer Hatzair strove mightily to find grounds for optimism about the prospects of Arab-Jewish compromise and friendship. When, for example, units of the Arab 349 Legion, a force composed of Transjordanians but under British command, were stationed in Palestine in 1946 to help the authorities maintain order and suppress the Zionist insurgency, the Yishuv's leadership protested and proclaimed a policy of non-fraternization with its officers and soldiers. Some members of Omer Hatzair kibbutzim located near Arab Legion camps defied this policy and sought to befriend the Transjordanians, who were said to have responded warmly to this hospitality. 38 The handful of Omer Hatzair members concerned about Arab-Jewish cooperation knew that they had to overcome considerable apathy, skepticism, and hostility even within their own movement. Zioma Ben Artzi, a member of Kibbutz Mazrak, reported that when he developed friendly relations with the Arab legionnaires stationed nearby, some of his fellow kibbutz members warned him against fraternizing with these blacks, a derogatory term he was sure they would never have used to refer to Indians or Englishmen. The kibbutz youth were, he went on, a rather wild bunch who were not properly educated about Arab-Jewish relations and were capable, just for the fun of it, of ganging up on some poor Arab shepherd and stealing a goat from him. Yosef Vashitz, who worked with Cohen in the movement's Arab department, noted sadly that there is more of a simple human attitude in the Arab's attitude toward the Jew than in the Jew's attitude toward the Arab. For the Arab, the Jew is first of all a human being, and only then a Jew. For the Jew, the Arab is an Arab and only after that a human being. In our kibbutzim as well, only a few have the proper human attitude toward their Arab neighbors. We have to remove the national and political clothing from day-to-day relations and worry about normal human relations. We should not strive to be missionaries or political preacher activists, but seek relations among people who, though different from one another, are nonetheless human beings. 39. But more important than individual attitudes was the fact that rapidly changing political circumstances were eliminating the ground on which Omer Hatzair had hoped to build Arab-Jewish friendship and develop support for a binational solution to the Palestine problem. The binational idea enjoyed only weak support in the Yishuv and the international Zionist movement, which in its great majority had embraced the demand for sovereign Jewish state in as much of Palestine as possible, and it was coming to seem ever more unrealistic. For one, all organized political forces in the Palestinian Arab community rejected it, since it entailed political parity between Arabs and Jews, even though the former outnumbered the latter 2-1, and in the version Omer Hatzasur's post would also allow for continued Jewish immigration, eventually producing a Jewish majority. Like most Zionists, Arab nationalists wanted a state of their own in all of Palestine. But even those external forces on which Omer Hatzair had pinned its hopes of preventing partition and securing some sort of binational solution in an undivided Palestine now abandoned this option. As we have seen, in May 1947 the Soviet Union began moving away from its historic support for a united Palestine and toward acceptance of partition if Arabs and Jews could not find a way to live together within a single state. The formal Soviet endorsement of UNSCOP's majority report in October 1947 meant that the world communist movement, toward which Omer Hatzair oriented itself despite the obvious ideological difference over the question of Zionism, had abandoned a binational solution. Unlike their Arab counterparts, the Jewish communists in Palestine (JF) were quick to embrace the new Soviet line. The entirely Jewish PCP not only abandoned the binational stance it had adopted after the collapse of the Arab Jewish PCP and endorsed partition. Before the end of November 1947 it went so far as to drop the word Palestine from its name and begin calling itself the Communist Party of Eretz Yisrael, thereby reconciling itself to the ancient Jewish name for this land, one which communists had always rejected. 40 And when, on November 29, 1947, after intensive lobbying and considerable arm twisting, the General Assembly voted by the necessary 2/3 majority to endorse partition, the binational option for which Omer Hatzair and its allies had long fought was rendered entirely moot. By that time Omer Hatzair was already moving to adapt to changing realities. In the autumn of 1947 it was conducting merger negotiations with another left Zionist party, Adat Ha'avada, which as I mentioned at the beginning of Chapter 7 split off from Mapei in 1944 and 2 years later absorbed most of the remnants of Pakhalat Zion Smol. Despite these parties' very different origins and political trajectories, they shared much common ideological ground. But Adat Ha'avada strongly rejected Omer Hatzair's advocacy of a binational regime for the country, favoring instead the creation in all of Palestine of a socialist Jewish state in which Arabs would have equal rights. Adat Ha'avada members played leading roles in the top ranks of the Yeshuv's strongest militia, the Haganah, and of the Haganah's elite military formation, the Palma. More. 351. Over, that party was infused with a rather aggressive, even militaristic ethos, in sharp contrast to Omer Hatzair's historic aversion to violence and its emphasis on peaceful coexistence between Arabs and Jews. However, the UN's endorsement of partition allowed Omer Hatzair to abandon binationalism and opened the way for unity with Adat Ha'avada. Early in 1948 the two parties merged to form MAPAM, which would serve as one of Mapei's junior partners in the provisional government of the new State of Israel proclaimed on May 14, 1948, and which provided a highly disproportionate share of the commanders of the new Israeli army. In Israel's first parliamentary elections, held in January 1949, MAPAM emerged as the country's second largest party, after Mapei. By then, of course, the contours of the Palestine conflict had changed dramatically and irrevocably. 41. It is a sad irony that the single bloodiest incident of the first month of the Arab-Jewish violence that erupted immediately after the UN General Assembly endorsed partition not only involved workers employed at a mixed workplace but occurred at a site which had a history of close cooperation between Arab and Jewish unionists. This incident, one of the first massacres of the 1947-49 period though by no means the last, contributed greatly to the dissemination of fear and hatred among both Arabs and Jews in Palestine. The site in question was the Haifa oil refinery, which at the end of 1947 employed some 1,700 Arab and 270 Jewish manual workers, in addition to 190 Jewish, 110 Arab, and 60 British clerical workers. As I discussed earlier, the refinery workers had been involved in important struggles in 1946-47. In these struggles Arab workers and union activists had played the leading role, not surprisingly given the composition of the workforce and its high degree of organization. But the Arab Unionists' relations with the Jewish refinery workers seem to have been good. The Histadrut Workers' Union had close ties with some of the Arab white-collar employees at the site, while the local Jewish Workers' Committee was dominated by Hashomer Hatzair members who had developed good relations with Arab leftists and labor activists at the refinery. In the summer of 1947, for example, the members of the Jewish Workers' Committee at CRL were invited to attend the funeral in Acre of an Arab refinery worker who had been killed in an industrial accident. The Jewish activists accepted, and at the cemetery one of them eulogized the deceased. The Jews' participation made a positive impression on the Arab refinery workers and in Acre generally. The Arab and Jewish Workers' Committees also cooperated in organizing a brief memorial strike in the deceased's department at the refinery, together took up a collection to help his family, and joined in pressing management for fair compensation. 42 Whatever good feeling may have existed seems to have evaporated during the fall, and after the UN General Assembly voted to endorse partition, the Jewish workers at the refinery became increasingly worried about their safety. On the morrow of the vote, violence erupted in various parts of the country. At first this took the form of random attacks by Arabs against Jews and Jewish property and settlements, but Jews soon responded with attacks on Arabs. This quickly escalated into a cycle of violence and counter-violence using terrorist means, the first phase of an increasingly bitter and bloody civil war which would soon pit Arab and Jewish militias against one another in a deadly struggle for control of strategic roads, sites, and areas, and ultimately of Palestine itself. On the Jewish side, the leading role in this struggle was played by the Haganah, the Yeshuv's largest military force, which was closely linked to the Histadrut and was under the control of the official leadership of the Yeshuv, itself largely dominated by the labor Zionist movement from the mid-1930s onward. There were, however, other Jewish military forces which did not accept the authority of the Yeshuv's leadership. The most important of these was Etzel, commanded by Menahem Begin and better known in the United States as the Irgun. As I mentioned in Chapter 7, it was Etzel which carried out the bombing of the King David Hotel in July 1946. And it was an operation planned and executed by this organization which at the end of 1947 touched off the orgy of bloodshed at the Haifa refinery. During December 1947, as civil war erupted in Palestine, the Haganah focused largely on protecting Jewish lives and property and on securing key lines of communications and transportation. Later it began to take the offensive by mounting a series of military operations designed to crush Arab resistance and secure territory for the future Jewish state. Although during 1948 Etzel would also stage military operations, in December 1947 it devoted itself largely to retaliating for attacks on Jewish civilians, thereby, it insisted, deterring further such attacks by targeting Arab civilians. On December 29, 1947, Etzel had staged a bomb attack at the Nablus Gate of Jerusalem's Old City which killed or wounded 44 people. On the morning of the following day, Tuesday, December 30, 1947, Etzel operatives threw bombs from a speeding car into a crowd of several hundred Arabs standing outside the main gate of the Haifa oil refinery in the hope of finding employment as day laborers. 6 people were killed and 42 wounded. Etzel would later announce, quite unapologetically, that these acts of terrorism in Jerusalem and Haifa had been carried out in retaliation for recent attacks on Jews elsewhere in Palestine. Within minutes of the bomb attack at the Haifa refinery gate, some of the Arabs who had been part of the crowd outside surged into the refinery compound and, along with some of the Arab refinery workers, began attacking Jewish refinery workers. An hour passed before British soldiers and police arrived to restore order, by which time 41 Jews had been killed and 49 wounded. This was the largest and most brutal massacre of civilians which Palestine had witnessed since the UN vote a month earlier. A committee of inquiry appointed by Haifa's Jewish community concluded that the massacre of Jews at the refinery was unpremeditated and that it had been precipitated by the Etzel attack on the workers outside the gate. 43 The Jewish Agency, the official leadership of the Yeshuv, promptly denounced Etzel for the act of madness which had brought about the catastrophe at the Haifa refinery, but it simultaneously decided to emulate Etzel by secretly authorizing the Haganah to retaliate. A day after the refinery massacre, members of the Haganah's elite strike force, the Palma, attacked the village of Balad al-Sheikh not far from Haifa, where a number of Arab refinery workers lived, and nearby Haweza as well. The Jewish attackers killed some 60 men, women, and children and destroyed several dozen houses. The contrast between the Yishuv leadership's official stance and its actual response to the refinery massacre was not lost on many Arabs. When Eliyahu Agassi visited Haifa early in April 1948, an Arab worker berated him, "We know you Jews, you preach one thing and practice another. What was the crime of the Arab workers at Haweza and Balad al-Sheikh whom your people attacked at night and slaughtered?" 44. The report of the Jewish Committee investigating the refinery massacre noted that there were isolated incidents of Arab workers and employees who in various ways warned and even succeeded in saving a number of Jews, their co-workers, and added that not all the Arab workers at the enterprise participated in the rampage, and a significant number of the workers and employees did not participate in it. However, the committee also found that some took an active part in the riot and that there was no effort by a group of Arab workers to prevent others from rampaging. This was, fortunately, not the case that same day at the railway workshops, located a short distance from the refinery. During December 1947, tensions between Arab and Jewish workers there had sometimes run high, despite efforts by Arab and Jewish union activists and leaders to keep the peace. When news of the bomb attack at the refinery reached the workshops, tensions soared and some of the younger and more hot-headed Arab workers there stopped work, shut down the machines, and began arming themselves with whatever makeshift weapons came to hand. For some very tense moments it seemed that the massacre at the refinery might be repeated at the railway workshops. But Arab unionists, including veteran PAS activists like Sassid Kawaz and AK sympathizers as well, promptly intervened to prevent violence. At great personal risk they prevailed on the hotheads to calm down and preserved order until arrangements could be made for the Jewish workers to leave work and reach their homes safely. A Jewish unionist at the workshops declared that without a shadow of a doubt it is thanks to courage that what befell the workers at the refinery was not also our lot that day. 45. The Arab Unionists' effective intervention to prevent violence against Jews at the railway workshops received little public attention. Not surprisingly, the Yishuv focused on the massacre of Jews at the refinery, while the Arab community preferred to dwell on the preceding bomb attacks by Jews and the Haganah's subsequent retaliatory raid which took an even larger number of Arab lives. The vision of Arab-Jewish worker solidarity and of peaceful coexistence which had once motivated so many people could not survive the atrocities and the mutual dehumanization which were the inevitable byproducts of the ferocious intercommunal warfare which engulfed Palestine in the months that followed. Even less could it survive the actual physical displacement of much of Palestine's Arab population. By May 14, 1948, when the State of Israel was formally established, several 100,000 Arabs had already fled or been driven from their homes, land, and places of work. Over the following half-year or so the ranks of the uprooted would double again, encompassing in all some 700,000 people, half of Palestine's Arab population and some 80% of the Arabs who had once lived within the 3/4 of Palestine that now became Israel. So it was that in the summer of 1948 Ephraim Krisher, a Hashomer Hatzair activist employed at the Haifa railway workshops who had worked closely with Arab unionists for a decade and owed his life to their quick thinking and personal bravery on December 30, 1947, was busy trying to round up enough Jews who knew something about railway work to get what was now the Israel Railways up and running again. Some of his recruits were Jewish refugees from Europe, survivors of the Nazi campaign to exterminate European Jewry who had only recently arrived in the new Jewish state. These new arrivals, and Krisher's other recruits, filled jobs which until a few months earlier had been held by Arabs, most of whom had lost their homes and their homeland and were now beginning bitter new lives as refugees. Conclusion. At the end of December 1947, Pinhas Lubyanka addressed the Central Committee of MAPE on the topic of the Arab worker in the Jewish state. A senior party official who would later serve as Israel's Minister of Defense and as General Secretary of the Histadrut, Lubyanka began by asserting that this would be the first time in the history of the Jews that they would have a non-Jewish minority population living among them, requiring them to set a good example of how a majority should behave toward a minority. It would not be easy, Lubyanka warned. There is a sediment of 20 years of education, and especially the last 10 years, which has not inculcated in us the capacity for living together with the neighboring people. There is a primitive nationalism among the Zabarim. There is an historical instinct for revenge among the Oriental Jewish communities. There is Dan-ger from terrorist groups and the revisionists and their nationalist megalomania. And we must also not forget the danger from the other side, the desire to paper over contradictions and shape Jewish-Arab relations in accordance with a sentimental irrationalism imported from abroad. In the past we neglected the sphere of activity among Arabs not a little. It was not just that we had a weak program, but our will to realize this weak program was also weak. Today as well, the problem is not so much a change in the program as a change in our will. In other words, in addition to sporadic activity among the Arabs by seeking connections with individuals here and there, organizing a club, etc., there is a need for large-scale and comprehensive activity in the Arab sector. Let us not forget, if we neglect this sphere, the Communist Party in all its manifestations will exploit it. Lubyanka argued that since Jews and Arabs would be equal citizens in the Jewish state, the principle of Hebrew labor should not apply to either government employment or the private sector. He also advocated the establishment of state-run employment offices open to all, the equalization of Arab and Jewish wages and, eventually, the creation of a workers' movement which would encompass both Jews and Arabs. 1 A few months later, Eliezer Bauer, a member of the Kibbutz Ha'artzi Hashomer Hatzair Arab Department staff, put the issue even more sharply at the conclusion of a detailed report he had drawn up for the Jewish Agency's Labor Department on the Arab worker in the Jewish state. The transition from a colonial regime to independence must not be for the Arabs a transition from a Colorado-Nile regime in which a people from overseas rules repressively and exploitatively to a colonial regime in which the dominant people is local. A state which seeks to realize the ideas of Herzl's Alt-New Land cannot accept the existence of conditions like those in South Africa, where the human rights of an entire subject people are denied too. Bauer's reference to Alt-New Land is ironic, though that was surely not his intention. By the time he submitted his report, many tens of thousands of Palestinian Arabs had already been forced from their homes, seeking refuge from the escalating warfare between Arabs and Jews or under compulsion from Jewish military forces. In the months that followed, the trickle turned into a flood, and by the time the fighting ceased early in 1949, half of Palestine's Arab population had been displaced, including most of its working class, which had been concentrated in the more developed central and coastal regions which now became part of Israel. Many of these refugees found themselves outside their homeland, where they and their descendants remain today, while those Palestinians still within it, in those parts of Palestine which now became known as the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, found themselves under Arab but nonetheless alien rule, whether by the Hashemite regime based in the former Transjordan or by Egypt. The seeds were thus sown for continuing conflict, driven by the Palestinians' refusal to accept the consequences of defeat in 1948 and their apparently ineradicable drive for self-determination in some part of what had been Palestine. In his utopian novel, Herzl had been vague about how Palestine's Arab majority had so quickly become a small minority amidst a sea of Jews, though he implied that the process had been peaceful and insisted that the Arabs had welcomed the influx of Jews. By contrast, the actual demographic transformation of Palestine in 1947-49 was accompanied by a great deal of force and violence and was certainly not welcomed by the country's Arabs, among whom it left scars that remain unhealed to this day. 3. Nor did Bauer and Lubyanka's vision of a Jewish state in which Arabs would enjoy equality actually come to pass. The 160,000 Arabs who remained within Israel in 1949 became citizens of the new state and had the right to vote in local and national elections. But despite the promise embodied in the eloquent language of Israel's Declaration of Independence, they were certainly not full and equal citizens. Most of them remained under military administration until 1966, their lives subject to the often arbitrary authority of army officers from whom permits were required for many of the activities of daily life. The military administration, aided by the security service, sought to control the Israeli Arabs, ensure their docility, and garner their votes for Mape by manipulating village, clan, and family rivalries and by using the same extremely broad powers of administrative detention, censorship, control of associational life, and restrictions on movement which the British had used to suppress the Arab revolt of 1936–39 and then against the Jewish insurgency of 1945–47. Israeli officials justified these measures by the need to protect the state's security from subversive elements within a potentially hostile minority, a dangerous fifth column aligned with the Arab states with which Israel was still at war, though in fact the Palestinians within Israel were hardly rebellious. But these broad powers also served, along with a variety of legal and administrative straitgems, to facilitate the transfer of large amounts of Arab-owned land to the control of the state, which then allocated for the exclusive benefit of Israel's Jewish citizens. 4 The hope that in the Jewish state Jewish and Arab workers could finally achieve cooperation and unity as equals was also not realized. The Israeli government and the Histadrut adopted policies and practices which sought to ensure that Arab workers were largely excluded from the Jewish sector of Israel's economy, in effect, a continuation of the old Hebrew labor policy, now enforced much more effectively by the sovereign authority of the state. Arab citizens of Israel were largely restricted to jobs in their own communities, though the government sometimes turned a blind eye to their employment elsewhere. Mape, in control of the government as well as the Histadrut, rejected demands by the socialist Zionist Mapam and the Israeli Communist Party that Arabs be allowed to join the Histadrut. Instead, the Palestine Labor League was resurrected, renamed the Israel Labor League and used as the framework within which Arab workers were to be organized, under the close supervision of the Histadrut and the security apparatus, which also prevented the establishment of an autonomous Arab labor movement within Israel. 5 As Michael Shalev has shown, changing labor market conditions in the late 1950s, including developing labor shortages in the Jewish sector and a desire to gain access to new pools of cheap Arab labor, helped stimulate Histadrut and government officials to abandon rigidly exclusionary policies and allow Arab workers into the Israeli Jewish labor market. In 1959 the Histadrut officially resolved to admit non-Jews as full members, and they were able to vote in Histadrut elections for the first time in 1965. The Histadrut dropped the word Hebrew from its name and henceforth called itself simply the General Organization of Workers in Israel. The Israel Labor League, which like its predecessor the Palestine Labor League had never achieved any autonomous organizational life, was now finally and permanently disbanded. In 1966, after a long struggle waged by both Arabs and Jews but also in order to facilitate labor mobility, the military administration of Arab areas within Israel was finally abolished. As a result of these shifts, Arabs gradually replaced Oriental Jews, that is, Jews from Arab countries or from elsewhere in Asia or Africa, in the lower strata of the labor force, especially in agriculture and construction, allowing the latter to move up the occupational ladder and the social scale. This process was further accelerated after 1967 as the Israeli labor market was flooded by a mass of even cheaper Palestinian workers from the newly occupied West Bank and Gaza, who unlike Palestinian citizens of Israel were not permitted to join the Histadrut and enjoyed few social benefits or workplace rights. These Palestinian workers came to dominate the very bottom ranks of the Israeli labor force. 6 The roots both of Le Biancar's glowing vision of friendship and cooperation between Jewish and Arab workers in the Jewish state, and of the less pleasant realities of Arab-Jewish relations in Israel, can be traced back to the Mandate period. As we have seen, the labor Zionist movement consistently declared its adherence to the principle of friendship, solidarity, and unity between Jewish and Arab workers in Palestine. But the specific understanding of that principle evinced by the dominant force within that movement made realization of the ideal of cooperation between Arab and Jewish workers, unions, and labor organizations largely impossible. 4. By cooperation and solidarity added Hakavada and then Mape generally meant that Arab workers should be organized under the exclusive tutelage of the Histadrut, in keeping with their deeply ingrained conviction that neither Palestinian Arab nationalism nor the Palestinian Arab Workers' movement were authentic or legitimate. At the same time, Addad Haka, Voda, and Mape always gave highest priority to the struggle for Hebrew labor, which Arab workers could not help but understand as an actual or potential threat to their livelihoods. It was only in the years between the end of the Second World War and the end of the Mandate, when the Histadrut's Hebrew labor campaign and its effort to organize Arab workers were largely in abeyance, that the way was opened for fruitful cooperation between the Histadrut and the increasingly vigorous and effective Palestinian Arab workers' movement. As a result, those years witnessed episodes of unprecedented worker activism and solidarity that transcended communal boundaries. But of course, relations between Arab and Jewish workers, complex and often conflictual in their own right, could not be isolated from the larger conflict between Zionism and Palestinian Arab nationalism, which in that same period entered a new and decisive phase. The violent struggle for control of Palestine that ensued determined whether Jews or Arabs would dominate in that land, and it also determined the fates of Palestine's Arab and Jewish working classes. One was largely dispersed, while the other, though the highly organized bulwark of Israel's dominant party, failed to achieve the exalted status, prosperity, and security which the visionaries and propagandists of labor Zionism had promised Jewish sovereignty would bring. There are students of the Zionist-Palestinian conflict who have pointed to instances of Arab-Jewish cooperation in Mandatory Palestine, and especially cooperation among workers, as evidence that the conflict need not have taken the course it did, that a peaceful solution which met the basic needs of both Arabs and Jews might have been found had the voices of reason, compromise, and working-class solidarity on both sides prevailed. The history of the Mandate period thus becomes a story of missed opportunities focused on what might have been, a morality tale in which the bad guys on both sides triumph over the peacemakers, whose weakness and ineffectuality is somehow never really accounted for. 7 As I stated in the I am not making an if-only argument here. On the contrary, it seems clear to me that the Zionist and Palestinian nationalist movements sought irreconcilable objectives and were on a collision course from the very start. Moreover, while it is true that during the Mandate J period various groups of Arab and Jewish workers were involved in efforts to cooperate and in some cases develop a sense of solidarity that at times transcended national divisions, it is also true that relations among them were profoundly affected by the dynamics of the broader Zionist-Palestinian conflict, as the fate of much of the Arab working class in 1948 conclusively demonstrated. Yet while rejecting this way of writing history, it is important to remember that the workers and unionists and political activists and leaders who figure in this book could not know how things would eventually turn out or what consequences their actions would have. That is why I have tried to make sense of the diverse perspectives of various Arab and Jewish individuals, labor organizations, and political formations on the question of relations between Arab and Jewish workers and labor movements, including even those which seem in retrospect to have been historical dead ends, if not non-starters. It is easy to ridicule those Jews who in 1920 adhered to what I termed a Bolshevik Zionist vision and could thus imagine Trotsky's Red Army liberating Palestine and making it into a Jewish Soviet Republic, or to argue that Hashomer Hatzater's vision of a binational and unpartitioned Palestine was never really in the cards. Nor is it difficult to see that the National Liberation League's insistence on distinguishing between Zionism and the Jews in Palestine and offering the latter the rights of a national minority in the future independent Arab Palestine never had much prospect of evoking interest in a Yishuv more determined than ever to seek a sovereign Jewish state in as much of the country as it could get. Nonetheless, a fuller understanding of the Mandate era, and particularly of Arab-Jewish relations in that period, requires us to take these positions seriously, to try to grasp the spirit, the historical context, and the discursive field in which they were conceived and advanced, as well as to analyze why they failed to garner support and why other visions and strategies and policies won out. For the same reason we must make an effort to understand the subjective impulses, beliefs, and conceptions of the world which led the historical actors discussed in this book to think and act as they did, whether we ultimately judge those actions to have been right or wrong, humane or pernicious, appropriate or misguided, effective or futile. This applies as much to faith in socialism as it does to faith in nationalism. That nationalism is by definition particularistic and in practice often divisive and exclusionary seems obvious, but in the 19th century and through most of the 20th, socialism seemed to many people to offer the promise of an identity and solidarity that transcended national, ethnic, religious, and racial divisions. We know of course that there has never really been a pure class identity unsullied by other forms of identity, other energies, other dreams. In fact, one could argue that working class solidarity has been most effective and durable when it has also been infused by other solidarities, whether of religion, ethnicity, nationalism, gender, race, locale, or kinship. It is even plausible to argue that working class solidarity, labor movements, and even socialism have in practice often been what we might today term a form of identity politics for male workers. Yet if this is an important insight, it would nonetheless be wrong to reduce socialism and worker activism to nothing but a form of identity politics. To do so would be to ignore the very diverse meanings which the socialist vision has had for different people in different times and places, and to lose sight of some very important dimensions of human experience. As we have seen, socialism meant very different things to a variety of Arab and Jewish parties and movements in Palestine, and was related to Arab and Jewish nationalisms in complicated ways. These must be separated out and analyzed, they cannot be ignored or dismissed, however unrealistic or self-contradictory or even bizarre some of the formulations to which Arab and Jewish leftists subscribed may seem to us now. In unpacking and analyzing the programs and actions of various individual thinkers and leaders, and of the organizations or movements within which they operated, I have argued that we must go beyond individual choice or group ideology, and beyond attributing certain attitudes to plain ignorance, to being out of touch with reality, with the facts. I have instead tried to show how those choices, ideologies, and attitudes, indeed ignorance itself, are actually products of certain systems of meaning, of certain ways of knowing. The case of Zionism's conception of Palestine's indigenous Arab population effectively illustrates this point. As I discussed in Chapter 1, that conception is not usefully explained in terms of ignorance or even of a willful refusal to recognize reality. Rather, if we want to understand why many Zionists were unable to acknowledge the authenticity of Palestinian Arab national sentiment and opposition to Zionism, we need to examine the generation and operation of a certain Zionist discourse about the Arabs, a more or less coherent system of meanings and exclusions which constituted a field of knowledge and simultaneously embodied a specific set of power relations. That discourse was neither self-generating nor sui generis. It had strong roots in Zionist appropriations of Jewish history. But it also emerged within a broader field of contemporary European conceptions of, and attitudes toward, Asians and Africans, a field which was itself shaped by a power relationship in which Europeans ruled over non-Europeans, a relationship summed up under the rubric of colonialism. In this sense, despite the vigorous debates among the various Zionist parties and factions over how to deal with the Arab question, it seems clear that the Arabs with whom they were grappling were a constructed representation whose characteristics and relationship to Palestine partook of a broader European colonial discourse while also reflecting the Zionist movement's own economic, political, and psychological needs and interests. As we have seen, most of the Jews who actually settled in Palestine continued to adhere to these conceptions of Arabs, particularly the rejection of the authenticity and legitimacy of Palestinian Arab nationalism, one even when confronted with strong evidence that one might have expected would cause them to question their beliefs. That they were generally able to deal with inconvenient facts in a way that left their core beliefs intact should come as no surprise. This phenomenon is hardly unique to this particular group of people or this historical encounter, all of us do it to some extent each and every day, and socio-political movements which must hold to a certain vision of themselves, their mission, and their opponents if they are to overcome great obstacles and achieve their goals do it all the more. This again underscores the importance of exploring the cultural systems through which people make sense of their experiences, rather than trying to explain their beliefs and actions as the unmediated products of those experiences. Having advanced this argument, I hasten to add that how we go about analyzing the systems of meaning which informed and helped structure the ways in which the Arabs and Jews discussed in this book saw themselves and others, and the practices in which those discourses were embodied, also makes a big difference. For it is easy, and all too tempting, to essentialize discourses, to describe and analyze them as if they were unitary, internally unconflicted, and unchanging over time. In this book I have tried to argue that although one can discern certain core beliefs and considerable continuity in each, in Palestine neither Jewish nor Arab nationalisms were unitary and static objects. They need to be disaggregated, their complex forms and contents unpacked and contextualized. They were not self-contained objects with a singular meaning, nor did they exist in any authentic, original, or pure form, an ideal against which I may measure conformity or deviation. They, and the ideologies and movements they spawned, were constructed from diverse, sometimes even contradictory, elements within a particular social, cultural, political, and economic field and a particular historical conjuncture. Indeed, what gives them their specificity is their very complexity, even contradictoriness, a product of the complex fields within which they took shape and of the diversity of the social and political forces which deployed them in different ways, as well as of the obstacles and opponents they encountered along the way and which also shaped them. Thus, for example, I have suggested that much of labor Zionist discourse echoes themes found in colonial discourse generally, the denial of rational agency to the indigenous population, the definition of that population as lacking the characteristics of a nation and therefore as not entitled to self-determination, the attribution of anti-colonial and nationalist sentiment and action to the malign influence of a small minority of self-interested insiders, the conception of the land as empty because not settled or utilized in familiar ways, the sense of European civilizing Miss Zion, and so forth. But labor Zionism's deployment of these themes was made distinctive, and perhaps especially complicated, because they were couched in the language of socialism, class struggle, and international working class solidarity. As a nationalist project, labor Zionism posited ethnic/national boundaries between the Jewish and Arab working classes in Palestine, and more generally between Jews and Arabs, boundaries which also often involved elements drawn from colonial discourse. But because labor Zionism simultaneously conceived of itself as a working class and socialist project, a component of the international labor and socialist movements, it also posited valid boundaries along class lines. It therefore had to find ways of managing the non-coincidence of those sets of boundaries. The discursive and political contestation among the diverse forces within the labor Zionist camp over a range of issues was bound up with the articulation over a period of several decades of a set of often exclusionary practices which shaped the Yishuv and later Israeli society in crucial ways. Those practices were themselves grasped as the basis not only for Jewish working class formation and solidarity but for the realization of the Zionist project more broadly. These Jews in Palestine recast themselves as workers by securing or creating certain types of jobs, but also by endowing their acts with certain kinds of working class and nationalist meaning, a process in which the economic was inextricably bound up with the cultural. As we have seen, at a certain stage in this process of self-definition Arab workers were assigned an important role. For a time the dominant tendency within labor Zionism found it useful to cast them both as an enemy to mobilize against, for economic as well as political ends, and as an ally, a passive junior partner, whose presence could be read as a guarantee of, and a justification for the Zionist project. To put it another way, and more broadly, in Palestine as elsewhere working class formation was as much a discursive as a material process, and needs to be analyzed as such. It was in the sphere of Arab-Jewish interaction, and more generally in the way in which elements of a national project, a colonial settler project, and a socialist or working class project interpenetrated in a unique way and a unique context, that much of Zionism's specificity can be located. Comparison of Zionism with other contemporary cases of European overseas colonization and settlement bear out this claim by showing how very different political, social, and economic outcomes can be traced back to varying labor market strategies as well as to differing discourses and practices with regard to the indigenous population, which in the case of Palestine can in turn be related to the labor Zionist movement's struggle for hegemony within the broader Zionist project. It is of course true that the realization of labor Zionism's vision of a normal Jewish society could be attained only after the establishment of a sovereign Jewish state in Palestine, accompanied by the displacement of most of the Palestinians who lived in what became that state's territory and a massive influx of poor Jews to fill the vacuum they had left. Yet labor Zionism's relative success in excluding Arab workers from the Jewish sector and constructing as self-sufficient a Jewish enclave as possible in the 4 decades before 1948, a strategy bound up with the articulation of certain visions of itself and of Arabs, was a key factor in making partition and Jewish statehood in most of Palestine possible. Moreover, many of the institutions most characteristic of Israeli society through the 1960s also took shape in the context of these specific practices and representations. After 1967, of course, things would change again, as Palestinians from within Israel but especially from the occupied West Bank and Gaza would come to dominate the lower ranks of Israel's working class. Yet this development too bears out my point, for its contribution in complex ways to the decline of labor Zionist hegemony, manifest most dramatically in the defeat of the Labour Party in the 1977 elections, years of ascendancy by the Israeli right, and profound changes in Israeli politics, society, and culture. Much of what I have said applies to Arab nationalism and the Arab workers' movement in Palestine as well. As both an ideology and a movement, Palestinian Arab nationalism encompassed a variety of interests, aspirations, visions, and socio-political forces, and we must be careful to avoid treating it as if it were monolithic or possessed some essential meaning. Unfortunately, most studies of this nationalism have focused on the politics of the Palestinian Arab elite, while what that nationalism actually meant to the peasant and poor urban majority of Palestine's Arab community has received little attention. 9 The kinds of things I have tried to address here, such dimensions of the Palestinian Arab experience as the Arab railway workers' persistent dream of unity with their Jewish co-workers, or the hopes and concerns of the Haifa construction workers and the Jaffa dock workers discussed in Chapter 5, or the struggle which rank-and-file Arab workers in Jaffa waged against Hebrew labor and which helped set the stage for the general strike against British rule and Zionism shortly thereafter, have as a consequence been sorely neglected. By the same token, the conventional narratives of Arab nationalism in Palestine do not provide much help in understanding why it was that some Arab unionists took pains to explain their perspective to Jewish co-workers in Hebrew language leaflets, or in understanding the attitudes toward cooperation expressed by Arab labor leaders, unionists, and leftists in the 1940s, attitudes which sometimes brought down upon them the wrath of the nationalist leadership. The Arab workers and unionists discussed in this book were virtually all nationalists, in the broad sense that they strongly opposed what they regarded as Zionist encroachment on their homeland and favored an independent Arab Palestine. Nonetheless, as we have also seen, many of them were willing to ignore or defy the official nationalist line by embracing a discourse of worker solidarity across national boundaries that justified cooperation with Jews whom they knew to be avowed Zionists, provided it was on terms they deemed fair and equal. It is of course probable that many Arab workers, such as the Haifa tailors and carpenters whose 1925 strike the Histadrut helped guide, had only a limited understanding of what the Zionist project meant for them as Arabs. Nonetheless, as I suggested in Chapter 5, it is not helpful to attribute such actions simply to ignorance, manipulation, individual pathology, or collaboration. To do so is to uncritically adopt nationalism's own language and way of seeing the world, for neither ignorance nor collaboration can be regarded as simple, transparent, uncomplicated, self-evident terms. All are very much embedded in nationalist discourse and must be analyzed as such. It is not difficult to understand why nationalist movements find it necessary to condemn certain relationships between members of the national group and aliens as harmful to the national cause and try to deter or punish those involved in them. We may even deem such measures justifiable under certain circumstances. But for historians, that must be where the questions about what collaboration really means to those involved in it start, not where they end, at least if we wish to avoid operating from within nationalism's conception of itself as a unitary and internally unconflicted ideal and identity that is superior to all other identities, sentiments, interests, loyalties, and aspirations. In the case at hand, the Arab nationalist perspective on cooperation between Arab and Jewish workers, or more precisely, the perspective of the nationalist movement's elite leadership, implicitly denied working-class Palestinian Arabs any capacity for agency, for making their own sense of complex circumstances and acting to further their interests as they define them. It is not enough to label Arab workers who under certain circumstances cooperated with Zionists as dupes and leave it at that. We need, as I have tried to do here, to acquire a much more complex, nuanced, and historically grounded understanding of why particular people thought and acted as they did, however we ultimately judge their accessions in moral or political terms. This in turn requires a more subtle and flexible conception of national identity, one that treats it as a complex of ideas, symbols, sentiments, and practices which people from various socio-political groups appropriate and deploy selectively and contingently, rather than some essence which is derivable from the writings and speeches of nationalist thinkers, leaders, or activists. On both sides, then, contending socio-political forces put forward conflicting visions of national and class identity, and differing notions of how to relate to the other side's working class and labor movement. On both sides, these conflicting definitions and strategies were influenced by Arab-Jewish interaction in workplaces, neighborhoods, and daily life, as well as in the formal political arena. More broadly, the existence in mandatory Palestine of overlapping Arab and Jewish markets for unskilled and semi-skilled labor, and even to some extent for skilled labor, especially in the large and important government and transnational sectors, helped shape perceptions, strategies, and relationships among large segments of the Jewish and Arab working classes in Palestine. In this sense, we may extend the late E.P. Thompson's evocative imagery to suggest that the Arab and Jewish working classes in Palestine not only made themselves but also to a large extent made each other, that each influenced the processes by which the other was formed, within a broader matrix of relations and forces. So instead of trying to characterize the sole or essential meaning of relations among Arab and Jewish workers and labor movements as either cooperation or conflict, it may make more sense to shift our focus to the ways in which intercommunal as well as intracommunal identities, boundaries, and projects were constructed and reproduced, and foreground the contestation which always characterized those processes. However, as I suggested in the it is not only with respect to workers that a relational approach which focuses on the mutually constitutive interactions between Arabs and Jews in Palestine may prove useful. I have argued, for example, that it was the urgent need to exit a labor market dominated by abundant low-wage Arab labor which prompted the labor Zionist movement to strive to construct a relatively self-sufficient high-wage Jewish economic enclave in Palestine. This imperative also propelled the unrelenting struggle for Hebrew labor and other practices couched in the language of worker solidarity and class struggle, but aimed largely at excluding or displacing Arab workers. These practices exacerbated intercommunal tensions, but they also facilitated Labor Zionism's drive for hegemony over rival social and political forces within the Yishuv. By the mid-1930s, the strategy, implemented mainly by the Histadrut and its affiliated economic, social, cultural, and military institutions, had helped the labor Zionist camp become the dominant force within the Yishuv and the international Zionist movement. In this sense, as I noted earlier, many of the institutions and practices which for an entire historical period from the 1930s into the 1970s were seen as the most distinctive features of the Yishuv and of Israeli society can be understood as directly or indirectly the product not so much of the values brought by the immigrants of the Second Aliyah, as the functionalist school of Israeli sociology would have it, as of the Zionist project's interaction with Arabs and Arab society in Palestine. itself. Similarly, while Israeli sociologists have conventionally explained the subordinate social location and status of Israel's Oriental Jews in terms of the failure of these culturally traditional people to adapt successfully to a modern society, recent critical scholarship has stressed their relegation upon arrival in Israel to the bottom ranks of the labor market and official denigration and suppression of their cultures, defined by the dominant groups in Israel as backward. 10 Some Zionist leaders had already envisioned Yemeni Jews as replacements for Palestinian Arab agricultural workers and actually sponsored Yemeni Jewish immigration to Palestine. This failed to solve the problem of Arab competition, however, and the Jewish labor movement turned instead to the struggle for Hebrew labor and economic separatism. After 1948 it was largely Jewish immigrants from Arab countries who filled the social vacuum created by the flight or expulsion of the vast majority of the Arabs who had lived within what became the borders of the new state of Israel, and as I noted earlier, Oriental Jews' upward social mobility in the 1960s and 1970s was facilitated by the influx of Palestinians into the lower strata of the Israeli working class. It can thus be argued that the matrix of Jewish-Arab interactions in Palestine played a central role in shaping ethnic relations within Jewish society in Palestine and later Israel. It is clear, too, that Arab society in Palestine was profoundly influenced by the Zionist project in a variety of ways. There was of course the catastrophic displacement of 1947–49, but in the preceding decades Jewish immigration, settlement, investment, and state building had already had an important impact on Arab society. That impact can be seen in the direct and indirect effects of Jewish land purchases, settlement, and agricultural practices on Arab agrarian relations, the complex effects on the Arab economy of the large-scale influx of capital that accompanied Jewish immigration and development, and the effects of the economic and social policies implemented by a British administration committed to fostering a Jewish national home in Palestine but also concerned about alienating the country's Arab majority. To take that impact into account does not imply downplaying other sources of social change or denigrating the Palestinians' capacity for historical agency. Rather, it broadens our frame of reference so as to include more of the complex historical field within which modern Palestinian Arab society developed. As historians and others explore the history of modern Palestine in new ways, as the object of inquiry is reconceived and a different set of concepts and categories deployed, it will, I believe, become increasingly clear that the two communities were neither natural nor essentially monolithic entities. Nor were they hermetically sealed off from one another, as the conventional historiography assumes. Rather, they interacted in complex ways and had a mutually formative effect on one another, both as communities and through relationships that crossed communal boundaries to shape the identities and practices of various subgroups. These complex and contested processes operated at many levels and in many spheres, including markets for labor, land, agricultural produce and consumer goods, business ventures, residential patterns, manufacturing and services, municipal government, and various aspects of social and cultural life. These interactions also had an important but little explored spatial dimension, manifested in shifts and reorientations in demographic, economic, political, and cultural relations and flows among and within different settlements, villages, urban neighborhoods, towns, cities, and regions of Palestine. As I discussed in the To This Book, a number of recently published studies already manifest new approaches to the histories of Arabs and Jews in Palestine, approaches that challenge conventional categorize, cross hitherto unquestioned boundaries, and treat Palestine not as sui generis but as eminently suitable for comparative study. This process will be furthered as more scholars frame and explore new and different kinds of problems while drawing on both Arabic and Hebrew source materials. There is certainly a lot to be done. I have already mentioned the paucity of work on women and gender, but many other areas remain largely unexplored, among them interactions in neighborhoods and markets, the development of colloquial language, and personal and business relationships across communal boundaries. While many of these things do not figure, or figure only marginally, in this book, I hope that it will nonetheless help stimulate further research in new directions. One of feminist theory's most powerful insights is that all social relations, all human interactions, are gendered, that is, they manifest and cannot be fully understood without taking into account the system or systems of gender relations that prevail in a given society at a given time. Similarly, in her recent book Playing in the Dark, Whiteness and the Literary Imagination, Toni Morrison has argued convincingly that one cannot really understand American literature, even that part of it written and largely read by whites, or by extension almost any aspect of American culture and society, without bringing race and race relations into the picture, without dealing with the way racial categories, identities, and attitudes help shape most if not all other categories, identities, and attitudes in American society. In Culture and Imperialism, Edward W. Said has proceeded along similar lines by exploring the mutually formative relationship between 19th and 20th century European culture and contemporaneous European imperial expansion and domination, and later American global hegemony as well. In so doing, Said seeks to break with conventional perspectives which have treated the West and the rest of the world as entirely distinct and largely unconnected cultural domains. In this book I have sought to approach Arab-Jewish relations in modern Palestine in much the same way. As I argued in Chapter I, from the very beginning of modern Jewish settlement in Palestine, the presence of a substantial Arab population must be seen not as marginal to the Zionist enterprise nor simply as an extraneous obstacle to be bypassed or overcome, even though that is how many, perhaps most, Zionists thought of it at the time, if they thought about Arabs at all. That presence must instead be seen as an essential, constitutive element in the formation of the Zionist project and the Yishuv, an integral part of the story rather than just a footnote. Moreover, Palestinian Arabs must be regarded as having possessed a capacity for agency which often intruded upon and altered Zionism's conceptions of itself and its mission, and always registered itself on and helped shape the Zionist project. Similarly, though for a long time the Jewish presence in Palestine may seem to have impinged much less directly and obviously on the country's Arab majority, it nonetheless had a significant impact in many spheres well before 1948, and like it or not room must be made for that presence in the story of the Palestinians. Though the character and circumstances of their interactions have changed over time, over the past century Arabs and Jews in Palestine have helped shape each other's society and historical trajectory, as well as the ways they have thought of themselves and each other. That this interactive relationship continues to operate is evidenced by the political, social, and cultural impact on both Palestinians and Israeli Jews of Israel's occupation of the West Bank and Gaza from 1967 onward. As I suggested earlier, the occupation and its consequences reinforced trends already operative in Israeli Jewish society, contributing to the erosion of labor Zionism's political, ideological, and socio-economic hegemony. We can also discern the effects of that impact in the growing strength of the Israeli right during the 1970s, the new political and cultural assertiveness of Israelis' Oriental Jewish communities, the Americanization of Israeli Jewish culture and politics, chronic instability and paralysis in the political system, and the decline of the Histadrut as a political, economic, and social institution. 11 At the same time, after 1967 the Palestinians within Israel have grown increasingly assertive in demanding both equal rights within Israel and Palestinian national rights more broadly. Their growing numbers, education, social weight, and capacity for mobilization have allowed them to take better advantage of the Israeli political system to pursue their interests as a community, while the end of their isolation from the rest of the Palestinian people has strengthened their national identity, if in complicated ways. Whatever the fate of the West Bank, Gaza, and their Arab inhabitants, the Palestinians within Israel will remain a presence with which their Jewish fellow citizens will have to reckon. The occupation has also had profound effects on the Palestinians in the occupied territories. These include the decline of local agriculture, widespread proletarianization, the reinforcement of Palestinian national identity accompanied by a sense that the Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza have their own particular problems and interests, the emergence of locally based organizations, a better understanding of Israeli politics, society, and culture, and a new capacity for resistance. This last effect was manifested most dramatically in the Intifada, the Palestinian uprising against the occupation which erupted in December 1987, at a moment when most Israelis but also many Arabs and others seemed to have once again written the Palestinians off as political actors. Though it ultimately failed to win the Palestinian statehood, the Intifada had a significant impact on Israeli and Palestinian perceptions and on the balance of forces between them. It dramatically raised the political, economic, and moral costs of the occupation for Jewish Israelis, compelling many of them to reckon as never before with the ineradicability of Palestinian nationalism, and it eventually led Israel to negotiate directly with the Palestinians rather than only with Arab states. It also prompted many Israeli Jews to seek new ways of understanding Zionism's encounter with the Palestinians and how the occupation had affected their own society. At the same time, the Intifada gave the Palestinians, and especially those within the occupied territories, a new sense of self-confidence, in their capacity to resist and confront Israel but also in their ability to live alongside it in peace, provided they too are permitted to realize their dream of self-determination. The occupation, the Intifada, and its aftermath, as well as contact with Israeli society and the bitter experience of most Arab peoples with authoritarian regimes, have also strengthened the determination of many Palestinians that the future Palestinian state be democratic and fully respect its citizens' human and civil rights and liberties. As I write these lines, Israel, and the Palestine Liberation Organization, are rather fitfully striving to implement the agreement they signed in September 1993. That agreement provided for the gradual of limited Palestinian self-rule in the West Bank and Gaza, while deferring resolution of all the difficult issues: control of land and other resources, Jerusalem, the Jewish settlements in the occupied territories, the Palestinian refugees, Palestinian statehood to future negotiations. That deferral has allowed the Israeli government, led by the political heirs of labor Zionism, to continue to put off having to accept, once and for all, the legitimacy of the Palestinian people's national rights, including the right to national self-determination in some part of what was once Palestine. Only time will tell whether the Israel-PLO agreement marks the beginning of a process which will ultimately lead to a comprehensive and lasting peace between Israel and the Palestinian people, based on statehood for both peoples in Palestine, or whether it will turn out to be yet another dead end, another abortive attempt to reconcile Palestinian and Israeli Jewish aspirations to sovereignty and security. Given the agreement's flaws and limitations, the tragic history of this conflict, and the complex circumstances under which the current effort to bring it to an end is unfolding, a large dose of pessimism laced with a touch of hope would seem appropriate. It is likely that many more struggles, crises and, I fear, more violence lie ahead. Beyond that, it is useless to try to predict how things will develop, for the outcome of the current conjuncture will be determined by a very complex and rapidly changing mix of interacting political, social, economic, and cultural factors and forces. In that mix, the effort by historians and other scholars to reinterpret the modern history of Palestine, to which this book is a contribution, may perhaps play some very modest part, by helping to undermine the hegemonic grip of nationalist mythologies on both sides and open up space for new modes of thought and action, and even new ways of imagining the future. In that sense, even if most Palestinians or Israelis do not come to see their pasts or their futures very differently as a result of scholarly reinterpretations of the history of modern Palestine, historians' efforts to understand the past may nonetheless have some bearing on current political struggles. But historians must pursue their craft regardless of the impact of their work. I have sought here to explore some of the ways in which the histories of Arabs and Jews in modern Palestine have been inextricably and fatefully intertwined, while also attending to what makes those histories distinctive. Whatever the future may bring, the historical trajectories of Israeli Jews and Palestinians will continue to be intertwined. We are therefore compelled to try to envision how these two peoples might one day live together in peace, for the alternatives to peace are terrible to contemplate, and we may at least hope that a better understanding of the past will help bring that day closer.